Here we go, here we go.
It's the casters for the cause.
Oh yeah, casters for a cause.
And that cause is multiple sclerosis.
Oh yeah, we're here for multiple sclerosis, not for the disease. We're against the disease. We're here to raise money
Whoa,
to
whoa.
we're not raising money to like add to MS. We don't want more
What?
people to get more MS.
I did not sign up for that part.
I'm pretty sure this is to prevent MS. That's what the MSA is about.
I am pretty sure I thought it meant they gave everyone MS.
No,
All
I don't think
equal footing.
it's not like a scarecrow thing where they're like trying to, get Gotham to all be sick with the crazy juice. It's definitely more along the lines of like, let's stop the disease because it's bad.
I am not agreeing to that.
Well, no, that makes you like a weird Batman
Maybe.
because
Okay.
you're stopping the disease. You're like Cobra. How
All
about
right.
that? Yeah. Obviously, who doesn't want to be Cobra?
I don't care what anybody says. That's the best line in any movie. Like, you're a cop rolling in with your toothpick in your mouth, your sunglasses on, in this dark. And why is it so dark in Miami?
The whole time it's really dark in Miami. And why is Brian Johnson always evil? What's up with that?
He shouldn't be. He's just wonderful all the time.
Why? Because he's got a pockmarked face. That's messed up. That's saying, you know what? All villains need to be a little ugly.
Yeah,
Not
because
Brian Johnson's ugly. Just ugly him up a little bit.
even in Terminator, he's like one of the punks. He's the punk that gets his clothes stolen from the Terminator. Yep. So it's like you're still an ass.
Always. He's what, like 5 different characters in Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
Yeah, he came out that hard, and in Star Trek, he was in a bunch of episodes.
Yep.
So, and he was always kind of, I think, what was he? He was a Romulan in Enterprise, but he showed up quite a few more times. But he was like the bad guy Romulan. I was trying to murder everyone.
Kill them all.
But do you know that's the first celebrity I ever met at a convention?
What, Brian Johnson?
Yep. And specifically, Lenny was with me. We went to that convention. It was like in the year 2000. Funny story that came up this way, but we had never been to a convention before at all, any kind. I mean, we'd been to baseball card and comic book. Sure. They weren't calling them conventions. They were like in strip malls or in malls.
And they were like swap meets and stuff. And it just happened to be, they would put like 20, 30 stores that are all got their own tables. I remember I went to a couple like that. I liked it, man. It was pretty neat.
Oh, absolutely. It was just a lot of fun. And this wasn't unsimilar to that, but it was Chiller Theater in New Jersey. But they made it a little bit bigger. And like when we finally read up on it, the only reason we were going was to meet Brian Johnson because we love Cobra. I love Buffy. Like, so to meet Brian Johnson, it made sense to us. Sure. I still have that autograph too. I'll find it at some point during the day and show everybody. But nice. We went there. He was we get in the same convention. Ray Park was there.
What?
And so this is 2000. This is like right after he played Darth Maul. This is right when he's in what do you call it? X-Men.
Oh, that's right. That's right. That's Toad. Yep.
We had to get.
You're talking about fanboying hard.
Yeah, we met him too. He was really nice because once we got there, we were like, "What is this joyous occasion that we're here for?" But we beelined it for Brian Johnson because that's what we wanted to meet the most. One of the most wonderful, nicest human beings I've ever met in my life.
That's awesome. That makes me so happy to hear that.
Oh, and that's why it's so funny that we're saying bad guys. And, you know, everybody there, like the lines, this is back in the day, and you remember these, but like, this is more for the crowd, but like this is back in the days when autographs were like $10 and you got a picture with your wind-up camera. And the longest line there was for Ray Park.
Get what?
And I would say, and we had some pretty good celebrities there. Joe Pantoliano was there, really nice guy. Ray Park was really nice. Everyone there was nice. The only one who was a dick was Virgil. And like, when that became a joke at conventions that he charges too much and he's kind of a dick, I was like, yeah, that's a fits, man. First time I was ever at one, he was a dick. He wouldn't even talk to you unless you gave him money.
What?
I was like, okay, whatever.
See,
It's
but
like
I've always felt weird about that too. Like when I go to a convention, I feel like if I'm not lining up or queuing up or I'm going to get something from them, I'm not going to queue up for that celebrity. You know what I mean?
yeah, I get it, man, and I do. I think I've gotten to a point where I just kind of don't care anymore.
Sure.
Because back then it was just so much fun.
Yeah.
Like, even the longest line wasn't 200 people for Ray Park, and again, this is right after Phantom Menace and X-Men, and I think there was like 30 people in this line.
True, but the phenomenon has really grown in the last 15 years.
True.
Like
True.
it has really turned to become something very different. You know, as nerds slowly took over the world, the convention thing started to get bigger and bigger and broader, and everyone started to want to go. I mean, once San Diego was huge, that was where it was at.
Yeah,
You
and
know,
I mean,
once you had that one take off.
well, San Diego still. I remember at that time, San Diego was now, yes, what you're saying, 100%. But it was for us comic book geeks. San Diego was always like the mecca.
Of course. Oh yeah.
The celebrities weren't there yet. The studios hadn't taken it over, but like we'd be able to go if we could. Like we were young, so we couldn't. But like I remember
everybody wanted to go. Yeah.
What was it, E4 or E4? G4 would always do big things over there, and like when you were
it was great with they had Attack of the Show.
Yeah.
Where they would come on and do the whole follow along and everything with Olivia Munn and Josh Spencer. Is that the guy's name? Something like that.
Was it Olivia Munn? Was she the original? I don't even remember.
Yeah.
It's so long
Yeah,
ago.
Attack of the Show, Olivia Munn was OG. And then we had Allison something. And then X-Play with Morgan Sessler.
I remember the blondes. She was Jesus. Summer something, I think. Well, Olivia Munn as well. Everybody who's on that show is just beautiful. But
they're all pretty people.
They are all pretty people, unlike us, everybody. And welcome to Casters for a Call.
Hi.
we got right into talking, and guys, welcome. It is Friday, April 14th. This is the Snobnation Morning Drive live show. As you know, we do this every Friday. We've been off for the past 2 weeks, gearing up for this. We're Casters for a Cause. That is a big event we do once a year or so, where we pick a charity. And we do hours and hours and hours of entertainment with great shows along for the ride, and great events and part of it. And we're trying to raise money for Multiple Sclerosis Association of America. And I'm still annoyed that I'm the one that has been saying that prominently the most, because Casey knows that I'm really trying to say sclerosis.
Yes, well, he truly enjoys every once in a while slipping back and reminding what scoliosis is. And having to get the two, they're difficult words. So if you're not, always aware and you like to maybe pick on your friend, you'll consistently get it wrong until the point where it becomes the thing. So it's amazing that you're actually saying it right after all these years. Well, after purposefully trying to say it wrong, which is funny.
No, I didn't purposely. I always did say it wrong. I always did. Yeah. And then we were on our show. And so for some backstory, because it's going to kind of come up today. This is a special episode. We'll get into why in a sec, but so when we did a show called Mystery Elephant, we did it for like 6 years. We started in 2013. We finished off in beginning of 2018, and we had another partner, Billy. He was the host with Casey. I was more like the just the side guy, but I was the zany segue guy. Casey moderated. Billy was like the producer and us second host. So the funny part about all this is not okay. I shouldn't have said that before I said the next thing I'm going to say. Billy has multiple sclerosis. That's not the funny part. The funny part was whenever we would talk about it on the show, I always messed up and said multiple scoliosis. And then it got to a point where I was just so like annoyed that they kept correcting me that I was like, that's when I was like, I'm not saying it the right way anymore. Fast forward to 2023, and we're doing a charity event to benefit multiple sclerosis and solving it, getting research done.
Yeah, we're solving
the
it,
actual disease.
not creating more issues. We're not here to support the disease. We are here against the disease. We're taking a stand against it because MS is bad.
MS is bad. Yeah,
And there's a lot of good research going on right now, and especially a lot of cool trials and a lot of things that are potentially new treatments that are coming out that are really helping and looking to stop the scourge that is MS. So all the research that we've done in finding these new proteins and how they activate within the body have been wildly successful, and hopefully we continue to help fund some of those some of that treatment.
So yeah, guys, I have posted in the comments links to our GoFundMe. Now our GoFundMe is set up. It is going directly to the charity that we've chosen, Multiple Sclerosis Association of America. It doesn't come to us at all. It goes straight to them. They're actually very aware of what we're doing, and they've been cheering us on, telling us good luck. And we thank them for that, the support of this. And they've been posting it too. So please, if you can, it doesn't matter what you give, but if you can give something, it is a big help. And it goes a long way. This is a disease that Casey and I have both firsthand seen how horrible it can be and the effects it has on people. And we have audience members in the Snobnation who have it, people near and dear to us who have it. And yeah, we want to do what we can to try and help it. That's why we chose this. Like, it's affected us in big ways.
Yeah, always. We always like to choose something that's close to our hearts and a way to give back. So what better way than this one?
16 hours of craziness.
Woo!
So finding your heart,
folks.
Oh, we're going to have some fun stuff today too, because we're also going to be doing every hour once it starts. Once because this is the Snobnation Morning Drive live show, and because people watch this afterwards, we're not going to do it during the show. But once this show ends, every hour I'm going to be not auctioning, but the highest donation for the hour will win a Geek prize.
Yeah.
So I think it will be a lot of fun. And I really hope you guys find in your heart to donate, but please also share. Help us get the word out there. Because this is going to run till Sunday. We have a $500 goal. If we get over it, great. And I tell you what, if we can reach the 500 by the end of this night or over, I am going to shave my hair and my beard. And by next show, I will be stupid face.
Perfect. I can't wait to see that.
Casey's just shelling out the money.
I am going to be the one completely just putting all the money down for this.
We will be checking back and forth. I want to say thank you to the two donors. One put up anonymous, and Rosemary, my mother-in-law, they donated, and I want to say thank you so much. Appreciate you. We've gotten this started. We're cock clock ready to rock. If you need the link, it's in the comments. It's in the description. You can find it, and please go donate, or social media, our website, Linktree, everything is out there. Please go find it. Please, right now. Please.
Find it, share it, click on it. Maybe just find other things to do with it. Whatever makes you happy. You go enjoy yourselves, and then, send it along and, talk about it with other people. Share it with your family, maybe with your dog. Maybe just talking to it about your dog will make you go, you know what? I think I can spend that $10. Usually that's where I get the best advice, is all my animals.
I did have a long talk with my dog last night about the donation that she needs to start making to help.
Maybe she needs to get off her lazy ass. Maybe she needs to get around and do something more than just getting around and running all the time.
Dude, tell me about it.
Love that.
All right.
Can't wait to see her later today.
Oh, you will, for sure. Yeah, Casey. So,
you went out, buddy. And there's nothing there. Oh,
that he couldn't understand it. It unmuted me because I guess I hit the wire while I was going. And I didn't realize it automatically unmutes you. And
that's cool.
So,
and I hate that. I don't like surprise mutings.
I don't like it. This is not good. I would not do those crimes that I admitted
Nobody
to.
likes it. It's a terrible idea. It's all gonna go real bad for you.
Dude, tell me about it, man. So how's this going to work today? We are doing this show, Snobnation morning live show. We are going to do this for a little bit till about 11 or so. We have a very special guest in Billy from Mystery Elephant joining us a little bit later on, I think at 9 o'clock. So you get our beautiful faces, and you're going to get some taste of Mystery Elephant and what we were. Then, actually, this is going to be pretty exciting because I have not, and it's nothing really to get into. There's nothing really to open up about or anything like that. But I haven't really seen or talked to Billy in like 5 years.
Yeah.
So this is going to be interesting to be able to do a show again and see where the rust kind of like shakes off.
Well, it's going to be a hoot. I'm excited no matter what. To just hang out and get everybody together in the same screen.
Part of me was nervous, and I was like, am I going to go back to the Segway mic? Like, am I just going to like revert back and like Casey's
start
just
beating
like
dead horses, and I'm just going to be handling the show? Just, hey, all right, everybody, welcome.
It'd be even funnier if you didn't, and you were just like, why aren't you doing anything? Why aren't you saying anything? And I'm just like,
do the thing. Do the thing, Mike. Segway Mike. No, you're Mick. You're here as Mick Manhattan.
Yeah, Mick Manhattan here. So guys, yeah, we're gonna do that, and then afterwards, we're gonna show because Casey has to get here. So we're going to take a break, but the break is going to be kind of cutting in and out. We're going to be showing this week's episode of the podcast, and then the Jonathan Frakes interview that we did. Once Casey's here, we got great shows lined up. Phil Better's joining us today. He's got a great show. Casey and I are going to be doing some Quarter Impulse. We're going to be doing 5 takeaways. We have the Scary Snobs. We just have some great shows that are going to be really a part of this, and we truly appreciate them for doing that.
Super stoked and super grateful that everybody's in here today. This is awesome. Look at all these beautiful faces this morning.
I'm going to pull them up in just a second.
Absolutely. While you do that, I'm going to romper room over here because I see we got some Jason, we got some Paul, we got some George G3, we got some Sturd Meister. And the always wonderful, incomparable Kathleen Wass.
What's up, everyone?
Pleasure to see you all. Wonderful as always, you beautiful human beings. Thank you for joining us this morning.
I couldn't read this one. She needs to start on an only pause. Well, that's what we wanted our OnlyFans to be, because we have an OnlyFans.
Yeah.
I wanted it to be just us with pictures hanging out with Reba.
I think it's perfect. It's all we need.
It's all we need.
It's more than enough.
I love it. And I forgot to mention, guys. So, like I said, we're going to be showing the shows and stuff like that. But we've got a third donation, James Guina. Thank you so much.
Thank you, James. Good morning, buddy.
And we have officially reached $100 on a $500 goal.
Get out! Look at that. We're an hour one in.
Hour one.
And we'd like to thank all of you beautiful, wonderful human beings for doing that. It's because of you that we're going to continue fighting forward to fight MS, not fight for. Remember, we're not fighting for MS.
I got to
in case anyone makes a donation, like, yeah, kill them. No, it's everyone.
I am so glad you guys are here. Hopefully you'll be here throughout the day, because I really think you're going to enjoy this. 7 p.m. tonight, we are doing a script reading of my favorite movie of all time.
Yep.
And that is Back to the Future, of course, for anybody who knows me. And here's where it gets interesting. The cast we have is going to be a lot of fun. So many of them, not me, because I can physically not fit into the costume, but so many are going to be wearing costumes that match the movie. But it's a special script. It is not the movie version of the script. It was the script that they went into filming with Eric Stoltz.
Nice.
So we're gonna have some extra scene. It's honestly, it's like 90% the same.
Will you please act the way Eric Stoltz did on behind the camera
for that one scene where I punch Biff?
Was Eric Stoltz kind of a jerk? Is that why he lost it, or was he just not good? He just didn't fit.
Everyone loved him. But
Okay.
the filmmakers, and they didn't want to let him go because once they let him go, they had to let Melora Hardin go because she was playing Jennifer.
Mm-hmm.
And anybody who doesn't know who she is, she played Jan on The Office. And she had to go because she matched Eric Stoltz in size. Right. And then when they brought Michael J. Fox in, she was like very significantly taller than him, to the point where it was like, we got to find an actor who's same height or smaller.
So then they went with who?
Claudia Wells.
Thank you.
Yes, Claudia Wells played Jennifer in the first movie, and then Elizabeth Shue took over in 2 and 3. Because, and again, nobody left this because they didn't like him. Melora Hardin lost it because she was too tall after Eric Stoltz left, who their first choice was always Michael J. Fox.
Really?
Oh, yeah. They always wanted Michael J. Fox first, but he was on Family Ties, and it was just, he couldn't get out of this, he was the big star of Family Ties, so like, they were not letting him go lightly.
Wait, you're saying Meredith Baxter Birney was not the draw on Family Ties?
She should have been. Elise Keaton is a national treasure.
And that Michael Gross was not a strong second runner up there?
Yeah, well, you know what? I mean, Burt came a few years later. Burt Gummer came a few years later. So
that is true. Actually, who was tops though? I think it was the sister.
No, it's Michael J. Fox.
When it started, you're telling me she wasn't the big draw? It was always Michael J. Fox?
Always Michael J. Fox. Justine Bateman played Mallory, the sister, and the object of my affection as a child. And still kind of today. But so Justine, I know way too much about Michael J. Fox, B, Family Ties, and C, most definitely Back to the Future, probably the most of all.
Yeah, that's valid.
Yeah. So when they got rid of, they had to get rid of Eric Stoltz because he came in, they loved him. They thought he was really good, but he wasn't hitting the comedy points that they were really looking for, and that they thought were selling. Robert Zemeckis and Robert Gale, who wrote the movie and Zemeckis directing, they just knew what they wanted. So the studio did not want to change because they did not want to go after Michael J. Fox because it was just too chaotic with his schedule. Right. But they were like, they showed the 2 weeks to Steven Spielberg, and Steven Spielberg as a producer was like, I agree, it's just not hitting correctly. So then they made the deal. They went back. They shot 2 weeks with Eric Stoltz. Then and a lot of stuff they filmed, and they went back. And Steven Spielberg went to bat. They got Michael J. Fox. He filmed Family Ties during the day, and Back to the Future at night and on the weekends.
What is that? Why we got so many night scenes?
We got so many night scenes, and all the weekend scenes were like the daytime scenes, and they just and even after the first week of filming with Michael J. Fox, everybody said it clicked better. Everybody was on point.
So was it always Christopher Lloyd that was Doc?
Everyone else was the same.
Okay,
that was the only changes they made. Was Eric Stoltz and Melora Hardin.
God, imagine Eric Stoltz and Crispin Glover on the same set when they were all really actors. Ew.
Oh my God.
That must have just been so stuffy. What an uncomfortable, I don't know. Sounds like a lot of, not that they're not professionals and not that they're probably not sweet humans, but there's something about the idea of having to work with method actors who are that into their roles. I don't know.
They are.
It's kind of scary.
Oh, Jason Taylor donated. We got 115, everybody. Thank you guys so much for donating.
Thank you. As we continue rising up that ladder, hoping to battle multiple sclerosis. I'm going to say it wrong now.
Yeah, because you've been making me say it. So now you're going to say it wrong, and I'm just going to be like,
multiple sclerosis. The Human Bank was denied a Human Torch was denied a bank loan. How now, brown cow? How now, brown cow?
As you guys can see,
did not do my morning exercises at all, by the way. I literally got up, you called me at the same time. So you called me. Well, so I wake up, you call, and the alarm goes off. Like it was 1, 2, 3. And I was like, oh, this is perfect and also terrifying. Because it's the emergency hurry up and get going alarm. Like you have 1 minute to pee, boil some water, and get up. And that's why I was like, And it was so funny too, because I'm like, you call, I answer, and I'm like, all right, I gotta be like 10 minutes late, and all I get is because I know you've been up stressed about this, getting ready for this.
I know, and I didn't mean it like that. But it was like,
no, but I get it. No, I completely understand. Everything else, I get it. There is no, but it also means I did not do my morning exercises, is what I was reaching back to. So pardon the face. Plus, it's really a lot of fun when you have like, this many allergies going on this morning.
Oh.
So it's going to be a great day. Welcome to Snotsville.
You'll get the break and it'll be fine. I promise. You get the drive here. It's gonna be amazing. I got the fan.
Yes,
going.
I'll only be stopping to get some Sudafed on my way. So just as a heads up.
Fair. Well, you got 2 hours, so I'm not too worried.
Yeah.
So I am super excited for everything that's going to happen today. But I do. Yes, you were right. I got 0 amounts of sleep last night because I blame you a little bit because all right. Technically, I guess I should blame me.
But why do that when you can blame someone else?
Exactly. So I'm just going to blame you.
Yeah.
I told you to watch Picard last night when we talked.
Mm-hmm.
You did. And I said, tell me as soon as you're done. Yeah. And he did.
Mm-hmm.
And so when he raved about it and he told me about the tears, and we'll get into that episode, but I watched it again.
See?
I watched it again. And that was the third time. That was the third time yesterday that I watched it. Just because you got me into it again. And then so there I am. I watch the show again, and then I think about it, and then I start thinking about casters. And it's like 11:15. I'm like, I can get some sleep. This is a good amount of sleep. I'll wake up at 6. It'll be fine. 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock. And every hour that passed, I'm like, if I go to sleep right now, I can get this amount of sleep. And then I get up to go and pee. And that because my brain is automatically like, dude, just go pee. Okay. So I go and get up and pee.
Everything good happens in the bathroom. I'll just go pee.
And it takes forever. So then I get back in bed and it's so comfortable. Like we put on new sheets last night. I took a shower right before I went and laid down. And let me tell you, people, if you don't know about new sheet day, I'm sure you all put new sheets on your bed. If you don't, I'm sorry, but you need to.
Yeah.
But if you can put new sheets on your bed, make sure, just make sure you take a shower, maybe an hour or two before bed, really clean every bit of you off and go lay on those new sheets. It is glorious. Unless you're running a 16-hour fundathon the next day. Then you're awake, and that's it, and that's how you live.
That's amazing that you're able to stay awake in bed. That's my issue with going to bed, is I'm always like, you know what? The moment I lay down in bed, the chances of me waking up like before the 7-hour mark is just not going to happen. So if I don't get to sleep at the right time, I can't go to bed. Like, bed has been removed from the equation. Otherwise, I simply will not wake up. You've experienced it in our friendship.
Oh, yeah.
If I'm in the bed, it's over. Whereas that's why I crash on couches, chairs, any weird place, floors. I'll sleep anywhere but a bed, unless I have a set amount of time where I can safely get that rest.
And if you know Casey well enough, you should know, or even if you don't, here I'm going to give you the inside input on it.
Here's a scoop.
He barely ever sleeps. So you have to, he's like Dr. Flox. So he barely ever sleeps. So you have to make him. Time. Dude, sometimes I got to make you go into the bed. Like, there's a guest room. Get in there, lay in the bed and go to sleep. Because then I know he's going to get a solid 8 hours because nothing is bothering him.
It's true. That's the only place I'll get 8 hours too. And it'll be glorious. And I'm not like anti-sleep. I just don't do it. It's not like I'm against it.
You do too much. Calm down.
I love sleep. Sleep is a glorious, wonderful thing, but I just can't always get to it. It's one of those like proper sleep is for rich people. That's why Paul Rudd is one of the most privileged human beings on earth, because the man gets over 8 hours of sleep every night.
He has to. You can't look like that at like almost 60.
That's what he said his secret was just sleep. And I'm like, well, I mean, that's cool, but what's it like to have within a 24-hour day the ability to just take 18 hours away? Like, I'm good.
That's fair.
What is it, 16 hours? That's insane. You're only awake for 16 hours a day? No, no, no. Nay, nay, my friend.
I want to point something out that John said here, and Kathleen, I'm getting yours in just a sec. John says, you know how some video games won't let your character rest if there are enemies nearby, and then I think about all the times I couldn't sleep without a discernible reason. Here's the thing: that's not Casey's problem. There could be a battalion of enemies. We could be sitting here, and it's like sleep time. This dude will zonk out. Doesn't matter if the enemies are staring at him right in the face. And then it's just like, but me, my brain just will not shut off. My brain is just like, ah. So I'm hoping by 11:15 tonight, I'm passed right out.
Yeah, hopefully. But yeah, John, that's kind of the fun part is that I can't rest if there's anything nearby. Not just enemies. If there's anything that excites me, I'm like, I could just read this real quick before bed, or let me watch another episode of this real quick before bed, or I probably could like clean that real quick before bed. Like,
yeah.
and all these times, yeah. Oh, and then I'm awake, and I'm staying bed, but I never actually get bed. I just stare at it. I just stare at it like it's an eventual goal. Like one day, if you work hard enough and put in the real effort, you'll be able to lay there. It'll be nice. It'll be nice when that happens. We don't know when, but it's things I'm shooting for this year.
I would give body parts to be able to sleep the way you do. That's not even a joke. Like I would let somebody pick the body part as long as I could remain alive.
Yeah. Yeah, of course.
Like if I could just sleep, I have not had like, because when you're awake and this is nothing new to anybody, but like when you're awake at 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning and you're the only one and you're laying in bed and it's dark, you hear things.
Oh yeah.
And I already hallucinate because of the salvia I smoked 10 times 15 years ago.
You already rewired your brain. You're broken.
It's so broke. I see people who aren't there. And my wife will and I'm just like, oh, and like I'll freak out for a sec because I see out of the corner of my eyes somebody staring at me from like the corner of our house, and I jump, and my wife is just like, "What's wrong?" And I'm just like, my brain is acting up again. Like I see things, but I swear to God, I'd never happen until after I smoked that salvia, and nobody told me there's a limit to smoking salvia.
Well, I mean, there's only the limits that you put on yourself, bro.
Yeah, there should be
limitation is really the. I think you're right. It is the scourge of all drug users that we self-regulate. Someone else should come around and just tell us how much we take, and that way we can just be given the proper amount and go enjoy ourselves.
Exactly. Not have friends who are like, "This will be funny," and just keep letting you do it over and over again.
Yeah, never trust your friends. Like trust your friends in 99.9% of things, but never with drugs.
Never. That's
never with drugs
too. It's the worst one to not trust them about. Here, try this. It'll be fun.
Yeah. Okay. Like I can't tell you how many friends I was like, yeah, you should try eating this. And they're like, but just a little bit, right? And I'm like, why would you eat just a little bit of drugs? Do all the drugs. Like I'm the worst person to have around giving advice because I'm like, you could do more. Like just try more. You'll just completely disassociate and have your own new world. Go enjoy.
No, after the salvia, I can't. I mean, I don't mind in a little pot here and there, but and by little, I mean exorbitant. I mean,
I need 14 gummies a day.
Could you imagine? I mean, I know I'm not going to die, but still, like that's going to be amazing.
Well, it sounds like a new challenge. See, I'm already doing it. I'm already giving this terrible. I can't turn it off. This is why I was a great bartender. Because I am a legal drug dealer, man.
Yeah, you were a great bartender. You were a great bartender. But you were like the worst bartender because like you pushed and it worked. And you were like, yeah, I would never like drinking in case you would because when we met, he was bartending full time. And then when I moved in with him, he wasn't. He was bartending part time.
Yeah.
And when he bartended full time, you drank.
You drank.
When he bartended part time, I didn't like to drink. So I was like, cool. I don't go out on the nights he's bartending. Because if I did, he was going to make me drink. It was so subconscious that he would just, as you're talking to him, he would just put it in front of you, and as you'd finish, he'd have another one in front of you. And he would do this to everybody. He was a great bartender. But for me, I'm like, I don't have anything to drink. By 2 hours later, I'm hammered. And I'm like, what did you do to me, you hell beast?
I was what they called a smooth criminal back in the day.
You were good at it. Kathleen, I'm sorry. I tried to donate 4 times and GoFundMe won't process. Okay, hold on. I'm sorry. Let me just see if there's any issues with it. Oh no.
What's the matter?
Kathleen, you donated $10,000.
We got you with the surprise button, Kathleen. You just keep hitting submit, and it's like it's just not working.
I'm gonna go shave now. The whole body at this point.
Oh Lord,
Kathleen. I'm not gonna
show
be
it. Like a beautiful. Well, you would technically be a beautiful dolphin.
I don't want to be a dolphin. Those are the worst.
Why not? There's like 9 different versions. You don't have to be a bottlenose dolphin that's all like rapey and murdery.
Are those the ones that are the bad ones?
Yeah. Yeah.
What's the difference between a dolphin and a porpoise?
A dolphin is a porpoise. A porpoise is just like the version of the step up. So
it's
so like in your kingdom, your family, like the way it breaks down. Oh my gosh! If my biology teacher is watching, I'm so sorry, Miss Garcia. Like this is so bad.
It's like the dolphin is the porpoise the unicorn of the dolphin world. Dude, I am
still a narwhal. That's still a narwhal.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
Yep.
I mean, they do have the stick on their head.
One giant tooth, a tooth out of their forehead.
Is that a tooth? Is that what unicorns have?
Yeah, it's a tooth, bro.
Oh, the proper answer is they don't fucking exist, Casey. Can't be a tooth.
Thanks, Holden, you bastard.
You did that to me the other day.
I'm glad I got imagination. Yeah.
I'm glad I got that one back. You did that to me, and I'm like, oh shit.
I did. I nailed you with it.
Such a shitty moment for me because I'm like, My wife says the same thing, Kathleen. She's like, on new sheet day, she has to shave her legs, which she says feels amazing.
Same.
Kathleen gets on my case about snoring while I'm watching things at night. Yes, I'm barely sleeping, but I can still hear the TV. Leave me alone. Finish the story.
Same. Like sometimes I'm taking the story through osmosis, just because I'm laid out and my feet are reclined, and I'm laying down with a blanket over me, and I've got a pillow behind my head, and my eyes are closed. Does not mean I'm asleep.
That's true. That's true. We've learned that the hard way because he'll get mad at you.
I will.
We'll have something on and you come in and change it and you're like, well, he's sleeping. It's not a big deal. And he's snoring.
Mm-hmm.
And like as soon as you change, I was watching that. Just like, and he gets mad at you and you're like, all right, I'm sorry. You thought you were sleeping.
It's nice to know that I could come home and enjoy a show in my own house. Gosh.
I love it.
While asleep. Like while fully asleep. I'm not coherent at all. Like how I'm aware that it's a disturbance in the force sort of deal.
You
just notice something is happening. It's like, no.
I know I don't have the force because there are so many talented people and I don't have that. So
I don't have that. I don't have one of those called skills. I don't.
No, I have skills. I don't have talent. There's a difference.
I can do things. Just not always.
I mean, I can do things, but it takes me a while to learn it. Like, whereas everybody else, it's like, oh man, like I'm just naturally good at this. It's like, what is that like? Like, I don't even know.
What's it like to just wake up and do stuff? Decently.
Dude, there are people from high school who message me and they're like, hey man, I saw your show. I didn't know you could talk. Like I just like I was such an introvert in high school. Like I got along with people, but I was really an introvert. And they're just like, I can't believe he's doing this.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just like, I forced myself to learn it.
Yeah, it's like how I learned basketball. I just kept going out there. I was never good at it, but I definitely learned how to, basketball. And then I think one of the last games I ever played, I fouled out because I just kept I was just being kind of a jerk, playing this team that was way better than us, and we were getting smoked. So one of the guys that I knew, I kept like giving him a hug every time he'd go for a layup. I got called for 3 fouls, just boink.
I was the worst basketball player because, of course, I was high school. I think the most I got my senior year of high school, I think I was 6'4", and I was 5'6" my freshman year. Yeah, it was a big jump. So 5'6", and then over that summer, I grew to 6 foot. Nobody recognized me. And I got a new hair. My brother was like, your bowl cut looks like crap. Let's go. I'm getting a haircut. And then like I got basically this. Like I'm still stuck with it. It's like just push it forward, flip it up.
Yep.
And that's what
Daly. But yours is better than Carson's. But I remember the front flip.
I stuck with that since 1997. If it works, it works.
I decided to keep changing because I love chaos.
No, I like what you got now. I like your like the mohawk type. Like it's from Thomas Jane from The Expanse.
Yep.
You look good with that. You had it on the other day when we were shooting stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Shooting those videos. I was like, that looks really good on you. Like you have a
thanks, man.
Not a lot of people can pull that off.
I appreciate it. Thanks, bro. Yeah. I actually tried to like comb it up and make it fancy last night. So that way when I'd wake up this morning, it would take a little bit of work, like an extra minute, and I'd be able to look nice. And I was like, okay, that way I can pull it off, if we have any reason for me to do that. And then this morning I looked at myself in the mirror and I went, there's no way. This hair is doing 14 different things and moving in every direction, just trying to disagree with me. The back was pointing up and to the side. And I was like, nope,
yeah.
Hat.
Yeah, my like when my hair gets longer, like it just like flattens when you lay on the pillow.
Yeah.
And I woke up, I went to the bathroom this morning. I was like, all right, get ready for the show. And I just jumped right in the shower. I was like, let's make it nice and toasty. Let's get it nice and good. So as we were talking about, let me go back to my basketball story because
your basketball story where you were incredibly good.
No. I mean, I was pretty good. Like I was a good player. I played better in street ball than I did in like rec league when I played. Sure. I didn't play for my high school. But my thing was like I was a pretty good shooter, and I thought maybe I should play power forward.
Mm-hmm.
And they stuck me on center because I was the tallest. I was like,
yeah,
I can dribble, and I know I'm lanky, and I know I run like a squid, but I can dribble. I have pretty good ball control.
That's what she said, right? Hey, never lost it.
Still there, just changed to a different ball.
We cannot get away from that. Anytime it talks about private parts, we're just children.
It is funny too because I played like actual other sports that required balls, and I'm talking about basketball like this. So they stuck me on center. So I'm like, I'm just like, I'm not great on defense, but I'm a good shooter, and I'm good, and I can dunk. Like that was the best part. I was like tall, lanky, skinny kid who could jump. Like I could dunk. But I just played better street ball. Like my defense was there because you got a little rough in street ball.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And I didn't mind that as much. Like, but I would always cause a foul.
Same all the time. Yeah. I mean, especially with those big old booties we were growing up with. I mean, now not really. I would look like a matchstick man. Like I looked I was built by just twigs. a few leaves every here and there to be like, is that a muscle?
It's same here, brother. You're hitting the nail on the head when it comes to that. But yeah, so they would get mad at me in the rec league. That's why I couldn't play high school. They would get mad at me because like I would catch the rebound from when we were on defense, and I would just become the point guard and just dribble down, and they would be like, "What are you doing?" And I'm just like, they're like, "Go get down there. They need you." And I'm like, "No, I'm going to shoot a 3."
No, this is where I need to shoot from way downtown.
And like now mind you, I know I'm making it sound like, oh, he was pretty good. He said he could ball handle. Like I was, but I wasn't a point guard. Mm-hmm. So when that would happen, that's why I said like power forward was probably, or shooting, or small forward. Not really because I was too big, but if you put me a power forward, I bet you I could have done really well.
Yeah, I was a power forward. We had another kid on our team who was center, who was just a little bit bigger than me and like way better at basketball. And then we had our other shooting guard who was phenomenal. And then our point guard was actually one of my best friends, and she was so damn good at basketball. It was insane watching her play. She was great. So we got this team of monsters who are all crushing it, and then me just being goofy, like, hi, how's everybody doing? Like, always missing something. Like, I got more steals than rebounds in a couple games just because I would wait for the other guys to come down with it and be like, mine.
I love that.
How was that guy? I get in there and get scrappy. They're like, box out. I'm like, I can't, because like anyone would put pressure against me, and I just like fly to the other end of the gymnasium, just into a wall. It's just I weighed nothing. It was ridiculous.
I could see that though. I could see you being scrappy.
Yeah. Was like, oh yeah, always.
My brother AJ, who you guys would have seen on the show like a month ago, he was like that. He played real scrappy at everything. And dirty. He was. We can all agree he probably played dirty.
He just straight up does the WWE like crotch move. Bam! Oh, it's a low blow.
It's a low blow. We got a real slobber knocker going on here.
Oh, can you believe this? Oh, he can't beat him, so he has to beat him the wrong way.
Kathleen says now it's processing. Awesome. I have mom sleep. It's like sleep without sleep. Trust me. And that does not go away as a parent until like 6 or 7.
Mom sleep is pretty special. I've definitely seen it in action, and it's one that I'm not. I don't know. It's an impressive sleep, but it's the fact that you wake up to everything, not anything, everything. That's the one. That's the part of mom sleep that I'm like, that sucks. Because I still have dad sleep where you could be mid conversation, turn your head around, turn back, and I'm out. It's like just.
See, I'm still on that. I think where my wife, like for me, I was able to not much, but like a little more than my wife when they were babies. You know, so young. I was like, they're gonna be in their beds. They're gonna be like in the crib, in the bed. So like, I'm not that worried about it. You know, you're worried, you're scared. It's constant terror all the time.
Constantly. Yeah. Are they breathing?
All the time? And you're going to check. But I think I could associate it by like 1 a.m. when it's like, all right, I think I could try and get 5 hours sleep. But my wife couldn't. She was so worried. But now she can sleep. And now I'm worried because they're older. And I'm like, what are you going to get into?
Yeah, wait, I got to make sure that I'm there to catch them when they try to sneak out. I mean, there's so many things going on.
Oh, my God.
It's amazing. I mean, you've even positioned one of your boys in a room where he's not able to easily get out the window. It's amazing.
Oh, I know all the tricks. I'm not getting that. They're not getting away with that. I know exactly what's going to happen. And it's like, nope, it's not going to happen.
All of a sudden, he's going to be like, it'd be great out here. What if you guys put up like a beautiful rose garden tress? Just a little truss right up here. Like, what do you think, Ma? Like, he's just trying to sell for like horticulture and building around the area. I just want to make it look pretty. Meanwhile, he's built himself like a way to get down.
Dude, Jack's room is right out. The back porch is roof is right there. Mm-hmm. And it's like, and I told him, I was like, never open that window. I was like, if you step on that porch roofs are I'm sorry. I was lying to him completely, but I was like, porch roofs are designed to break and fall if you step on them.
Absolutely. They are. Everyone knows that.
Well, I don't think he believes me anymore because he watched roofers on a house across the street like 2 weeks ago. And so he's not going to go out there because I think he realizes like, oh no, I could die.
Yeah. Oh no, the death thing is still there. Yeah.
But yeah.
Well, that was one thing I always miss. Hey, Dave. Good morning.
Hey, David. Good morning, buddy.
I always wish that I had that, because I remember hanging out at my house and I loved getting on the roof of the old little house in Connecticut.
Mm-hmm.
I was a big fan, but I want to be able to get my daughter a place that has like, a balcony outside and you can walk out. And then I think about all of the terrible things that have happened with balconies and people getting out of their house, like Romeo and Juliet. Terrible. That's honestly, as I've gotten older, that has just become a warning tale. Like, don't fall in love as a child. It will end badly. Like, if you were under the age of 24, it's not going to be good. It's very rare.
I was watching something the other day about Shakespeare, actually, where People will I guess people are on the internet are freaking out. I mean, it's God forbid he was around in the 1400s, but whatever. They were freaking out about the age of Juliet. She was 13 in the play.
Right.
And like why? And somebody who studies Shakespeare came on and was like, here's the deal. It was like Shakespeare very rarely in any of his plays ever mentions anybody's age. You don't even know how old Hamlet is. But he emphasizes that she's 13 quite a bit in that play. And I think the point is you were all missing that he's saying that she's 13 years old, and this is asinine, even the way it ends.
We're hypersexualizing this child who still is just learning to come to terms with themselves as a, human being, who is starting to become. And I understand there's always that argument of, but I mean, they married young back then. Of course they did. I mean, your average life expectancy was like 32. So it's not like you had a lot going for you.
Yeah, dude.
Most of the common people died early. Women were married off. Girls were married off at 15, 16 because they had no life in prospect. They were going to work the farm or be a smith. Yeah. It's not how things were. And you just accept the times and read it for what it is in that slice of that time period. And Shakespeare making the point that 13-year-olds should remain children, not become love interests who are definitely going to stab themselves with daggers.
And maybe take that as the point, people. So don't allow your 13-year-old to be so in obsessively in love that she's willing to murder herself over that love.
Well, and how about those crappy parents who barely paid attention to Juliet?
Well, they had a lot going on. The Montagues, the Capulets, and
Capulets. Yeah, no, I mean, Capulets. I don't care. And then they really were like jerks to her by locking her up after the whole Tybalt incident. Like they were never really good parents.
Listen,
I think there's a lot of lessons to be taken from all of the Shakespeare plays. Don't be a jerk parent.
Who's your favorite? And I do not want to know any Shakespeare. I want to know Romeo and Juliet. Who's your favorite character?
All right, so I really like Tybalt in that, but Mercutio is my dude.
That's my dude.
Mercutio is 100% the guy, man. The one in the middle. I love him. Ask me tomorrow, you'll find me a grave man. You've made worms food of me.
He is ready, dude. He's like all in it. He's like, I'm a friend. I'm gonna kick some butt.
Oh, he's Romeo's bro to the end. Meanwhile, the Montague boys are idiots. God, I didn't like him at all. Like Benvolio, man, he was just. I never understood why they thought they were so cool. They were real jerks.
David has a good point here. Yeah, the female roles were all played by men because women weren't allowed to act back then.
Mm-hmm.
And
women didn't have a lot of rights for anything.
Anything at all. They just didn't want to hear women talk unless it was like, hey, that's it.
Yeah, that was the whole thing.
So Shakespeare really tried, because I've seen the movie and I understand. Ben Affleck told me that a woman's going to be in the play. So I've seen that movie.
Really, one of the better ones. Oh, what?
That's why we love you, David, because you played Mercutio. We love him.
Heck yeah.
He's an awesome character, and you're an awesome dude.
One of the best, man. One of the best characters. I've always loved him. I've always thought he was great. Tybalt's fun because he's a good jerk. He's a really good antagonist.
Who is your favorite character in Shakespeare all throughout?
Probably Dominic or Claudio from Much Ado About Nothing.
Dominic or Claudio from what?
Much Ado About Nothing.
That's a good one. That's a really good one.
Dominic is always great because, I mean, he's the guy who insists on being a bachelor and will never fall in love, and women, he's forlorn and he's scorned and he's done with it. And then, he gets softened and Hero gets softened, and it's beautiful. Well, Beatrice. He and Beatrice hook up. And it's a beautiful back and forth, because I'm kind of at that point in my life where I'm like, nope, done. Relationships are stupid. And, not even going to bother.
When you become,
why put in the effort? Boo.
When you love yourself the way we all love you, and you see it for yourself, that's when it will happen. Because you cannot have love until you self-love. Remember that, everybody.
That was deep.
Thank you. And that was literally, I actually don't even 100% know what I said.
Oh, good. I love the blackout boat. We're still in there. Got
I
plenty
do
of time.
remember, and I stand by it. And you know what? I learned that lesson from How I Met Your Mother. As dumb as that show is, the one lesson I took from it, which they ruined in the end, they took that lesson.
Yeah.
This was the lesson for 9 years, and in the last episode, they blew it up.
Yep.
They blew it up, and they were like, you know what? Everything we told you for 9 years, we're gonna completely ruin it.
Well, it's always strange how they did that with every character and every arc and every story. They're like, well, it's not going to be the one you think it's going to be. And then it always winds up going back to it somehow, some way. Barney's character always goes back to being Barney's character. You know what I mean? Anytime there wasn't a lot of room of growth. And Ted never grew. He just whined his way through it.
Everybody else grew in that except for him.
Yes. Everybody else grew. Ooh, hey, give me a minute. I got to go to my door because I have my delivery here as well.
Ooh, I'm going to go over some comments to come back, and I'm going to tell you my favorite Shakespeare character.
Stay tuned.
All right, everybody. So let's see what you guys are saying. All right, David, what's the amount? George says, what's the amount up to? George, let me double check because it's been a little bit since I actually looked. It is still at 115 standing. Still can't, but I appreciate that. I mean, we are over a fifth towards the goal. The goal is 500, and we really appreciate you guys. This is something that really means a lot to us. We see Snobnation members who suffer, family and friends who are suffering with MS, and it, like, if you haven't witnessed what it can do to people and how much pain it can cause them, it sucks. It really does. It's not. That's not even like the best thing I could say, because like it's heartbreaking. Like the things that you go through, it really truly breaks your heart. And so we're doing this to raise funds to help the best we can. So if you guys can donate anything, we truly appreciate you. Please share this out, share the link out. Hopefully we can get some more people on board. But let's see what everybody else is saying. David Gregory says Eric LaSalle's Tybalt.
Dude, Eric LaSalle. No, he's saying he played Mercutio to Eric LaSalle's Tybalt.
Wait. Really?
Yeah, that's like he played Mercutio to Eric LaSalle's Tybalt.
That's amazing.
That's dope.
Do you have that on video? I know it was a play, but is there a video version of it? I would love to see that. I would love to see it in action, man.
I want to see it. That would be wonderful.
David, if you could send us, I mean, I know we can look it up, but send us your recommendation of like 4 or 5 movies that you were in that you think we should definitely check out. I would love to see in action, man. So please, send that to us.
Yeah, I love that. Absolutely.
Happy Casters for a Cause Day. Thank you, Mrs. Scene Snob.
What's up, Bear?
I like that she particularly changed her name to Mrs. Scene Snob on her YouTube account for that, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
That's awesome. Well, because she's a wonderful human being.
What's up, John and George?
George.
I know you're saying George. I'm just kidding.
Who's Jorf? And now I want to definitely I want to name it. I want another kid now just so I can have a Jorf.
I'm going to call my brother Jorf all the time.
Jorf and Bug instead of Doug and Bob, Bug. But like Boog, you have to say it like a jerk.
I am going to call Jorf G3 that for no, I'm just kidding. I love it, George. Snobnation, what's going on, man? How you doing, Dale?
Dale,
I got into my surfing days for a second there. I don't know what just happened.
What's up, bro? Jack, bro.
It's been a while since I've been on a board. I don't have the core strength anymore.
Oh, I think you could. I believe in you.
Yeah, I do not.
Well,
I can barely get up the stairs without my knee giving out.
Well, that's why you do it in the water. It's better for your body.
Not on a board. It's so much harder.
Well, then just boogie board. That way you don't even have to worry about popping up.
I'm not some pussy who's going to be on a boogie board.
I totally am. I'm the kid. I'm running with like the 40-year-olds on the wakeboard. I'm like, this is as far as I go.
Dude, let me tell you what. Oh, my favorite character, just so
yes, I want to know your favorite character in all of Shakespeare.
Is actually, it's kind of a tie, and it's the same play. It's my favorite play. But I love these characters. The man the play is named after isn't as three-dimensional as these two characters are in it, and it's Mark Antony and Brutus. and Julius
yeah,
Caesar.
you love yeah, Caesar,
Love it.
man. Yep.
I love it's and they are fantastic in it, and just the way they juxtapose them with Brutus being such a main character in the beginning, then to it turning to Mark Anthony and that beautiful monologue he gives. It's just, I love that place so much. And I was very lucky enough, I have no idea where it is, but our good buddy Jeremy, who shows up every so often, we did the haunted house. We went on the haunted house with them, or the I guess it's not a haunted house, but
Well, the haunted building. We went on the ghost search.
yes,
Ghost hunt. There it is. We went hunting with Jeremy.
We went hunting with Jeremy for ghosts. He and I played conspirators in a movie, and it was a post-apocalyptic version of Julius Caesar, and we were one of 13 people, and it focused more on who is the woman's character's name? Cassiopeia. Yeah, I don't know why I'm drawing a blank on it. That focused more on from her point of view. That movie.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah, it was definitely because it was just that outside perspective.
I like when they do that, when they tear down different Shakespeare characters, like Rosencrantz and Guildenstern are dead, is fantastic. And yes, that's much more tongue-in-cheek, but it is wonderful. Recently, the Ophelia movie that came out was really good. The idea of doing Ophelia from the, because you get the standpoint of this poor girl who just gets completely broken and destroyed. Her family gets murdered around her. Like, the man that she loves just basically spits in her face after humping her. And then he's like, yeah, I'm glad we did all that. And we were definitely going to get married. But now you should probably just go to a nunnery. Be done. Be done with love. It's stupid. Don't fall in love as she's in love with you. And you're telling her not to fall in love. It's terrible.
You know how many men I know who are like that?
Oh, yeah. Hamlet is not an uncommon guy. Like his that type of personality, it's a thing.
People really need to realize, if you haven't read Hamlet, read it, because the movies are great, and especially the Laurence Olivier version, very good. But they are Hollywood.
Of course. I mean, even the Branagh version that does the whole play.
Yeah.
They didn't get rid of the Finland part. And that was great.
Dude, read the play, people, because I'm telling you, Hamlet's an asshole.
Yeah.
He's just he's the least asshole in that play.
Well, no, I think we all know Horatio is the least asshole because he's the friend.
Okay.
Horatio's the only one who's not a jerk in the whole thing, because at no point does he want to kill anyone. The whole time, everyone around Horatio is dying, and he's like, what's happening?
Yeah, it's true. He is a fun character in that. In a dismal play, he is a very fun character.
It's true.
See, I was well read back in the day. I read a lot of books.
Yeah, it was perfect. Although I have to say, one of the best comic reliefs, because I always love that Shakespeare puts in a character that's just there to be funny. Like there's a purpose to it. And Much Ado About Nothing, it's the sheriff.
In Romeo and Juliet, it's the priest.
Exactly. There's always that goofball character who kind of breaks the monotony. But the one that I love and will forever love is in Macbeth. And it's one of my favorites because it's the gatekeeper who's just drunkenly screaming at them as the army's trying to come in. And they're like, let us in. And he's like, who are you? And he's just ridiculous and loud. It's a lot of fun.
I think people just don't realize sometimes. I think it's a lost art form to read Shakespeare. It's almost like a niche.
Yeah.
Like you have to really be into it. The only reason we really got into it when we were young, it was because we were, I say, forced to read it, and we were.
Oh yeah, 9th grade Romeo and Juliet.
First appreciated it. Like we did it, and the cool part about it was in class we would act it out.
Yep.
So we do the little plays and stuff, and so I got really into it and started reading it more and more and understanding it because I like the play format. So it's funny when I think back at how many books I read and because my dad was very strict on that. He once a month we had to pick a book and we had to write a book report for him. I'm sorry, I say we, I meant me. My brothers and sisters didn't have to do it. And for some reason I think he thought I didn't know how to read, so he kept testing me every month. So if I pick the Goosebumps, he's like, those are for fun. Like, you're going to read classics. And I was like, okay,
Yeah.
all right, fine. So I would do that. Ask me how many books I read now.
Mick, how many books do you say you read now?
Do comic books count?
Of course.
Oh, then a lot.
Yeah. No, comic books absolutely count. It's reading.
I read maybe a book a year. Maybe. And it's not that I'm against reading. I love, like, I'll read with my kids and stuff, and I promote reading for them.
You should see him. He's absolutely against it. He's like, no way, no one read anymore. I'm tired of these people all being poisoned with these stories.
I'm not doing it.
What is this? To Kill a Mockingbird. I don't need an instructional book about how to murder animals. All right. That's not what I'm here for.
Whenever my 11-year-old starts talking about, oh, I got to read this in school, or I got to do this, and I'm like, that's a great book. You need to read it. He's like, you've read it? I was like, I've read them all. Mm-hmm. Everything we have here, I've read them. I just can't read anymore because my eyes don't work the right way. I'm telling you, my brain rewired at some point, and now when I read, my eyes just like blur a little bit. And I know,
because you're getting old.
I know. When my wife got glasses, she's like, I think you need them too. And I was like, I definitely need them. And that's the end of that conversation.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, we watch a lot of television and a lot of shows, and our eyes definitely deal with the strain, buddy.
Yeah. It got to a point for me where it's like, I'm not ready for glasses. I'm not.
Oh, come on. You're there. You're in your 40s. It's time.
I can't do it. I'm not in my 40s. What are you talking about? You're a liar. I'm not in my 40s. What are you nuts?
I woke up this morning 27. Look at me. Peak physical health. I'm fine.
Dude, if I woke up 27, you guys would not recognize me. Oh my God.
What's too funny.
David's favorites are The Tempest. Ooh, that's a great one. Richard III.
Yeah.
I mean, you're naming 3 really great ones, so I'm totally with you on this.
Richard III, though, I'm super there with you. I would love, and this one is one of the reasons. So Ian McKellen did Richard III set in World War II. Phenomenally well done. And I would just love to be Richard because I just want to be that same jerk. I want to have the hump.
He's such a jerk.
And be the mean, just everyone's against you, and you're always like you're out to get everyone because you're convinced everyone's out to get you, when in fact, like, everyone just wanted to be nice to you. People were trying to be kind to you, and you're still like, no, I'll be mean. It's like, why? Don't understand it. Doesn't make any sense. So you're going to kill your brother because you're going to kill your brother's kids because you want power that badly? Oof. Yeah, it's a great story. Real happy one.
It's so uplifting.
It really is. It's a tale of overcoming adversity.
You know what was messed up? I started watching. I don't know why I got caught up in it, but I started watching Succession this week.
Oh, did you? Okay, I'm curious because it looks terrible.
Well, here's the thing. So I watched season 1.
Right.
It's very Shakespearean.
Mm-hmm.
Very Shakespearean. In nature. That's it. Very well acted. I mean, the entire cast is great in it, and the storyline is odd and weird, but cool at the same time. It's so dark. I was like, I don't know if I'm going to watch this anymore. I was like, this is so negative. This is Game of Thrones in modern day with just one family.
Yeah, see, I don't need that. Look, I have that in Yellowstone. Yellowstone does that just fine, and they have occasionally beautiful landscape. They murder some weird random ranch hand, and usually there's a beautiful woman that passes the camera at least twice. So I'm good. I'm good. That's all I need. Succession looks really boring and in depth, and I don't want to do that.
It is very in depth. The difference between Yellowstone and this is because in Yellowstone you still get those moments where there's care.
Yeah, there's still something positive. Succession seems like it's just going down the rabbit hole of horse shit.
So
I don't know.
No care in Succession.
Yeah.
Although Kieran Culkin, who plays a piece of shit, he's straight. That's it. Like, and he will tell you, he plays a piece of shit, but he is amazing in that role.
Really,
he is great in it. He plays that son. I cannot explain him any better than he's a piece of shit. They all are, but he's like a real piece of shit.
Nah, see, here's the thing, man. If you're gonna have a piece of shit, you need at least like dragons, or occasionally someone naked, something, something other than just. And Succession's is that on, what is that, HBO?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, so they should be able to have naked people.
They
That
do.
makes life easier. Oh, they do.
Mhm.
Oh, okay. So they do break up the monotony of sadness with nudity.
Not like I only watched first season, but not like in a normal HBO show, like not Game of Thrones, where I thought, in my opinion, there was just too much nudity at times.
Now, disagree, but that's fine.
Well, when you're fast forwarding to it, of course not.
Well, it's the perfect amount.
You have to stop every 3 seconds on that show.
Casey, it wasn't 47 minutes. It's like, well, I mean, if you repeat and rewind, it is.
Fair. So, but he is like, but here's the thing, he's a likable piece of shit.
True. Okay.
He's that type of guy that's just like, I can't believe you said that, and it's horrible, but all right, I get where you're coming from. You're just good. Your whole family's a piece of shit.
I mean, that doesn't excuse it away to be like, well, no, it's fine. If you're going to be a piece of shit, I get that piece of shit.
But okay, so think about it in terms of this. If the father is like, and he's not, he's playing more of a Rupert Murdoch type than a Donald Trump type.
Okay.
Where it's actually, you have a brain in your head. And I'm not defending Rupert Murdoch, but he does have a brain in his head. The other one doesn't. So you would imagine, like, if this is like a Donald Trump type, he's probably the Donald Jr.
Mm-hmm.
Or if not, who's the other one? Who's the other idiot
Eric.
brother? Eric. He's more the Eric.
Okay.
Except he's not an idiot. He's a smart guy, but he doesn't care. He's like, I don't want to do this shit. He's like, why am I here? Like, he just wants to. I don't know. It's just odd. Like, I'm just gonna.
I mean, I could understand being a jerk if I was forced to do stuff when I lived if I lived a life where I didn't have to do stuff because I just had money and it was just there. That I'd be a very different person. My goodness.
What is
I would like dive head first into being privileged. Are you kidding me? That'd be phenomenal.
And he lives it and he understands it and he's weird. Yeah, he's just he plays that part really well, and he's the one that stands out because he plays that part really well. Like Jeremy Strong is good in it. He plays like the main brother who everybody thought was going to take over, and he does a good job with it. But he's odd. He's just an odd, like, he's a recovering addict who's just trying to like get his like marriage together, be a better dad, but he's not. Like, he just straight up isn't. Like, it's like he just doesn't know how.
Okay.
And he's trying to please his dad, but then when he loses the chance of taking over because his dad's just like, I'm just gonna stay, he loses his fucking mind and he starts doing drugs again, and he's like, I'm gonna take over the company. And it's like, and he tries unsuccessfully. Just in the first season, he tries unsuccessfully twice. It's 10 episodes. It's not like there's 26 episodes. And this dude unsuccessfully tried twice because he keeps screwing up and getting in his own way. The daughter's really good. I've never seen the daughter in anything else in my life.
Okay.
I'd like to say that I'm pretty privy to actors and movies and TV shows. I've never seen this actor before in my life. She's great. She does a great job in it. But I would tell you the ones that I love in this are the side characters, just trying to get in on the hustle in some way. And I'm enjoying that aspect, but like, I'm also watching Ted Lasso. Here's my dilemma.
What a different run between those two.
And Ted Lasso is a much better show.
Oh yeah.
Succession's great, but Ted Lasso is Ted Lasso I put on a Breaking Bad plane.
I'd agree with that. I think it's definitely achieved. It's up there with Scrubs and all the other greats.
Yeah. Actually, you know what? I would be hard pressed to like create a tier system from like, we'll do a top 10. Well, not top 10. We'll do a ranking of 10. Or not a ranking. What is it? The words I'm looking for? A tier system. I don't know why I just said it. I'm an idiot. So of 10, and 10 is like the Breaking Bads. the shows that were literally like, I would not put Scrubs on a 10. Here's why. I would put the first 8 seasons of Scrubs. But regardless of what anybody says, 9 exists. And I know why 9 exists, but it brings it down.
Now,
So
you and I will always disagree on this because season 8 was the end of Scrubs, the story. And then we got Scrubs, the spinoff.
But I agree to a point. And I get what you're saying, and I understand the defense of it, and I hope you never stop defending it, because
I will never. It is my absolute for me till the end of time, because we got a complete story. We got the story Bill Lawrence wanted to tell.
Ironically, I would put Scrubs, that because of that last season, only because of that last season, at either a 9 or an 8. So
it gets a 9 because of season 9. I'm cool with it. I will actually be okay with that. So, like, okay. Plus, sitcom, I think always it's harder to overcome reaching a 10, that perfection level. Yeah. Because it's a sitcom. So you're automatically pigeonholing yourself. Now, the door is open for you to have any story you want, but it's going to be a sitcom style story.
Yeah. I would put the only one that I might put at a 10 that I can think of at the moment that was just throughout perfect, even with all the changes it went through and everything else, is Cheers. But I might give it a 9 because I do think Sam and Diane should have got together in the end.
Yeah, I'm going to put Cheers at a 9 as well, because I think it's a perfect sitcom.
Yeah.
I think there are certain shows that nail that exactly what they're trying to be. And if you can nail what you're trying to be, that's awesome. Now, there's going to be the ones that transcend. And Game of Thrones, for me, transcended. Even though it had a crappy 8. It had a bad ending. I had a couple bad episodes in that bad ending. But to get there, the story that we got along the way was so incredible and absolutely worthwhile, and deserves being, represented strongly in that position. It changed. Nice. It changed, and it made a television event. If you create a television event that I want to hang out with people for, we did the same thing with Breaking Bad when we lived together.
Yeah.
Like, we took time to find those shows, and you sit down and you go, wow, let's watch this. Like, I want to engage with this. I want to get in that world. Picard has done that for me again.
Oh my God, dude. Oh my God. Let's talk about it before Billy comes on.
Well, because I want to finish this tier system though. Or do we want to hold the tier system with Billy? We could hold the tier system with Billy. That's fine.
We have 15 more hours to go. We're good. Like, we're gonna find time to talk about this stuff, so I'm not too worried about it. We'll save Picard for later. Let's keep talking about the tiers.
Okay.
But we're Breaking Bad is a 10 for me. And I'm so sorry about this, guys, but I am bleeding, so I want to make sure that it's caught up and not getting everywhere. So we bleed for this charity.
This is how committed we are.
Casey's gonna come over later and be on camera, and it's just gonna be my arm like reaching in, trying to cut him. You have to bleed too. It's like aliens. The aliens dream when she's up against the wall and the mouth comes out.
God,
it's just gonna be a kitchen knife next to her
the whole time. Well, much like Aliens 3, I'll put on an excavator suit and come after you.
Stay away from her. Get away from her, you bitch.
Get away from her, you bitch.
Is it stay away? No, it's stay away.
Is it stay? Right.
Because in Scream 2, he says, "Get away from her, you bitch," and then Randy goes, "I believe the correct line is stay away from her, you bitch," and that's why I'll never forget it.
And that's when Randy gets stabbed.
No, well, they said it in the film class in the beginning, which, by the way, as a man who went to film, well, I guess I was a man when I went to film class, but a much younger man. I went to film school, and I went with the hopes that every class would be just like that one.
Oh, yeah.
In that movie. It is not. Now, mind you, I'm glad it wasn't, because I learned so much more than just talking about movies. And that's why they do it in depth. They're like, hey, you actually have to make them, so shut up. But there are some classes that I was in, like our film history class, things like that, where you do get into those talks. And
I'm sure. Well, I mean, that's going to happen everywhere. People are inherently passionate about this stuff. You carry on. So what else do we have? So I feel like we've hammered out our 10 and 9. What's an 8 tier?
I would put one more for that kind of coexists with the Breaking Bad is Better Call Saul. I would put that at a 9 as well.
Okay.
It's almost a damn near perfect show, and the only reason I bring it down from Breaking Bad is because story to story, it's just like it felt like Breaking Bad was from the beginning to the end planned out.
I agree.
In some way, I'm not saying every facet, but it was planned out to like, well, this is where it's going to end up.
We knew where Walter White was going to go. Yeah.
Yeah. Better Call Saul doesn't feel like each season was planned out. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. They kind of start throwing. Well, and there's that one season where they kind of just started throwing everyone in. The season before last, they just started shoveling characters in, which was fantastic. I am not in any way putting that down.
They did a great job with them.
Because it was wonderful to see, and I will agree with your 9. I think it absolutely is up there, and it only adds to Breaking Bad. What else for you is like a 10? What constitutes 10?
10 is so tough to come by because when you get down to it, there's always going to be a season that lags. There's always going to be a season that went on way too long. Like that's what, and again, that's why, and I know, and I count spinoffs that are direct spinoffs.
Yes,
because like Happy Days had like 4 or 5 different spinoffs.
Joni Loves Chachi, baby.
Joni Loves Chachi, Mork and Mindy, Laverne and Shirley.
Yep. Shamil Shlamazel, House of Pfeffer Incorporated. We're gonna do it.
There's they had like so many, and Happy Days went on for too long. I would say Happy Days is up there. Happy Days is probably a 7 or an 8.
I go to 8 because of iconic, because it lasted, because it did a really good job. Kind of like Bonanza. Bonanza's not a show I'm going to watch again, but it's an 8 because I'll catch episodes.
You know what? Dan's here, and I did want to say, what's up, Dan? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, buddy.
Says happy Friday. But he gets into the talk, too. That's why I want to bring this up. It's good to be. I love it.
Phenomenology.
Did you guys say Buffy? I would put. Here's the problem, because of the crossover when it ended and then came back. Angel, I put it like a 6.
See, because Angel to me was better, but it still doesn't get over a 7.
The first season and the last season were great.
Yeah,
and a lot of people don't agree, but that Connor season was horrible.
So bad. It's so bad.
It's so bad.
So bad. And Gina Torres couldn't save it, man. Like, I love her so much. And then what they did to Charisma Carpenter was awful.
Oh my God. I was talking about just Connor. I didn't even talk about that.
Yeah, the whole Cordelia storyline. I mean, you talk about a way to completely just destroy a character.
Great character. That's
one of my favorite characters. Yep.
It's so, oh my God, that might even go down now because of that. Buffy for me would probably be at around a 7 because there were missteps.
Well, the Dawn. Shut up, Dawn.
Oh my God. Here's the thing. You have a great introduction. She's a key. You find out about that. It's such a well done thing. It's the last season at the time because I cried. I understand when she died. I cried. They're setting it up. Glory was a great villain. She's fighting a god. The Watcher Council's back. The whole thing. They're really doing it. But Dawn was annoying because they didn't know how to write her, and that continued through.
Oh yeah, no, it didn't get better until the last season. Literally, the last season when she's part of the army is the only time she finds her legs.
Yes. But by then, in my opinion, too late, and you're at a point where it's just, and she's still annoying.
Bro, I just need to say, as someone who has watched Buffy with you enough, and that's a lot, because it was a common show on all the time. It was always funny to me because you were the guy who would constantly always be like, "Shut up, Dawn." Every time she would talk, you have nothing positive for Dawn. And the only time I thought she was worthwhile was Michelle Trachtenberg's great.
I like the actor. And that's the thing that pissed me off was like, you're not utilizing this actor. And even as a child, she was really good actor.
Harriet the Spy. She was the bomb.
And she turned up in a lot of stuff at the time. And I was like, when she joined the show, I was like, oh, cool. I don't know how they're going to do it, but it's Buffy, so you can add whatever characters you want. They add this character. It was her sister. And out of nowhere, in a Dracula episode, which is the best. Which I'm glad they made Dracula one episode, and Spike hated him because he owes him money.
Yeah, and Dracula's just a prick. I love the idea of just being the artsy, over-the-top douchebag. Is so good.
See, here's the thing Dan says. Seasons 1 through 5 are S tier. I don't know what S tier is. We're at 1 through 10.
Let's just throw it out there. Let's make it a different one. All right, so there's S tier. You could be within the A frame. You could be up to a 1 through 10, and you could also. What's your favorite punctuation? I'm more of a colon guy, so I'd probably say that's definitely a big colon from me.
Stop making my shake. You're making the camera shake because I'm laughing. Whatever. I'm in mine. It's 1 through 10 because that's all I can. I have too much to do today. I'm going 1 through 10. Buffy would stay at a solid 7 for me because that 6th season lags. Season 7 got real good and it ended pretty good. But if you want to take both series finales, and let's face facts, they had 2. That 5th season series finale was the best.
Okay.
I know you disagree.
When she dies?
When she dies.
Okay.
And saves everything. She goes up against the god because we didn't know she was coming back.
Yeah, no, actually, okay. In the moment, it was phenomenal. I'll give you that. Yeah. Absolutely.
I thought that was a bold choice.
It was still Glory though, which was BS.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, she does suck, but no, I'm just kidding. I like Glory, but no,
Glory was all right. She wasn't as good as like the mayor at that point, who was
but nobody was as good as the mayor. The mayor is the best. The mayor was the absolute best. So you're never. And that 3rd season is the greatest season of Buffy.
Oh, hands down. That is the best way to close out high school. Is you have a demon come up and just destroy the school.
And all those,
it doesn't get better than that.
Season 4 has the best character development, in my opinion. It has some of the best episodes of the entire series. The Initiative sucked. I liked Mark Blucas, but I didn't like his character.
I liked everyone except Adam. Adam was just not a great bad guy.
I hated the doctor who ran the Initiative, and she was kind of.
She was dumb. Asshole. Well, she was just very wooden, you know. So, and I understand. They're going for the whole reanimator. She's supposed to be like the mad scientist who then gets control, but she's also a government official. So, and she's conniving, and you're supposed to like her and be motherly somehow. It's a very weird thing they try to do with her.
She just always came off as like a Karen.
Yeah, like just something to complain about, something shitty to be like, oh. You wouldn't believe I stepped in gum on the sidewalk today. Oh, my life is over.
Shut your goddamn mouth, lady. Dave Gregory says MASH, which I would put at a 10.
MASH deserves a 10.
Yeah.
I think it's a 10 tier. It is at that level.
There's because I remember each episode, and even the weakest episodes still had poignant moments.
I'll agree with that.
So I would put that as a 10. And that's a good part about MASH is every season was the same. And what I mean by that is it's the same setting. You didn't have that overarch. It was just we're in war and this is what we're doing. And I liked that about that show. That worked really well.
And I think Colonel Blake, that whole big drop with him is there are consequences. This is real. This is war. There are consequences. Yes, it's funny. We're being silly. But at the same token, there's a real thing happening here.
Yeah.
That's the group of people who are saving lives who are also the ones making all the jokes. And I love that they rotate people in.
And Dan's going to hate me for this one, but Dan says Golden Girls is a 10. And I would agree that Golden Girls is a 10. But Golden Palace exists, and it exists for a reason. You can call it a spinoff, but technically it takes it in the same direction. You lose one character, and that's why they did that. And it suffers, and that's why I would put it at a 9.
Who'd you lose in Golden Palace, Sophia?
No, it was B. Arthur left.
Oh, well, screw that show.
Yeah, she left. That's why they ended Golden Girls, and then when that ended, because she was leaving. She didn't want to do the show anymore, which I get. After it was like 10 seasons.
Yeah.
Everybody else went and did Golden Palace, which is where they bought a hotel and they were running it. And Don Cheadle was on it. And after, did you hear John Cheadle said when Betty White died?
No.
She said because he had such darker skin.
Yeah.
They wanted to replace him because Betty White's skin was so bright. It was so light. She started wearing darker makeup. So that way on camera they would match up better because she wasn't going to let him go. You know, she wasn't going to let him get fired over the color of his skin. And he said that himself. Like, that was his story.
Wow.
So I thought that was really cool.
That's amazing. Well, now I don't want to crap on it, but I still think Golden Girls is a 9. It's kind of like Frasier, Seinfeld. All of those shows never quite 10 for me. They're great, but because they cycle in the same place, they all sit at 9.
I'd argue. I could argue for Seinfeld being a 10.
I could see the argument. I will not actually push back on that. If you say 10, I understand 10. But I don't think they reach timeless. But then the humor is funny.
Yeah.
But the situations they're in, they're things that date those. You know what I'm saying?
That's a good point.
Because it doesn't stand that test, Breaking Bad, you don't care what they're wearing. Mm-hmm. There's not enough technology focus for you to be thrown off or taken in or out of it. Yeah. You know, so it fits. They're able to work around that very well. A show like Family Matters is tough to go back and watch when, you know, where's Eddie? Eddie's run away. We'll just call him nowadays. You know what I mean? So all of those shows have dropped a little bit just because they don't stand up as ageless. It's more the nostalgia factor now.
As soon as they invented that machine where you could step in and turn into a different person, and like, now mind you, this is seasons into Urkel being there.
Oh, it's like 5 or 6. I mean, he was a while.
That is such a jump the shark moment. Mm-hmm. And that was still like, no, that was like season 4.
Yeah, it was
season 5, one of them. And then they introduced that element. They've done so much by this point already that would bring that number down. Mm-hmm. Now you take Urkel out of that show, and I understand how big it was. You take Urkel out of the show, it's a very good show.
Oh yeah,
Urkel.
It's a beautiful family show.
Before they get into all the crazy zaniness, where he goes to space and he goes to all this other stuff.
Has a girlfriend like Maya? Come on,
Myra.
Sorry, Myra.
No. Don't be sorry. I'm just pointing it out because it was such an odd name. Mm-hmm. Like I'm just like, yeah, no, that's a name that will never leave this head.
Yeah, that's fair. Well, her face will never leave my head.
Hey, what's going on, Mike? How you doing, buddy?
What's up? Good to see you, Show Boys.
Says Casey would be a Colin guy. You guys should check out the Show Boys podcast. There's a great show. And he says SABCD. I'm never gonna understand that.
Wait, what happened to F?
I don't know. Teachers these days, they do things.
Why do you? I mean, I don't understand SABSIDA. Because it like at what point?
There's no failures in Michigan, so that's why.
Nobody fails in Michigan. That's why they're called the 62 percenters.
I love that. It's your perfect 10 list. Yeah, it's true. Perfect 10 will actually be performing tonight.
Yes, they will.
How about MASH? Oh yeah, sorry. I know we did get to that. MASH is a 10, 100%. Mm-hmm. What about Wonder Years?
Wonder Years hits that 8 level where it's so nostalgia driven. It's great. It's a wonderful sitcom. It holds a beautiful place. It's still a really well put together show.
Yeah.
But it's so much about being a teenager.
But you know what I mean? Winnie Cooper.
And I also didn't like how much I associated as Paul when I was younger. Wonder Years actually goes right where that 70s show is. I think they're both 8s.
I would put that 70s show like a 6 or 7.
Really?
It's a great show. I like it a lot.
Okay.
But it's very formulaic. Wonder Years wasn't.
Really?
Wonder Years was not formulaic. Now,
okay, you know what? Oh no, I'm doing a little more Freaks and Geeks too. I throw that in when I talk about that 70s show, and that was not. It was better than that 70s show. I think Freaks and Geeks deserved like 40 more seasons.
It was so good, so well done.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Boy Meets World. It was a great show, but I'd put it at like a 6 or a 7.
Yeah, I think that one right about a 7 tier.
I would put
I
it
think
as
that's
7 more,
100%.
especially more than that 70s show because it taught you things.
Well, it did. I mean, that 70s show was pure entertainment. So you're right. There's not as many lessons in that. You're not taking away anything. It's a goofy, entertaining, fun time. Well, if anything else, now I've learned how to be more of a hard ass and call people dumbass, and
That's
then figure out where my foot should go.
I want to be the
So,
grandfather that he is now in that 90s show.
oh man, I haven't seen it yet, so I'm excited to check that one out.
You need to, everyone I know, you and Dan are probably the two people who need to watch that 90s show the most.
Okay. All right.
Because it is so 90s. And I'm like, yeah, I remember everything they're talking about, and it works.
I just got a little burned out because I was watching so much of Girl Meets World because, River got into that, which oddly enough, River is not as into Girl Meets World as she is into Boy Meets World, or as much as she loves Boy Meets World and Full House. Like, basically, I'm just throwing back TGIF. I've just found that entire lineup, and now we need like Family Matters and a few others to round it out.
You know what I would put Full House at?
What?
A 5, maybe a 4.
Really?
Go back and rewatch that show, dude. The rewatchability on that show is hard.
Are you saying Jesse and the Rippers doesn't jack it up one more tier automatically?
Jesse and the Rippers didn't jack it up in the 90s or the 80s. Maybe the 80s more than the 90s.
I mean, that Stamos hair is pretty special.
I love the bond that they all had, and that's why I appreciate that show.
Right.
But it is a hard watch when you're an adult.
No, I'll admit that yes, it is. You know what's gotten better?
What?
Step by Step.
Yes. Did I tell you on New Year's Eve, New Year's Day, New Year's Eve, that whole weekend they had a step-by-step reunion, or not reunion, marathon. I watched that as much as possible. My wife kept saying, "Why are you watching the show so much?" I was like, because this was great when it was on, and it was zany and crazy, and I'm not putting it in a 10, but for me, I loved it. And honestly, it still holds up. I still really enjoyed watching it.
Anything that is 7 and above is still, you can love it, man. I love stuff that's 5s. Like I can love it, and except that it's not really good or didn't hold up or was so time. Like when you're so focused on what's happening in technology at the time, like Great American Hero, really tough to watch.
That is a tough watch.
It is a tough watch. There are certain ones that it's like, nope, not anymore. Starbuck or not Buck Rogers. Buck Rogers.
That's a tough one, but I like
my favorites growing up, and I still enjoy watching an episode randomly every once in a while. But it's not good. It's kind of like saying, "Oh, I was really into Barbarella the other day." Yeah, there was a time I was into Barbarella, and it was never actually to watch the entire movie, if you know what I'm saying. So,
what is your opinion? So one of my favorite shows of all time,
Barbarella?
No, God no. Although she's hot, but one of my favorite shows of all time, and I still watch it when it's on today, and I get very nostalgic about it. But I'm not. It's not lost on me what it is. Is the A-Team?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Where would you place that on your list and your tiers?
Oh, that gets a 6.
Not fair.
Anything that fights that hard but only lives in nostalgia for me is a 6. Like Quantum Leap is an 8 because it did something. Like it changed different stuff. It was on all the time. It was very formulaic, but I loved how it was always a new setting, and it was really Scott Bakula doing weird, crazy stuff as an actor and being basically given the range of, I don't know, try this, and and Dean Stockwell, whom I also loved because he's Dean Stockwell playing a jerk. He's just a guy who shows up to punch stuff in his pad, yell at his buddy, and then go bang some chicks. It's great.
I know, right?
What a cool character.
Ziggy. Not Ziggy.
And he always got to blame other people. That's the other thing, Al. Al, he always got to blame Ziggy, or he got to blame Sam. If he was talking to Ziggy, he's yelling about Sam. If he's talking to Sam, he's yelling about Ziggy. I'm like, what a cool middleman.
I like that they remade the show. I haven't watched it yet, but I've heard a lot of things and talked about it. They remade the show, and they were fixing plot holes that happened in the original series and making them better, from what I understand. I'm really paying homage to the original show because it's a continuation.
Right. Yep.
No,
because he's still waiting for his last jump.
Oh, that's right. So yeah, Dorothy, she married Rose's cousins, and then they moved away. That's why.
Oh, okay, nice, gotcha.
David says All in the Family. Great show. Still falls under they had a lot of spinoffs, but still falls under the once she died, which Maureen Stapleton didn't die at the time of her life. She left the show and they killed off Edith. It became Archie's place. And I kind of continue that the same way I continue
Scrubs,
things like that. So it would bring it down a bit for me. I'd put it at about a 7 or an 8.
See, I think All in the Family lives at a 7. I think it's that tier of that's when you're going back to it. I'm not going to rewatch the entire series All in the Family.
Yeah,
I'm not going to.
Yeah, it got rough once like Gloria and Meathead moved out, and
yeah, I mean, there's poignant episodes, there's great stories, and there's stuff that's hilarious, but unless I'm cruising through on Nick at Night and happen to catch it, I don't really. That's not what I'm going after,
Yeah, I don't go back.
But at the same token, for me, for that exact same reason, Friends sits at a 7.
Friends is a 3 for me.
What?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. A lot of people are not going to agree with this, but
good. No, I want this. Do it.
Go back and rewatch Friends. Most people don't. There are people who do. Trust me, it's a very streamed show. I get it. But it's nostalgia. Because if you go back and watch that show, it is not funny. Everything they're getting into is just dumb. Like where if you watch Seinfeld, and a lot of people are like, well, it's just the same. It's like, no, it's not. The writing on Seinfeld is far more superior because the show about
substantially better. Yeah.
For a show about nothing, truly good stuff happened. It was very funny and it chaotic and wonderful. Now take the ending out. And although I did not dislike the ending, I wish they did better, but I didn't think it was bad. I just don't think it's the ending everybody wanted from it.
Wait, what are we still on Seinfeld?
That I was talking about. Yeah, Seinfeld.
Oh, yeah.
Friends.
Seinfeld ended exactly where it should have ended. The way it should have ended. These are bad people, and they're just jerks, and they're going to go literally talk about being judgmental pricks as soon as we pull back. And as soon as they're all together in the cell again, they're judgmental pricks. They're just bad people. And that's the joke there. And I think it was a great way to end on as number one, a biggest show on television, and end with a really subtle joke that covers the whole entirety of the show.
I 100% agree with you. But Friends for me, I understand what it did. And Friends was a phenomenon. We all remember Friends was huge. But it just, you go back and rewatch that. And I'm not even talking about the problematic nature of it.
Oh, yeah, no, we're not getting into that part. Nope.
I'm talking about just the showmanship of it.
Yeah, it's just the writing. It's boring.
It's so boring.
The bloopers are funnier. Like, they keep showing up on my feed.
Sandwich. Like, calm down, dude. Relax.
I mean, I get it. I understand it, but it's also funny that you put Friends there because there's another show that was out around that time that was one of my favorites that still maintains for me, but it's a 5 tier, and that's Wings. I think super successful shows from that era still live between 5 and 6. I don't think they get much better than that.
I would put Wings at about a 6.
And that's stuff that was on TV I'm talking about.
7.
7's a real pull, buddy.
I'm telling you, people, go back and rewatch Friends with unbiased eyes and just say, comparatively to other shows or just sitcoms, is this good? There's a reason Cheers is like a 10, maybe a 9.5.
The reason the Scrubs is a 9. I mentioned that because I see you, Mike. I see you, buddy.
Scrubs I put at a different level, though, because Scrubs, again, like Breaking Bad, was very experimental and different. And that's why it succeeded so well.
Yep.
But Friends wasn't. There's nothing experimental about Friends whatsoever.
It was towing the line at that point, and a show in a way that a lot of other shows had already done. I mean, they kind of gave us another Laverne and Shirley in a way. They just added one more character on each side and went go.
Exactly, and I kind of disagree with you a little bit because Wings had a lot of drama to it.
It did. I mean, they got into a freaking plane crash.
Yeah. I mean, two brothers having to deal with the death of their father, having to deal with a lot of different stuff, running this airport. And
Brian
like,
falling in love with Casey. Yeah, there was a lot going on.
But before even that, that was like years. That was like season 7 of that show.
It was, yeah.
Remember the reason that Brian and Tim Daly's character,
Joe.
Sorry,
Brian and Joe.
My brain wasn't working, but
you're good.
Brian and Joe weren't talking is because Brian ran away with Joe's wife and married her.
Yep.
Like, and then they broke up, and like he came back. Like it's that you never see that in Friends.
Notice how Brian never even tried to hit on Helen once he found out Joe was into her.
Never.
Like he was so like, I can never do this again. Like it was
never again. Like he changed his tune in such a big way. And I always
and we get Tony
that.
Shalhoub, we get Thomas Hayden Church. Good. Like
where'd you put
they
Monk?
Were wonderful. Oh, where would I put Monk?
Yeah.
Okay, so Monk lives like where Psych, where Royal Pains. Okay, Royal Pains. I'm just
you do not put Royal Pains on the same level as Psych.
I am using it as an example of that style of show. It is just that style of show. All right, they are not the same. Royal Pains is clearly a 4 top, and that's mostly Resh Machete. Aside from that, like because she was amazing. I think Psych for me is a 9. Yeah. I don't think you can put that anywhere else. I think it's on the Scrubs level.
Beginning to end, even the movies, they were all really good. They never stopped being who they were.
Precisely, and that's why Monk is an 8 because I just didn't like it as much. It's not as rewatchable. It wound up in that NCIS run.
You know what? Actually, no. NCIS is like a 4.
Oh no, no. I'm saying that the amount of play it gets on television. NCIS,
I got you.
Yeah. But it gets that similar run. NCIS is a 4, 100% with you. Yeah.
I watched Monk when it was on TV, and then I rewatched it not too long, maybe like 2 or 3 years ago, during the pandemic. And when I rewatched it, I fell in love with it again. I was like, "This is a great show." I forgot how good a show this is. I would put it at an 8 as well. I felt like it went on a little too long. I'm super excited they're doing a movie.
I think it did it. I think it went where it needed to go. I don't think.
I think they agree perfectly. I just think that, and I don't think the last season was a problem. I think like the season before that was just like one too long.
I gotcha. Okay, I
feel so that's where it missed for me. I was like, it's like we had to kind of go through that second to last season, which was good, but it wasn't great. Yeah. And when the psychiatrist dies, and I love Hector Elizondo, and I'm glad he joined up, and I'm glad they did it, and he was great in it. But once he died, something changed in Monk a bit. And I liked the addition, but it did change a bit, and it did that deducts a little bit for me.
Yeah, and I get that 100%. Let's see, we got a whole lot of people who want to know this. Yeah, and I'm loving this. Let's keep rolling. Wait.
I will read your comments, but you got to don't. I do want to point out before we read though, before we do read the comments, and I want to bring it up because let's check because I haven't checked in a while. Here, let me refresh, and then I'm going to pull it up so everybody can see. Because we are doing this for charity, people.
Yes, so this is not just for us and our own entertainment, but we are here raising funds for MS research, fighting MS, not for. I got to throw that in there every time. Like
every day today, we talk about it. We should just be like, we're raising funds for MS, and then wait like 3 beats.
Research
to
fight against it, not that we're cheering on a disease.
We just explain it throughout.
I feel like we need to get a big jersey that just says MS, and then when people are like, wait a minute, are you for it? And then like turn around and it's a big no symbol.
I love that.
Shouldn't they be on the same side? They're supposed to go together. It's like, nah, this messes with people.
No, we're just going to turn the page. Guys, we're at 115. Our goal is 500. We got a lot of day left. Please donate if you can. Anything helps. Of course, trying to get to our goal. If we do get to 500 or more by the end of today, I will shave my head and my beard for next week's show.
Yep.
But we are going to do starting at the 1 o'clock hour. We're going to start. I have some geek stuff that the highest bidder will get, and I'm not going with like random crap around the house. this is some good stuff that I do care about. Like my wife and I talked about it yesterday, and I was like, there's a lot of stuff that I actually really like that I have, but I do need to start downsizing, but I don't want to see it go to waste. You know what I mean? Like I don't want to just sell it off or anything.
Of course, other people can appreciate it. And it's
Yeah.
always nice when you can give to other people who love the thing that you're like, I mean, I kind of love this, but you really love this, so you should definitely have it. I love doing that. It's always fun.
and we'll show it off, and if people want it, like in that hour, the highest donation will win that, and I'll send it to you. And we're gonna do some new stuff too. Like I have some ideas for it, and you know, we'll get there though. We'll get there. So
we'll get around to checking it. We've got a lot of shows, and I'm really having fun with this conversation. I want to keep.
I am too. When Casey's actually in the room with me, that's when we'll start. But of course. All right, let's see. Futurama, he says it's a 10. It is. That ending was phenomenal. It's a great show. And you know what it is? There's something telling me to put it at a 9, but I don't know what.
Okay, because Futurama, Simpsons, with that many seasons, has earned 10 automatically. You cannot deny that it's a 10. I don't think it's possible because of what it did for animation, how far it's gone and brought animation, and the fact that Matt Groening continues to make shows. So Futurama is a 9 because it doesn't have the same direction. It's the same reason that for me, Family Guy is an 8.
See, Family Guy is like a 6 for me now because it was so good in the beginning, coming back after like 10 years.
Yeah.
And it is a really great show. Don't get me wrong, but like The Simpsons, it went on too long, and I fell out of love with it. Futurama, I never fell out of love with.
That's fair. I think all of them are just they're all their own versions of tiers. I don't know. I'm good
agree.
with.
I agree. I'll give you that legacy of The Simpsons. I mean, you go 34 seasons, you earn that spot, and that's why I give. Where I was talking on a Horror with Sir Sturdy the other day, he was reviewing Creature from the Black Lagoon. He asked me what my rating was, and I said it's a legacy. It to me, I'm not going to rank that. It's automatic legacy. That's where it's at. And then so like for me, The Simpsons is like, because if you can be the TV show that has the most seasons ever, you're a legacy.
Yeah.
How are you?
Very much so.
You know,
and you create Treehouse of Horrors and all these other fantastic things, and they just so many quotable lines, scenes. It's got to be up there.
There was a point where somebody had said, I can't remember who said it, but you're not famous until you've been Simpsonized. You don't truly know fame until you have a Simpsons character.
I think that's fair. I remember that time. There was an era.
And there's a lot of famous people then, because there was a lot of people on that show.
Absolutely. All right, what else we got? Who else?
All right, so Show Boys. Mike says, I feel you, Dan Gal, the rating system. Whoa, I'm no longer a teacher. I'm you're always a teacher, buddy. You're always teaching us, and I love you for that.
Yes, it's always important to learn from you. We love you, Dan.
Dan, you should check out Show Boys podcast too. They're pretty good. You really,
they're fantastic.
They're pretty good. I should be building them up. They are a great show. They are. Pretty good for me. It's Jersey. That's my Jerseyness. So like, if I say pretty good, that means it's fucking excellent.
He's a made man. That's what it is. Like, that's the thing. You're very subtle about that. It is funny. I try to gush to make up for that. That's the Connecticut in me that wants to be suppressed and hold it in, but I don't. I'm a rebel.
Also, Miranda said all 4 women won an Emmy for Golden Girls. Yeah, it's a great show. I would put that at a 10. I would put it at a 10 if you don't. But because of Golden Palace, you take it out. Every season of that show was great.
Well, there's a show like Designing Women that was, contemporary and just as good. I
love
Designing Women.
I will fight you on that. I will put Designing Women at a 6 or 7.
I'll put it at a 7. I'll give you a 7.
Nowhere near Golden Girls, though.
No, it's true. Because Golden Girls is up there, but I can't. I don't know if is it a 10.
So good.
Is Golden Girls a 10 though? Is that a tier 10 show? But like I got to put it at a 9. If we're putting Breaking Bad and that level of mastery up there, which I would actually honestly, I'd probably throw Battlestar Galactica in that tier 10. That's one that's rewatchable. Not the original, not the 1976 Starbuck. But
that 4th season was good. It was good.
It's good.
But it was not great.
Fine. You're right.
It just
I
it
want a
doesn't
nostalgia
hold.
from my love and my heart. I want it to be up to a 10, but you're probably right. It probably.
And you got to remember the TV movies that came with it, and like what
Oh,
else
well,
they
the
had to do.
miniseries was phenomenal. Pegasus was so good. I
Was it
love
Caprica
the.
was not that great.
Okay, Caprica was not. Yeah,
You
when
know,
when
just
they went back to the, and then also there's the one where they do the season where they're like before the planet gets ripped apart. Oh, it was Caprica. That was the TV
yeah.
show. Well, it was a miniseries, wasn't it, or something along
I
those
think
lines?
it was supposed it was put out as a TV show, but it was like a limited series, and that was
Right.
like
Yeah.
one of the first ones to do a limited series like that.
Yep. It was pretty good. But you're right.
We're 9. I'm a 9 on Scrubs.
10 all day.
And I'm only a 9 on Scrubs because of that last season.
That which doesn't exist. Which isn't.
You can't take it away.
Nah, it's not real.
Take it away.
It's not in here, buddy. It's all state of mind.
I think Scrubs does the genre pretty well too. Super funny, but handled the serious dramatic moment. Yeah, I mean, it was perfect. It was great.
I mean, when you have Dr. Cox walking down and as JD is saying, I thought you told me not to, if you take it seriously once, it's a slippery slope that you can never come back from. And he turns around and goes, yeah, I did, as he's crying. Perfect.
Exactly. But the thing is, when you put the 9th season into it, which you have to do, I'm sorry, you have to. They're all back. Except for Carla, because she was smart. You have to do it.
And they didn't stay back. I mean, the janitor bails in the most amazing way. Hey,
he does. He just quits. It is brilliant.
He just talks to Donald Faison. He's like talking to Turk, and he's like, "Hey, where's the little guy?" He's like, "What are you talking about?" He goes, your friend with the weird hair." It's like, he's not here anymore. Wait, he moved away, and he just drops the mop and walks out.
He's gone. but that it was great, but it hurt. That ending of season 8, and that's why it takes it down a little bit. I do want to answer this. Dale Andrews asked Arrested Development versus the revival. I will say the original Arrested Development is probably a 9 for me. I think it's great. The revival hurts it and brings it down to about an 8.
I'm going to disagree on there because I think it stays at a 9 because the revival kept doing what the show did. It just wasn't as tight as what the original show was. So I will agree that it was
get everybody all together at the same time.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Which I found out the whole story behind it, and I went, okay, well that makes sense. You're literally playing off a wall, so it's not going to be the same as when Bateman and Arnett are at each other. Having a hoot there, going in the same room. You feel that lack.
They have a new docu-series coming out about Smartlist, their podcast.
Oh,
they
nice.
HBO filmed them going on tour.
Oh, that's cool.
A documentary series. Yeah.
Who we were rated above on Good Pods. I'm just saying.
We were for a while. If a show is more comedy than drama, would it call it a comma instead of a dramedy?
Ooh, I would.
It, Mike. I would call. You know what I'd call a comma? You know what I call a comma? Friends.
Because
it's Friends, comma sucks.
It's definitely not Friends : sucks. Because that would be a completely different type of story.
It would be such a different story. All right, we got a lot of comments. Oh, let me touch down on this one. A fucking 10.
Oh, 10. Night Court's a 10. I will absolutely agree. Night Court is one that managed to rise. And actually, I rewatched a few episodes because of you. It rises above the nostalgia factor. You don't worry about the technology. You don't worry about anything. It's a fun slice of life that you can just enjoy. Not like Frasier, which just drones on and on and on, and still is a 7 because I do respect what it did, how long it went. It was a spinoff of Cheers.
Yep.
It was a good show. It was not a bad show, but Night Court was a special show.
It is a absolute 10. And Sturdy gives Friends a 0, so I'm with you. That's because there's no black people in Friends.
Wow.
I don't
Friends
blame
gets a 0.
All right, before we get to the rest, I do have some things I want to talk about. Again, this is for Casters for a Cause. This is for MS research. Of course, we're going for research. We're not trying to get everybody to have MS. It's not what it's about.
It's the anti-MS thing. We are not anti-people with MS. We're anti the disease MS.
Oh, my God. All right. Before I bring on our very special guest, I cannot believe this happened. and I need to announce it now. It is 8:59. We're going into the third hour.
Yep.
And just so everyone knows, thank you, Master Shake. We've reached our goal. We're above our goal. Dan the man, what are you doing? You
Dan,
maniac.
the man, throwing it out there to make sure that everyone knows that we are officially going to be able to help cure MS.
We're going to do our best. We're going to do our best.
Well, you just say try and help a lot, all right? That's all it is. Just keep saying try and help. You're fine.
I want to, before we, again, I want to get to a very special guest. And I actually have a very, very sweet opening to say for this and to introduce him. But I was not expecting us to have been over our goal and still have
2 hours in.
Left. So goodbye, everybody. It's been fun.
This is it. That's it. We're out. That's our day.
Guys, I hope you guys know. Thank you, Dan. Thank you.
Love you, buddy.
I don't think he'll ever truly understand like what he just did for my mental health.
Well, no, he will when he meets us down at Carolina Fear Fest, which let's not forget.
Wait. Before this, I just couldn't wait to go hang out with Dan.
Yeah.
Dan,
now
Jason,
all the hand jobs are going to have to give. I mean, you're just remember to work those forearms, all right? You just get them primed and ready.
All the hand jobs. You're getting all. No, where Dan, it's 2 hands because he's from Michigan. That's how it works.
Yeah, that's true. It's going to be monstrous. You're going to have to like carry him around with that thing.
It's going to be like white lightsaber wielding. It's just going to be great. I can't. Thank you so much. And I'm please. I don't want to come off as like, I don't know what greedy or anything, but like, please, everybody, we got 15 hours left. Let's keep going. Let's get as much, because this is a near and dear to our heart.
Mm-hmm.
And this is a cause we really want to raise some money for. So please give and let's try and get rid of this fucking goddamn disease.
Yeah, man. Let's raise money for MS. Research.
Just that pause is always the best. And without further ado, I am going to let me go on my, and you can say whatever you want right after I say it, but I think you'll appreciate this because he's watching right now. I can see him in the green room. We did a show, and we've talked about it before. We did a show called Mystery Elephant years ago. It was the brainchild of this man right here and this man that's coming in, not my dick. The guy that's coming in, and I'm not saying his name yet.
Yeah, this one right here.
Although he has no hair, my bald dick has no hair either. But he just gave me the finger. So, and it was a great time. It was a great comedy show. We did it for years. People seem to really like it. We were early on in the podcast pioneering days, and this is a reunion like 10 years in the making, because we started in 2013 with that, and we stopped doing it 5 years ago. How crazy is that?
Yeah,
that's
nuts.
So crazy.
That's nuts. That's an era. So to bring him back on and to be able to do this and have him on the Scene Snobs, I'm so excited. We are going to have a really great time with it. I'm going to change that up so that way he's not blocked by anything. But I want to welcome this man on. He was the producer of Mystery Elephant. One of the main hosts. Like I said, I was just third guy. But we're going to play a little video. It's very quick. Enjoy. And without further ado, Mr. William, my name means strength of will, Hartman.
Strength of fucking will. So if I fall off a cliff and like I can make sure I survive it as long as, you know, I have enough willpower. Am I allowed to cuss here, by the way?
Yes, all fucking day.
Man. Don't worry about it. We're already 2 hours in, so YouTube's not coming after us.
I just want to make sure I'm not good at regulating. So
welcome.
You're aware.
How you doing?
Hey guys, how's it going?
What's up, buddy?
It's amazing how well I don't remember season 4 of Arrow as well as you just did.
God, that show really went to shit hard.
really did in that season too.
Oh yeah. I want to say real quick, as somebody with MS, I don't recommend getting it. I know you guys are saying this is against it, and I appreciate that. If you brought me on a pro MS podcast, I'd be a little upset. I would roll with it. Also, I'll definitely be the greedy one, and give everything. What are you guys doing? Come on, give it all. Understand that AIDS research has now been like recentered over to MS, so give it. Let's go.
Yeah, I mean, we spent enough money on AIDS, haven't we? It's time we spend money on MS.
We did. It's kind of at a standstill now. Go Team Human,
Oh, yeah. Parkinson's right around the corner.
Take care of that shit.
They're taking a back seat to MS. Sorry, Michael J. Fox.
I don't want to be greedy, but you can go Back to the Future later. I need it now.
Oh, don't worry, we will at 7 p.m. Billy, welcome to the show, man. And we're gonna have a good time with this because I have a feeling we're gonna get into some like old times. But we were talking, and we want to get your opinion on this. We're ranking TV shows at like 1 out of 10, and where we think they would stand. So like for me, Friends is like a 3 because it sucks. But like a Breaking Bad's 10.
Scrubs would be a 10. So,
I say Scrubs is a 9 because of that 9th season. I think you have to count those moments.
Doesn't count.
I heard that argument. Logged in a little early, was listening to that, and I was screaming at my computer because I couldn't chime in on it. Look, much like Indiana Jones 4 allegedly existing, Scrubs 9 allegedly existing, everything after Dexter season 4 allegedly being there. I have to say that if you have a perfect like chunk of something, I think it's more than fair as long as the ending. Dexter's a hard one because there was so much more after it.
So much more.
But like Scrubs, a single season, and they went, we got to get the fuck out of this. I say you can accept that doesn't count. Indiana Jones 5 is coming out, and they are basically ignoring 4. So I think we can all safely go, not 4 never happened, right?
If you can safely remove yourself from it, absolutely. I completely agree. And I think you can logically remove yourself from a show that's an add-on. And that's what Scrubs Medical School was. It was just an add-on. It's that one extra.
You're an add-on. Shut up. It sucked.
No, that season was balls out bad.
So bad.
Horrible.
No, how did you ruin it so bad?
Because Bill Lawrence didn't care. He went to Cougar Town.
Bill Lawrence had 4 shows now.
Yeah.
And they're all excellent. They're
out
all
of this world good. Yeah, easy.
Is Ted Lasso early enough for us to be able to vote it as a 10?
Yeah,
it's a 10, straight up, no doubt.
Last season, this is the last season. They said it. It's out there, and it's halfway through the season, and each episode gets better and better.
Oh, absolutely. The way that show's able to slam you emotionally and also make you laugh. First of all, like, holy shit, the first season with the panic attack stuff, like, I started having those in my mid-30s out of nowhere, and I was like totally in it. Like, watch, I was like, damn, good job. Second season, dealing with like, being kind of fish out of the water and trying to figure out his place and everything was really amazing. And then this season, like going all the way through to this season, hitting with the whole dealing with your family moving on while you're someplace you can't do anything is like, oh shit.
Yeah. God, it hits you hard, man, for sure. But it's such a great goddamn show, beginning to end, everything, and every character, and the fact that it's such a positive show with a positive outlook and message to it, and that everyone on that show has made choices that you didn't expect, like that time in the second season when Keely runs into Jamie, and then you cut to Roy coming home and she's up in bed and it's like she cheated on him. And then she's massive.
No, I didn't get that.
That's what you think, yeah.
No,
I got more she wanted to and didn't. You know what I'm saying? And as horny as hell because she just ran into a guy she wanted to and then walked away. That's what I got.
Masturbating to Roy crying.
Right.
No, because she was coming back and I got a very different part out of that scene for me.
Yeah.
I thought it was more of a there you go, go work it out, better there than and then bringing him into it and explaining it's his emotional vulnerability that gets her off. I was like, damn, look at that, she's turning the thing she had for Jamie into a thing for Roy, like some positive reinforcement, some psychological trickery on her own part. I was mad impressed by it.
Yeah, no, legit, man. It's such goddamn, that show is just so goddamn good.
Phenomenal.
So Billy, what are some shows that you would say reach that 10 or 9 or 10 status, and some that you would say were wildly popular but don't deserve to be up there at all?
I mean, there's shit tons of wildly popular ones that I don't agree with. I mean, everybody, taste is completely subjective. So everybody's got their thing that was popular they can't stand. Big Bang Theory. I wouldn't mind euthanasia clinics being opened up for fans of that show. But
that comes back. That is an Easter egg right there, people.
Yeah.
I've seen Billy quit shows because of that show.
I really can't stand that show at all, and I do not understand the love for it. Like, there's a lot of shows I don't like that I get. Survivor being one of Casey's favorites. There is no world in which I'd enjoy that show. Yeah. But I completely understand loving that show. Big Bang Theory there is none. I feel like we're different species.
Yeah, no, Big Bang Theory is definitely not a top. I think that sits at a 2 for me.
But it's a subjective thing.
We told them that it was great. No, we didn't. I'm kidding, but
I would too. Are you kidding me? You got a celebrity on, you shut your damn mouth and go, yeah, fantastic, man.
I think he had sort of the same outlook. He had fun doing it, but at the same time, he knew what it was.
Yeah. You start talking about how good Jupiter Rising is if you've got the right person on. We all know that's a lie. But
yeah, I don't think you can accept that as a real movie at this point.
Goddamn movie with the Channing Tatum wolf thing.
Yeah,
you made me watch that. You two made me watch that.
Fucking abysmal movie.
I hate you for it.
I don't disagree with you.
It was terrible. I mean, Mila Kunis could not do anything right. No one could do anything right in that movie. Not a single person.
Yeah, there was no chance.
I'm sorry. Can we agree that the Wachowskis cannot make a good movie? Name one besides the first Matrix.
It doesn't matter. The first Matrix exists. They can make a good movie.
That fourth Matrix exists too, and it shows that they don't know what the hell they're doing. That movie.
I think I see. This is a problem with revisiting franchises that haven't had a movie in a long period of time. You can't. You're never going to be able to do it. And the whole reason for that is we were in a different atmosphere at the time. Like, we were all different ages. We were all different feelings. We were all different world. You know what I'm saying? So you come back and try to recreate it. You can't. You either keep a franchise going or you say goodbye to it.
Truth.
Yeah, but the only thing I'll disagree with about it is they didn't even get it right in the second one.
Yeah,
it came out.
I disagree. I disagree with that. Look, the central conceit about it being processors instead of batteries would have made that series much better. And it's not their fault that got wiped and changed. And the second and third movie, if you look at it through the lens of they wrote it for us being processors, not for being fucking batteries, they were good movies. They were good movies. The third one was trying to mop up a lost cause.
It was,
there was some damage in it.
It really was. And the problem is they do that same thing. The Merovingian, there were just certain characters that bothered me. And because those characters bothered me versus the first one, which was so straightforward and easy, that even with the characters, you could keep it simple. And the Wachowskis just went too in depth, but then there was that dancing that line of they didn't get to go deep enough to make it a great story. So unfortunately, they got stuck with that good story. And when you start in the good lane, there's only one place to go, and that's usually not great.
And to kind of not amend, but like add on to what I was saying about the Wachowskis, filmmakers, brilliant. I just don't think they're great storytellers unless they have a TV series.
Well, Sense8 was dope.
So
I won't disagree with you there. I won't disagree with you there at all.
I think they need. That's why their movies are so long. They need that extra length to tell the story they want to tell.
I agree.
They're very character.
This era of concierge TV, pretty much, has been great for that. It's shown, give time to tell these stories, and you can get much better things out of it. I'm conversely upset at losing 23 episode seasons, and also ecstatically happy we're on the BBC the BBC model of do it short and put a lot of content in. But I mean, it's shown the way. If you got a big story to tell, don't put it in a fucking 3-hour movie.
Exactly.
Put it in a fucking 8-episode, 10-episode season. I'd much rather see that.
I think we're seeing more of that too, like where maybe they had movie ideas and they're turning them into series for like an HBO or something like that, which works. And you're right, give them the room to tell their story, and you can come to something really good. Like Picard sucked the first 2 seasons, but this season might be the best season of Star Trek I've ever seen.
So good,
ever.
Like, so good.
And Dale, you said Speed Racer is perf. Well, you owe $1,000 to the charity.
Yeah, go ahead and pay up, Dale, because that's not anywhere near reality. Love you. You're a crazy person.
We love you.
Are you talking about the cartoon TV show? Because that's real bad.
No, because we were talking about the Wachowskis. He has to be talking about that.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Who was that actor? What is his name from Alpha Dog?
Oh, the one who beat up the woman from Netflix that he was dating because he's a piece of garbage shit. Emil Hirsch is who you mean.
Hirsch. That's the guy who played the Speed Racer, no less. So talk about whitewashing.
You know what? I wish he Dale Earnhardted during that movie.
It probably would have made it way fucking better. A good couple deaths in that shit movie or cartoon. That little fucking monkey took a dive off of that track sometime. We would have all loved that show way fucking better. Look, neither the cartoon nor the movie were any fucking good. And anybody who says that, if you're doing acid, the movie was amazing. Other than that, there is no reason to like either of those. And if you do, like, I kind of want to go hang out with you so I could just ask you why. Like, really dive into what happened to you, you know? It's not Dale. It's not Dale. It's not. I love you. It's not. I don't even know you. But I know something happened, and I want to hug you.
Here's the thing I respect. I believe anybody can love a bad movie. Mm-hmm. But you got to be willing to say this is a bad movie, though.
Oh, yeah.
There's a ton of bad movies that I absolutely love that people look at me funny for liking. And I get it.
Like Buckaroo Banzai?
I love that movie so goddamn much.
There it is.
Totally understand it.
I love it. So I get why you may like Speed Racer or love it even. But I know Buckaroo Banzai is not a good movie. Mm-hmm. It's an amazingly great movie and probably should have won every Academy Award that year.
His name was Starship Troopers. Starship Troopers, like most people would probably log it around a 5 or a 6. For me, it's a 10 all day, and I will murder anyone who ever speaks ill against it. It's one of the greatest movies ever put on film. Paul Verhoeven is a damn visionary and was phenomenal. And I would like to know more. Yeah, see?
Yeah, Lost Boys is mine. Solid 6. I will kill you for talking trash about that movie. I love it more than anything, and I've watched it 2-3 dozen times at this point. Maybe way more than that.
But you need at least 7 zeros at the end of that.
With you, Billy. That's not a bad movie.
Nah.
That doesn't meet bad movie qualifications.
It's not bad. It's just not a good movie.
Well, I think it was such a product
of its time. Just made it better.
It's such a product of its time that it exists in there, in that little bubble so perfectly that when you want to be transported back, you can. And it's one of those you can go back and forth to. You know, you can exist in that world at that time, and it never got dated because of that.
Yeah, I agree.
I like that. That's a good point. Okay, so you got a good way of putting things. Actually,
that's why he talks on radio once in a while.
Got away with words.
I'm going to bring this up for Billy because I think he'd really like this. And actually, I saw it the other day, and that's what made me think of it until he just said it. Have you seen this? On Fright Rags, they're selling Lost Boys merch. I can't get rid of this for some reason.
Yeah, I'm gonna buy most of it.
And Critters?
Yeah, Jesus Christ. Yeah, they have everything. Look at those shirts.
Yeah, dude, I want them so bad. They don't have the jacket. I looked. It's the one thing I want is Sam's trench coat.
I have not stopped looking for that jacket since 10 years ago when you told me you wanted it. I still look for it. It's not going to fit me. I don't know why I'm looking for it, but ever since you said that, and I said I'm going to find this jacket, I still have not been able to.
Well, if you want to wear it the way Sam wore it, you would need like a 19X because you need it so much larger on you.
Because it does. It has to drape open, like it has to flow. You know. So yeah, it'd be a lot of fabric.
A lot of fabric.
But let's be honest, it'd be rad. I mean, it'd look good on anybody if you gloriously wear it.
Absolutely. My hunt for anything Star Trek, all those Star Trek bomber jackets. I actually found the Strange New Worlds leather away team jackets, which are just dope.
No,
and they only have that one shoulder symbol. They're really nice. But I keep looking for the good ones, and you either have a $40 knockoff, which is meh, or you have a $400 version, which is like the exact replica made in the style. And that's the same thing with the Lost Boys jacket. Sam's jacket, I only found, I think, one time, and it was like $2,000. And I was like, I don't think that's worth it.
Well, I still want to get that NX-01 bomber jacket you sent me that they have in my size. That's a pretty legit jacket. That looks good, man. Yeah. I do wish they had it in the style that they had their jackets, where it had the color scheme and such, and it was just kind of like an overcoat.
Yeah, just over the bars on the side. Yeah.
But for some reason they don't have that. But I do like the bomber jacket look. Dan says, "Don't worry, Dale. I like the Nightmare remake. We all have our hills." Trixie was hot in Speed Racer, and Dale says, "Can't win them all, Dale. Real ones, no." That's fair. I love it. So as we're kind of going on, and we've been talking about the ranking, but I think there was something else we were talking about the other day, Casey wanted to bring up while you were here.
Oh, my thing?
Yeah.
We're doing my thing?
Go for it. We can do both. We can go back and forth.
Well, we're here. And since I'm here, and you're here, and you're here, with the three of us together, I just wanted to say, it's pretty clear to me that, you're attracted to me. Just as, in a way, I'm attracted to you. I mean, it makes sense. We've been together so long, and we have so much in common. It's something you're going to have to deal with. You may very well be gay, which explains your homophobia and why you're so jealous of, my girlfriends, and your sense of humor as well. But look, you're just going to have to deal with it, and you'll feel much better. Now, at this point, you may be thinking yourself a question that I've been going over and over in my head for the last few days, what does one have to do with the other? Oh, no, I screwed up. Oh, I screwed up the whole thing. I went a whole line ahead.
It's okay. Right.
Jump back. Don't disrupt. Jump back. Keep going.
Where was that from? Oh, man. I'm sure you're wondering why I both asked you here tonight at the same time, knowing that we have shit to settle between us separately. But I've been going through things over and over, and I dissected it all and looked at it 1,000 different ways. And there's friction between us for one of the first times in our lives. And you hate me being with other people, and the thing you want me to sign off on these different programs and different things that we're trying to put together. And I think the best way that we're going to be able to do this is if we just all have a threesome. I think we all need to sleep together and to get this tension out of the way, just so we can all move on with our lives. So what do you say, guys?
I'm in.
Let's do this.
Let's do it. I want to do it society style, the shunting.
This is wrong, but okay, as we're friends, I'll do it if it's for you.
And I get to wear my deprivation suit, and you guys can't make it weird.
Wait, are we doing one of those vinyl tables where we vacuum it so that you're locked down and can't move?
Absolutely. Just I'll do the Han Solo thing.
So I'm so sorry. I should have given you a signal, Casey.
You gave me nothing. You gave me fucking nothing.
But that's not what I was talking about, and I messed up. I didn't realize you were going to go into that. I meant the trilogy talk we had the other day.
Oh, no, you're going to have to run through that one, buddy. You're going to have to get us
so sorry, but I'm so glad you did that.
He just made you do a threesome quote from Chasing Amy.
Yes.
He meant something entirely different.
Billy, I told him, I said, if Billy is going to come on this show, you have to do that speech. Because it's just funny.
It is.
Great.
And you did great, dude. You did great. And we're going to fuck like it's the shunting. It's going to be great. Okay. And in fact, we'll do it on camera if you guys donate more for MS.
Hey, there you go. We'll shunt.
Wait,
research
or dock. Ooh, what about a three-way docking? It's like, we'll call it. Wait, a three-way docking would be DS9, right? Because it doesn't.
No, I get it. I see what you're. It's just one, and then the third one. No, I see. I was trying to figure out the logistics, and then you DS9'd it. Now, totally see it in my head. No, I'm not doing that. I'm doing a lot for charity. I'm not doing that.
No. We got to get a hula hoop involved, and it'll be different.
You're gonna dock us.
Okay, well, as long as I'm in control, I'm in.
And then we're going to dock you.
Yeah.
So everybody gets docked.
Right.
All right. As long as it's equal and I'm in charge.
I'll be the table.
As long as I have all the power.
I'll be the table for the first half hour.
Okay.
Nice.
I like that you've thought out the logistics
I'll start by
of this.
being the ring.
It's like the worst table of all
it is.
time. There's like a weird hump, and it's like a warped table with one leg that really doesn't work. Okay, you can tell how uncomfortable we are, but it's great. Thank you for introducing me to Society.
It's a good one.
That's another bad movie that I've watched like 3 times, and I don't know why.
Well, it's like the Reanimator. Reanimator is a decent movie that still is worth rewatching.
Phantasm.
Oh, Phantasm.
Phantasm is such a stupid movie, but I love it.
It gets better every time I watch it. Like, I hated it when I was a kid, and now every time I watch it, I'm laughing the whole fucking time.
I love the sequel more because that was the studio version.
I agree.
Even though Joe Bob hates it. He's like, that's the worst one, but because they blew up the Hemi-Cuda in it.
Yeah, no. Look, I love Joe Bob. I worship the man, but I disagree on a couple things with them, and that's going to be one of them.
Very fair.
Yeah, understand that.
Oh, thank you so much for your donation, Putin.
Asian. All right.
We still have a fight. We still got to get to that fight. I'm going to punch you in the nose.
What, you and you old Vlad?
You know, Vlad. We're going to get in a nice little bear fight.
Oh, look, there's Vlad the Impaler, and then there's Vlad the War Failure.
Dude, Putin sucks. Yeah, I know. Dude, Putin sucks so hard that, okay, he rode a bear or whatever, but our bears do cocaine here, so fuck you, Putin.
Yeah, don't fuck with American bears.
Do you think their bears ain't drinking vodka?
It's not the same.
We got to go stereotypes here.
But that's why their bears are just chill, man. Their bears are no problems whatsoever because they just get drunk and pass out everywhere. That's why you always see bears waking up and hang out with the Russians because they're like, they feed them as they're hungover.
See, now the problem isn't the drunk bears. They're cool. It's when they wake up in the morning. They're going to process that liquor faster than you. And when morning comes around, they're going to wake up. And like when they have their coyote moment, you lose your head. That's all I'm saying. They don't chew their own arm off. They just chew your head off and go, peace, I'm out. I don't trust bears, man, especially drunk ones.
Well, you can't. Bears are jerks. Even when they're trying to do practical jokes, they're just mean. They hide behind trees and, randomly pop out of you out of nowhere. But when they're like trying to do surprise, they just rip your face off. Well, because
fly planes away while little bears are flying outside of the back of them.
Right. It's
the
messed
things
up.
I know about bears comes from movies and TV shows.
Mostly Disney.
Mostly Disney and Cocaine Bear. And that's it, exclusively. There's no in between, no other bear facts There's only either they talk, they help you out, or they do a lot of cocaine and murder everybody in sight.
Bingo. Period. And Coca-Cola bears are not real.
No, those are cocaine bears. There's too much for them to finish, so it's just everywhere.
Well, actually, no, all of the Coca-Cola bears are dead because of global warming. I wish I could do like more as I say that. I might have to steal that like PNG and just like put it across every time I say something stupid. The more you know.
I wonder if they're going to do an update to that commercial where they're just like falling off of little ice chunks into the ocean while trying to hold on to their sodas.
The mom is just swimming behind the block of ice that the kids are on, and you just see
one of the kids just go under, and she can't do anything. She's too far away. And it just
then you see
come
the
back
orca
up.
come up and grab it. It's just like, oh god!
I bet you if we put on polar bear costumes, well, Casey or you, Billy, me, I'm already there. But we put on polar bear costumes and we reenact the last scene from Titanic.
Oh yeah!
Before Jack sinks in, I bet you everybody will change their tune and buy an electric car.
We have a chance to save these things? God, get on it, Susan.
Not only are we saving the planet, we're giving people MS. Research.
You got to stop doing it, man. Oh, no, keep that going. See, you got to stop the long pregnant pause. It's too much.
It's for the effects. It's for the drama.
So we did have a point here to get back to because I had trilogies. Now, Mick, you brought this up, and now I wanted to bring this up because I thought this was really cool.
I think I
And
blew
you are
your
the
mind
one.
the other day with it.
You did blow my mind, and I wasn't ready for it. But Billy, this is, I think, a great conversation for us to hop into. The third movie in most Star Trek movies, we noticed, is, always an away team mission, primarily. So Mick and I continue to expound upon this, bringing up Beyond, because Star Trek Beyond, one of my favorites, the way they bring in the whole away team, different characters teamed up, putting it into a new situation, was done really well. And we started to look through it. Number 3, Search for Spock. Well, that's an away team mission. They blow up the Enterprise. They have to go a whole different route. Then we get into number 6, Undiscovered Country. Kirk and McCoy are off on a planet where they've been incarcerated. So another away team mission. And then we continue to go deeper. Number 3, Star Trek Insurrection. Complete away team mission. I mean, they are gone. They're off planet. Now, Mick then brought up going deeper than that and realizing that Alien 3 is technically an away team mission, different from being in space. Now she's on a penal colony.
Wait.
It's an actual colony rather than a ship.
Are we expanding this out to all sci-fi trilogies now?
No,
Okay.
all trilogies. The third one, not even trilogies, even in franchises, the third one is generally an away team mission.
Holy shit! Fast and the Furious, Tokyo Drift.
Then go 3 more. Fast and Furious 6.
Brazil, when they take the goddamn safes out. Holy shit,
No,
guys!
that's 5.
That is
6.
5. You're right. 6 is.
When now you enter in this whole new element of the woods. Luke Evans comes in, and now sparks this whole thing. They have to go to the UK for it. It splits them up. It's one of their greatest villains. They find Letty. She's still alive. She doesn't remember any of it. It brings this into this mission, and it's not so much an away team, like they're away or they're split up. Those count. But what I'm saying is, we're so comfortable by every third movie that we can finally establish changing the direction of what's going on and where they're going. So now we have no more real character development. Mm-hmm. It's now just a push for what's the story and what's invading this. Now it's no longer they're determined to do something. Now it's they have to protect themselves, or they have to, so it's that.
The Last Crusade. He's not actually Indiana Jones' Last Crusade. He's not actually going after the relic. He's going after his father.
However, I was going to bring that one up because that's one I've got in my head. Now, here's the confusing part of that. Technically speaking, I want to say that the second movie is a prequel to the first movie.
Mm-hmm.
So would that count as the third in the trilogy, or would you go with, well, actually either way? It would
still be a third.
I'm an idiot.
And
I'm
both time on the first 2 movies, he's hunting what he's looking for. In the third movie, he's trying to find his father. He's not looking for the Grail. He realizes he has to look for the Grail to find his father, and then once they do, they go to get it together. But he is not. That's his motivation is now at a point where you're not. It's not based on this character's drive to do. Now they're thrust into it almost.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Harry Potter, Prisoner of Azkaban's the third one. That's when they start breaking out more into the stories. Like, you're fucking killing me on this, by the way. I'm trying to find a trilogy that you're wrong on. And you're right. Everything I can come up with, they're breaking out of the standard insular storyline and jumping out into the wider world. Like, even John Wick goes from insanely insular in the first one to much more open in the second one. But then the third one expands it to a worldwide thing.
Yep. And where he's going all the way into Egypt or Morocco, and he's not able to go to the places he was able to before. He's forced into this new situation. It's like he said, thrust upon him.
Well, no,
in that way. Think about Star Wars Episode 3.
Wait, before we get there, let's go back to John Wick real quick. Remember, the first one's revenge, killed his dog, going after him. It's very simple. Second one, he's already established as who he is, but we need to see more, because we don't see the hitman in action in the first one. We see the man out for revenge who has the hitman capabilities. The second one, now he's thrust into having to do his old life again, and by the end of it, he kills the guy out of revenge. It's still a revenge tale. The third one is I have to survive.
Yeah, yeah.
So it changes it up. Now it's not about him going after, it's about them coming after him.
But it does also, I mean, take him out of the comfort areas he's from. Because in the second movie, they establish everywhere he goes in there, he's well known. He knows it very well. When he goes into the third one, he's going much further out into areas he's not familiar with. He's dealing with people he wouldn't have dealt with, and he's betraying people he normally wouldn't have as well as part of the task. So yeah, like this is a pretty mind. Now here's the thing: is I kind of feel like it's also a side effect of getting to the third one. I mean, the first one is establishing characters, the second one is establishing settings, and the third one is telling the original tale, right? And I kind of feel like that's just a side effect of having 3, you know?
Yeah.
It's true, because you're taking the characters you love and throwing them into new situations, which is what we want by a third movie, you know.
Halloween 3.
Yeah, I mean, come on.
But it extends past, because if you think about it, now it's primarily the third in each series, and it doesn't have to be a trilogy, it could be a franchise. It's primarily the third in each series. And then, but if you go on like Friday the 13th, part 3, it is now a character coming back to reconcile the fact that she's had a death in her family, but Jason was involved. And she knew Jason beforehand, whereas before, you didn't know who Jason was. He was just a guy that you were running into in the second one, and the first one was the mother. So now the third one reinvents everything, comes back, and you have an outside invading force coming onto their campsite in those bikers.
Yep.
So you add this new element that's a little bit different. You have a couple of different villains within. It's not, the characters are already established. We know the formula. Skip ahead to 6. Jason comes back to life. It's complete change in how everything has been done. Skip ahead to 9. Jason goes to hell. It's not even Jason. Like, so.
How about number 3 in Freddy Dream Warrior?
Yeah.
In Nightmare on Elm Street 3. Now you have someone fighting in the dream realm.
Kind of reverse away mission. Yeah. Yeah. They're coming in. Yeah. That's a good point. Yeah.
You put powers against them, and that continues on, because then what happens, you put power, you get these powers in the dream, and that continues into the 4th and 5th. And then you get to number 6, Freddy's Dead, the final nightmare. It's an away. They're going to the town, and Freddy gets out past Springfield, Ohio.
Yeah.
So there's an Elm Street on every block.
Further evidence Ohio is hell.
Yeah. We have a lot of people watching from Ohio.
Well, they understand.
We are very popular in Ohio.
Oh my gosh.
No, but yeah, so like we were talking about this, and like Casey's mind was getting blown as we're going, because as I would stop blowing him to tell him another trilogy. No, I'm just kidding.
That's distracting. You got to keep going, man. That's what friends do.
Exactly. Well, I mean, even thinking about like Snake Plissken movies. You got Escape from New York, Escape from LA, and then Lockdown. You're in space. Like
Yeah, no, good point.
It even works when it's not the same character.
Doesn't even have to be the same actor.
Spiritually the same fucking movie.
Exactly.
Same thing, everything. Yeah. When I saw that, I just went, when I watched Lockdown, the first thing we said like 20 minutes in was, oh my God, it's a Snake Plissken movie. It's undeniable. Yeah.
It just, you take these thirds in every franchise, and for some reason, I guess it's because your characters are established, they move on to something that completely takes them out of their element, because you have to surprise them, right? So it just sort of works. But I don't.
What about that Olympus Has Fallen? Did that get 3 movies?
Yes, it was Olympus Has Fallen.
Angel Has Fallen, or something like that. Or
I think Angel Has Fallen is the third one.
Okay.
The second one was in the UK.
Oh, the second one was in the UK. So third one was in LA. Okay.
Third one, he's being hunted.
Oh, there you go. Versus trying to save people. He gets hunted. Yeah.
Yeah. So he saves the first one in the White House as it gets taken. First president. Second president, which I still think is Aaron Eckhart for some reason. They're in the UK. And then he's saving him again. He's just got to fight through the UK. And then the third one is Morgan Freeman is the president, who was the vice president from the first two. He gets killed and they blame him, so everybody's hunting him.
Oh yeah. Yep.
Boom.
What's the third one in the Jersey series? It's Clerks, Mallrats, and Chasing Amy, right?
Right there. I mean, if you can't be any different from your first two movies,
and yet still such similar characters who then all of a sudden now they're popular. Now they're actually doing the thing they were talking about doing and making money doing it. It's wonderful.
You know, and they go to New York. Yeah. They actually go to a Comic-Con in that one.
Was that the order?
Yeah, it was Clerks, Mallrats,
I mixed up Chasing Amy and Mallrats for so damn long. That just kind of threw me for a loop there. I want to address some comments here. David Gregory.
Yes.
I see the ... You don't want to say I'm wrong. I'm just saying. Not saying you're wrong. I live 20 minutes away from Springfield, Ohio, and you're wrong, sir. You're going. And, you know, it might be. See? And live from Smith. Come on. Come, you know.
Oh, my God.
It's deadly.
Chris is here. What's going on, Chris? How you doing,
Morning,
buddy?
Chris. What's up, buddy?
Chris, of course, is one of our favorite Snobnation members, and he is also suffering from MS, and you know, another one of the big reasons like we chose this charity. So
awesome, a fellow MSer.
Yep, all you MSers, all out and about.
It's we have membership cards and like secret meetings once a month. It's us.
I'm still bitter. Baby. I can't learn the handshake, man.
You have to have like shakiness in order to do it.
So is Michael J. Fox allowed to join?
No, see, he's too much. It's just the right. It's enough shakiness that dogs are nervous around you, but people don't really notice. Like it's got to be the perfect amount.
There's 2 episodes of Curb Your Enthusiasm, and I love that show all the way through. But and I can't believe it's going on 12 seasons. But 2 of my favorite episodes is the Bill Buckner episode where he saves Bill Buckner after all those years. But the Michael J. Fox episode, when he's his upstairs neighbor and he just doesn't like Larry, so he keeps messing with him. And he's like, why were you stomping around in there? He's like, oh, I was going to say MS. With the Parkinson's, I have to wear these boots to kind of weigh me down. And, you know, I work on it. And he's just wearing them to piss off Larry. Or he like keeps like pouring things out on top of Larry's food and stuff. And he's just like, sorry, it's the Parkinson's.
Yeah, I love that episode.
I will give it to Michael J. Fox on that. He took his disease and he treated it funny.
I'm gonna say Michael J. Fox. I've read every book he's written. I've read every interview he's done. That man's a absolute inspiration. Probably one of the best human beings on the planet. The fact that he's finally been kind of hit hard enough by it that he can't really do public appearances very much anymore is just depressing. Yeah. I like making fun of him because, you know, if you're a celebrity, you're a target. I don't really give a crap, you know, but I love that dude. And he's the only reason that I have a positive outlook on having a degenerative disease is, hey, if that dude can put that much effort into being able to be on TV and can have a positive outlook, and he's at least 30 times worse off than me, like, come on. Yeah. What am I doing here? You know,
I could keep moving forward, keep going. Who's one of your favorite MS celebrities?
Man, we've gotten so many of them lately.
Yeah, man.
It's becoming a growing club. It's really hard to hit. Also, a lot of the newbie celebrity ones are kind of fruitcakes and going after the like weird fringe shit that I think everybody with a degenerative disease goes through the first like couple of years they get it, except they're celebrities. So they're putting a lot of spotlight on the craziness. And it's like, oh, guys.
I got to say, man, when Selma Blair came out, I was a little mind boggled because it was funny, not funny. It was funny, odd, not funny, haha. Watching her sort of describe what she was going through and how she was dealing with it and seeing her journey and going, yeah, I mean, my buddy talks about it all the time. So the fact that you always had that sort of, you have a much more matter of fact conversation with it. Like your relationship has obviously grown and accepted in having MS versus someone who's new with it and watching them sort of go through the entire process. It's like, man, I mean, I don't give you enough credit for what you've gone through, buddy. It was well done. Well handled.
Well, it's also we have this conversation a lot whenever like you're like, oh man, I feel like crap, but I don't want to say anything around you, and I get kind of upset by it because I'm like, no. Pain and our life experience is completely subjective. 5-year-old stubs their toe. That's literally the worst pain they felt in their life. You know what I'm saying? That's just as bad as my stuff. It is. It's all subjective. So, yeah, like, but when I first got MS, I got diagnosed by a bad neurologist, legitimately one of the worst rated in the nation. I found out later. And the only good piece of advice she gave me was don't go online, which I did, of course. But I'm a cynic. So, I go online, I start reading these stories, and I've told you guys this one about the lady who was complaining that her husband couldn't handle her disease and left her, and that, he just couldn't deal with having a sick wife. But you go through her post history and she's talking about, like, as soon as she got diagnosed, she quit working entirely. She got like 12 cats. She was sleeping 18 hours a day. And it was like, I don't think the disease is why he left. I think the disease is something you're using as an excuse to do this, Yeah. And that has honestly, for good and bad, colored my experience with this disease. Yeah. So I treat it very differently, I think, than most people do. I also am very confrontational about it. I mean, if you're going to be in my life, you're going to know it's going to affect me. There's no way I can hide it. So I might as well just come at you with it,
Yep.
But I respect people who hide it,
Oh, of course. I mean, everybody's got to battle and deal with it differently, 100%.
Yep.
And we talked about, Chris being a big inspiration for doing this. And of course you too, Billy, because that's the personal touch of knowing someone who has MS and just seeing, the suffering that you go through with it. And, but we are doing this primarily for Christina Applegate, just so you know.
Oh yeah. 100%.
Any money that we raise, if it's a cure, it has to go to her first.
Agreed. 100%. I'm in. You can delay mine.
A close second is, of course, just from Buffy, Emma Caulfield.
Wait, Emma Caulfield?
I didn't know that.
In the club.
Yeah.
She's going to be in a new Agatha TV series because she was on WandaVision.
Yeah. Well, I hate hearing new people come into the club, but kind of cool.
Right.
Also,
I got a Buffy alone.
Like when I see somebody, like when I see a celebrity get real fat, I'm like, yeah, you're with me. Like when we lost Kevin Smith, it was bad. Like we lost a big spokesperson for that. I mean,
Jonah Hill keeps hopping in and out of the clubs.
That guy.
Get your club, man. Get your card. What are you doing?
Your bullshit success and then falling out and then telling us not to talk about your weight. Talk about your weight if I want, you dick.
Well, and it's kind of wild. You actually lost Jack Osborne from the Big Guys Club, and he went over to MS. He just jumped teams.
Yeah, but I feel like, MS is such an important thing to raise a light on or turn a light on too. I got to stop.
Yeah, there are a lot of ways you could have gone that. We're like,
yeah,
no.
MS is such an important thing. It's so many people are suffering. And then just stop talking. Just like that's where it ends. I do want to bring up something what Chris is saying because, of course, he does have MS. Michael's such an inspiration, along with Selma Blair from the MS community. He also says, when I was first diagnosed in 2020, I saw her first interview, and that scared the hell out of me, thinking I would get that bad. And MS killed my marriage. I mean, it's such a sad state of affairs. And the reason I keep bringing this up, guys, is donate. Let's get this research going. Let's save some people. Let's cure this shit. Because we're not going to
AIDS. Enough with all the other ones. They've all got plenty of money. Cancer's got a lot of money. Let's throw some towards that.
A lot of money.
Let me jump into that real quick. Because first of all, like I feel like I could sit and chat with Chris for a couple hours on this stuff because this is a pervasive thing. A lot of people I know. I saw, God, I can't remember her name. She was a celebrity from like my parents' era who died of MS back in the early 2012, 2013.
And Margaret?
No, that'd be hilarious though. No, she was wheelchair bound. She had face paralysis, stuff like that. I saw that. And I was terrified. Like, oh, there I am in a month. It scared the shit out of me. So I understand what Chris is saying there. Also, it's stressful on everybody in your life, period. It's horrible. And boy, you don't really think about degenerative diseases till you have them. But once you have them, you start to really realize there's examples like people don't like hearing about pain. They just don't. So I'm very matter of fact about when I talk about it, because I know if I talk about it for more than 2 seconds, doesn't matter how much the person loves me, they're going to get uncomfortable and not want to hear about it anymore. And it's unconscious. They're not doing it on purpose. So,
well, I think part of that too is it's a human body's reaction. Like we mentally don't want pain. We think pain, we remember pain and go, I don't want that. So
yeah. The other thing is, you brought up AIDS research. I brought it up earlier. Important to note, AIDS, Crohn's, lupus, MS, these are all autoimmune diseases. All of them are extremely closely linked. Any research that goes into one of those basically helps with all the rest. The bonus is the antiretrovirals and all that for AIDS coming out has basically diverted a whole lot of research towards AIDS, towards specifically multiple sclerosis, which is, oh my God, it's amazing. I was reading this morning that they've got stage 2 trials for remyelination therapy, which could potentially reverse a bunch of the damage, not the white matter atrophy, but the nerve damage could get reversed if that goes through. That's all due to the research money being diverted over to MS. And the more they do for MS, the closer lupus and Crohn's are more closely related to MS than to HIV. So like, or AIDS, I'm sorry, not HIV. It's all very good. MS research is hitting a peak right now. So give us your money.
Yeah, absolutely, guys. And let's see where we're at while we're talking about it.
Yeah, check in on the money shot.
We are still 515. Thank you again for everybody who donated. So we've reached our goal, because our goal was 500, but let's go for 1,000.
Well,
why not?
Technically, our goal is to cure this disease. So let's plan over the course of the next 10 hours to see if we can't just muddle through it, guys.
Well, I've already cured it.
Thank you for curing it, guys. I appreciate it. I'm gonna. Chris just said there's so many unknowns about MS, and I want to approach that real fast. That is 100% true. But in the last 5 years alone, the things we've discovered about it, that it is now, we know, caused by the Epstein-Barr virus, mono. So one of the things that, so they have finally linked that. They still don't know the exact mechanism of it, but they've now tied it to that. My wife made the comment that a lot of people from my high school were coming up with MS in their like 30s and 40s. And it was odd. A lot of people I went to school with were getting it. And when I was in 11th grade, there was a massive streak of mono that hit the whole school, kissing disease. So everyone got it, you know. I got hit with it very bad. 2 other people I know that now have MS and one that has lupus all got it at the same time and also got hit very bad by it. There's so many unknowns, but we're finding out so much stuff in the last couple of years that it's wild. So it's an exciting time not to have it. Jesus, wish we didn't have it. But if you had it in the 80s, they didn't know jack, and it took another 40 years for them to learn that vitamin D deficiency was linked to it. You know what I'm saying? And yet in the last 5 years, we found out the root cause of it. We found it breaks the blood-brain barrier, which also means we found out how to deliver drugs more effectively to it because of that. The mRNA vaccines that have come out were in existence because of multiple sclerosis research, and those mRNA vaccines are actually already being used in multiple sclerosis research for like the last 8 years. That's why it was able to be converted so quickly. It was already being used, but we learned how to program RNA because of MS. You know what I'm saying? Like, and that's in the last 5 years. The things that they've learned are just exponentially growing, and it's a wild time to pay attention to it.
You know, I just touched on a few things because I do have a couple questions for you. What's up, Radar? How you doing, bud?
What's up, Radar?
Can't wait to see you next month, man. Dale says, my grandmother endured bee sting therapy for a long time in hopes to relieve her MS symptoms. She was the best. Let's eradicate MS.
Agreed.
There's bee sting therapy?
Yep. Yeah. Very common, actually. Still get used a lot. I've done it myself once, and I will probably end up doing it again. It's not the greatest, but when you get to the point of doing it, it can be a relief. They sting you with honeybees, and the venom from it triggers a nerve response, and it can help revitalize areas where the nerve damage isn't in the spine, but actually at the root of the nerves. So it can help with it.
Oh, wow.
And sometimes it's worth it because you don't feel as much pain. So it's like, screw it, do it.
Yeah. Hey,
So
if it
to
helps, I mean,
answer-
leeches work. I'm down.
But to answer Mark Wahlberg's question, what happened to all the bees? MS people killed them.
Poking ourselves with them.
Just grabbing them out of the air and poking yourself. Just be like, this will help. Let it in there. Dave
Well,
Gregory,
it's great though. We're going to start having synthetic bees then, is what you're saying.
Right. Let's do this.
Just got to reload the population.
I was one diagnosed with MS. Chris
So-
says it's a I'm going to let you answer, Billy, but
Okay,
it says
got
the
you.
process, tons of blood work, MRI, spinal taps, more blood work. I just wanted to add that.
Yep.
But
That's 100% right. The thing with MS, and by the way, guys, I'm an obsessive nerd and dig into all this stuff massively. That's why I'm this font of ridiculous, stupid shit. But so in order to diagnose MS, they're in the last year they've started to develop a blood test for it. But up until this year, and that isn't proven yet, they're still just working on it, but it's promising. Up until then, though, there is actually no way to diagnose MS or to test for MS. You literally have to test for everything else. I had to be tested for brain tumors, for what is the spinal one spinal meningitis? You know, yeah. You have to be tested for literally everything else on the planet. And if you don't come up positive for anything else, they go MS. Or if during the testing, which is actually more frequent, you have an active attack happen, they're able to do a flash MRI and spinal CT to check between the two, and they can do a quick diagnosis that way. I did not get that. Mine was an extremely long and extremely painful and horrifying process to get diagnosed. I do not recommend going through that if there's not some weird ass shit happening to you.
Yeah. If you just think you're sick, don't go MS. Don't think MS. Don't start MS.
Get tested for Lyme disease first.
There you go. That's an easy one. They draw blood once. You'll figure it out. Worst case scenario, they rerun it. You're fine.
Jesus Christ.
Not scraping platelets or whatever else you had to go through. But hey, for anyone who doesn't know, what's a spinal tap? Relive that nightmare.
Fuck, man. So before we get into that, a little background. I had calcium issues when I was young. My calcium in my body would overproduce and it would put it in weird spots. I've got extra bone growth, places in my body, things like that. Fun side effect we didn't realize until much later in my life was that it also coated parts of my spinal column, the soft parts, with a coating of calcium. So there's now like a bit of a hard shell around a lot of my vertebrae. So anyway, the way they do a spinal tap is they poke a needle, just like they do an epidural for women giving birth. They poke a needle into your spinal cord, and they have to let the spinal fluid drip out because you put any pressure on it, because your nerves are like little silk filaments. So the tiniest bit of suction would yank them through the needle and basically paralyze you instantly. Awesome. So they have to put this needle in and they got to let it sit and just let it drip out, and they get your spinal fluid. Your body doesn't care for spinal fluid being taken out. So so you get bad migraines and stuff afterwards. It's not fun. So they're going to do this test once again, getting diagnosed by I want to say the fourth worst neurologist in the country. I didn't know this. And she's in her office poking into my spine with the big ass needle. And as she goes in, it scrapes. I'm like, you're hitting bone. And it feels like at first like a sledgehammer hitting my thigh. It was horrifying. She pulls back out a little bit, pokes back in, and my lower calf on my left leg lights on fire. And I mean, I could feel flames licking at my leg. I'm screaming. She's like, oh, suck it up. It's no big deal. And then she pulls out and she goes for another spot. Boom, hits another cluster. And at this point, it felt like my whole left side, it was just, what was that one? That one felt like crushing. Like there was a weight on it, like it was crushing. I finally was like, you got to stop. Eventually, they sent me to the hospital where they have to do a endoscopy. They do a J hook to go to the inside of my spine instead of the outside of the spine.
That's cool.
Yeah, had to stand up for it while they do it. Got to watch it though, because I'm one of those weirdos. If you're poked with a needle, it actually hurts less if I'm watching than if I'm not. The unexpected gets me.
Now, was this in the days of like at least where they had the lay down, like where you kind of laid an angle?
Yeah, I
put your hands up.
Okay, you had your hands on it. Yeah, but I mean, like that's the angle.
Yeah,
so I'm standing up pretty much. They go around. I can feel the needle coming through, but it didn't hurt that bad. They're avoiding nerve clusters for the most part. It gets the spinal column and it goes through, and it felt like somebody had blown a balloon up inside of my body, filled every little bit of it, and then it popped. Like that's what it felt like. I mean, it was the worst sensation of my life. And I was talking to my wife about her epidural. She's like, "Oh God, it wasn't like that for me." But so that may not be everybody's experience on it. That may be a unique thing. But the pain went away as soon as that happened. Oh, I agree, David. Was the pain went away as soon as that pop happened, but that pop didn't hurt. The pain before it was awful. I mean, obliteratingly awful. But that pop was the most disturbing thing I've ever felt in my life. And guys, I'm here to tell you, I have felt some bad pain. It doesn't come close to that pop. That wasn't pain. So it was a lot of stuff. Now, the process over the last 10 years has gotten a lot easier. So I don't want to scare people into going, I don't want to get diagnosed. It's gotten a lot easier. They don't do it the same way anymore. Like I said, they're getting close to a blood test now for it, which would be game changing. They're also excitingly getting close to a very effective treatment called HSCT that's very dangerous to do right now. They're narrowing in on a version of it that's not as dangerous, much safer. That's exciting because if it works, it resets your immune system, cures you of basically everything. Right? I mean, who doesn't want that? You do that, a poop transplant, buddy, you're now a marathon runner with perfect health, right?
God, I can't wait.
Oh my God, if that goes out to everybody, it's going to be great. But like you got that, we're getting close to an actual vaccine for autoimmune diseases because we now know that it's linked to this virus that helps it break the blood-brain barrier. It basically rewrites your immune system into thinking part of you as an enemy. And that's what determines which autoimmune disease you get, right?
Which one are you lucky enough to have?
Right. And they're getting close to this blood test so that getting diagnosed will be a lot easier. So it's a terrifying disease. Nobody should have it. And I feel terrible for anybody who gets it, but it's much better to have it now, than it was to get it. Like I got diagnosed in 2006. And even then they were saying, you're so lucky you got it now. And I've got some major deterioration, but if you got diagnosed, I think Chris was saying 2020, like terrifying, but it's so much better to be diagnosed now.
God, can you imagine being like diagnosed back in the 90s? Because that's got to be a straight death sentence. It's like cancer in the 70s. You're dead. It's it.
David's question here, MS not genetic, right? As far as they can tell, no. It's more environmental. If you look at MS cases on a heat map of the world, you basically see the further away you get from the equator, mostly in the northern hemisphere, the higher the cases of MS get, right? Now, it seems to be a combination of things. Getting Epstein-Barr virus while you have low vitamin D, which everybody, the further away from the equator you get, gets dangerously low in vitamin D. Don't care who you are, go get it tested. You could be windsurfing 3 months of the year. Your vitamin D levels are probably low, right? Especially if you're in Canada, you're screwed. So like the cases of MS especially, but all autoimmune diseases go up the further north you go from the equator. Genetic predisposition can make it easier for you to get it, yes, but it doesn't actually mean that you have predisposition to get it. It can make you more predisposed to get Epstein-Barr, basically, which can let it affect you, but that doesn't even mean that if you get it, you'll get it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So if you live in Ohio, you'll probably get it.
Ohio, I'm pretty sure has everything, especially now with another accident. Oh my gosh, did you guys see that?
Yeah.
The truck that was full of the soil that they were trying to remove from the contaminated area got into an accident and didn't even get out of the damn state.
Guys, we know this shit is dangerous. Could we treat it a little bit more carefully, please?
Anybody, just try hard.
Put it in a sealed truck.
It's turning into Gotham. There's no OSHA. There's no need for regulation.
I knew you were going to get back into that, you son of a bitch.
People falling into open barrels of toxic waste that are down by the pier. All you want to do is go see if they're going to have the fish market open tomorrow. And boom, now you have some evil desire to kill everybody in town.
What?
Yep.
What company called fucking Ace keeps open vats of chemicals just there?
Well,
I want to point out.
They mix their own paint for the hardware stores.
I want to point out that Whenever they show the workers in those factories, by the way, like 1 out of 10 has a respirator on. We watch the fumes coming off of those tanks, and their people are just leaned over like, well, it's Gotham. What are you going to do?
Getting a good day in there, eh, Frank?
See, the best part is like when you watch Apocalypse Now and you run into Robert Duvall's character, the surfers, and he's like, I love the smell of napalm in the morning. And you know, anybody who watches that movie gets the feeling of like, well, we get why he's saying it. He's just accepted his life in Vietnam and that this shit is all around and he can't get away from it. And I feel that's Gotham in 1989 because clearly everybody's just like, well, we're in Gotham. We didn't move to Metropolis. We're going to die one way or the other here.
One of your top detectives is one of the most slovenly guys on the entire any force.
Have you seen that dude's coat? And he's running our police force?
Yeah.
Take a shower, man. Get it ironed. What is happening here?
Like the same shirt you've worn for 17 days, this line of mustard stains, and you just know it's terrible.
And listen, Tim Burton, let's take a time travel back. Can you actually pay attention to what part of Batman you want in your movie? Can you stop saying, all right, we're going to put an amalgamation of Miller's Batman and the Batman that they're kind of putting out after that, but we're going to make sure that we make Gordon the same Gordon from the 1966 TV series, and he's just inept and he's not friends with Batman. God damn it. I love that movie, but I can pick it apart.
Well, yeah, of course we can. But the simple point is 1989 Batman has the 3 most important things. Number 1, you have Michael Keaton as Batman.
Yes.
Nails it. Number 2,
that's a 10
Jack
right
Nicholson as Joker.
Oh my God,
Done.
I love it.
And number 3, you have Vicky Vale. And Kim Basinger, although not always one of my tops, she still is always one of the icons. You have to give her icon. She is.
She's
100%
so
agreed. Yeah, you get an argument for me.
And Prince sang the album.
Oh yeah, Prince's whole freaking album. Come on.
It's there.
That movie won.
You know, sorry, Ben Affleck, but clearly you're not the best Batman out there.
He's Batfleck and will never be anything more. I'm sorry. He didn't do it.
David, as an actor, I understand what you're saying. That Bale is for you.
Sure.
100%. Yeah.
You
Bale's
didn't have
amazing. Yeah. Now, look, Christian Bale was, I think, personally the best Batman. From an acting, storytelling, photography way. Like, he was just the best, well done, fully fleshed out, and real Batman. Michael Keaton was the best Batman because he was awesome as hell as Batman and having a ball doing it. He wasn't a haunted Batman. He was a having fun Batman, which we never get to see because Batman is clearly a sociopath with multiple personality disorder, severe abandonment issues,
absolutely,
emotional damage. Like, he's got problems.
And I think Keaton plays that real quick, if I may, just to add to that, because I think Keaton plays that perfectly, because when no one is around, he's Batman. When people are around, he clearly is playing Bruce Wayne. He's one I think he did that so freaking well and so subtly. It was great. Yep.
He was the best at flipping it. Yeah.
Before we continue on, because there's a lot of Batman talk going on, but Dan says, had to take a call and do my job for once. What did I miss? You missed everything about MS.
MS,
but you're the highest donor. You're the highest donor today, so it's okay.
I do want to get back over to Chris's question once we get through the Batman talk. I don't want to.
If I may ask, mine is major weakness in my right side and drop foot. You've talked about drop foot before.
Oh yeah. So I want to make sure that I do get to this, because as somebody with a degenerative disease, one of the things that you never get to do is talk about it. You talk about it with people who don't know, and it's very like when you describe memory issues as somebody with MS. Everybody goes, oh yeah, me too. I have memory problems. And you want to go look. Yes, you have memory. We all get them as we get older, but there's a difference, because I know when I've forgotten something, but I also know when the MS has done it, because it's a black hole and it's a difference. You know what I'm saying? When you describe joint pain, people are like, oh yeah, me too. Because we all get joint pain as we get older, but it's different. It changes, it moves, it goes to different spots, it does different things. It also causes numbness further down the line. It causes phantom. So it's difficult to have conversations about what you have as far as MS goes with people who don't have it. So when you hear somebody with MS, it's a lot of fun to be able to talk about it. So I see us stuff, and I want to make sure. I'm sorry, you know me, I babble.
No, go. That's the whole point,
bro. So I have a couple primary symptoms. I have major numbness and tingling, like basically to here on my arms. I have almost no sensation. I can feel pressure. I can feel some pain. I continuously stab my damn hands and cut myself without knowing it. That goes on my feet as well, up to about mid shin. I forgot what the bone is there. And like tingling everywhere. So the longer the day goes on, the more it feels like there's ants crawling under my skin.
If I could cut you off for just a second, I don't want to laugh at you, what you're saying. That's not why I'm laughing.
No, please do. I don't give a shit.
I flipped over to change something and came back and Casey was missing. And then
like he was like, I can't fuck this.
Slowly came back up and went, and I'm like, "What'd you do?
Oh God!
I know we have 13 hours left, but would you
do cocaine right here, right now?
Please, we all know if I'm doing blow, it's many. I wouldn't have any on me actually.
Dude, your level of energy on anything else, not even if you don't drink your coffee in the morning, you still have a level of energy that I will never aspire to. And now, mind you, didn't say get to. I will never aspire to it. It's too much. It's too much. There's a level of energy I feel you need to live at, and with my bulbous body, that level of energy is like circumventing real things that I don't want to do.
Oh, fair. That's valid.
And just trying to sleep. No, but I'm sorry. I know I took you away from it a little bit. And your explanations are very important. We really appreciate it. And I want to say, just somebody who observed you, living around you for years when you're suffering, like just watching things, even then, what you were going through was just, it was heartbreaking, so no, but it is. And then so many people are asking about it, and I'm glad that people are taking a real view into this and supporting, and we appreciate you giving us this explanation.
Well, it's also hard for someone like me who's only seen MS through when I was younger. Montel Williams was the only person I knew who had MS.
Oh shit, Montel Williams,
super famous guy. Yeah, he was our main guy. Yeah.
Yep. And so
we got to fix this for Montel.
Yeah, but that was my
only
thing.
Him.
Montel was one of those people who never looked sick.
Yep.
And it's one of those diseases that, unfortunately, it's one of those kind of like. Yep, exactly. Well, eventually get you, but also it's hard to see what people mean when they're talking about it.
Yeah.
When people are saying they suffer these things, it's like, and Billy, you are specifically to your point to get you back on track there. You're having that discussion of I forget things, but it's different. I have that joint pain, but it's different. It's understanding that.
Yeah. So, oh no, please, Mike.
No. I was just going to ask. Actually, I was going to ask something on top of that with what Casey's saying and what you were saying. When you speak about different for you, it's how extreme would you say, or do you have a comparison? Because I guess you most of your adult life you've had MS, so there is no real comparison to getting older. Like my knees hurt because I'm gigantic and I'm old now. So for you, you've been dealing with this for years in your 20s. How do you compare something like that for everybody watching? What's the extreme, I guess, for you, or quantifying it in some way?
So the easy way to tell the difference is the age-related stuff is still going on. Now, with you, for example, knee pain, joint pain especially, you've got age plus the size compacting to make it bigger. So they're one and the same. You can't separate those two from it. For me, the joint pain exists because, you're aging, shit's falling apart, you're getting arthritis, whatever it is, you're developing the pain. MS is nerve pain. So it's not the same type of pain. So I'll wake up in the morning and I go to stretch my leg and it'll pop and it just hurts. And all my joints as I stretch them out, and then it'll feel like an ice pick gets jammed underneath my, my kneecap real quick, just a whack. It gets pulled out, and then it'll travel down my leg real fast. And it's yep, that's the MS. There's a distinct difference between the different types of pain. I will say one of the big problems with MS, one of the reasons I'm so open about it, is, and Chris hit on this. Selma did say this snowflake disease is different for everyone. It is entirely. It's also called the pretty person's disease because until you get facial paralysis, basically, you look fine. I have, you know me, I have a handicap or had a handicap placard because I lose my left leg sometimes. It just vanishes. I've gotten really good at telling when it, and I'm going to get into that in a minute. Gotten really good at telling when it's going to happen so I can get to sport quick or stop moving to get, I'll sit down on the floor wherever the hell I am. I'm not embarrassed. But I did have a handicap placard for a little bit because when it first showed up, it was happening frequently. I don't have it anymore because every time I've used it, somebody's talked shit because I don't look handicapped enough. You know what I'm saying? I got a hernia surgery. I had to get 3 hernias done at the same time. The day after the surgery, I had to come in for follow-up. And my MS, because of the medicines I was on, because of the surgery, MS can be stress induced. So it triggered a flare-up, and flare-ups are unique. They happen different to everybody. My particular one, I got so badly sound sensitive that and it happened around you guys a couple of times where it feels like knife blades going into my brain. It's very hard to listen. So I'll put on headphones with sound canceling and no noise so I can make it through. I lose the leg. I get numb in my feet. And I've made this comparison. The world, I'm on a boat. And sometimes it's just doing this. Most of the time it's doing this. That's 90%. And sometimes it goes, whoop, you know.
Ooh, yeah.
And when I'm having a flare up, it basically lives like this. And I have to get accustomed to it. And so I gave up on the handicap placard because I had to go in for that follow-up, and I used it to go to the hospital. And I came back to a note from somebody saying, "You're not handicapped, you're lazy, go fuck yourself." And I was like, hey, you know what? Screw it. I just don't want to use it anymore. So I don't, you know.
I learned that from you, actually, because I remember when you got the handicap placard and we were talking about it, and you didn't want to use it when we would go out.
I almost never used it. Yeah.
Yeah, because you just didn't want anybody talking. And I started realizing that, and for my own self, when I see people park and they make it out and walk away, I'm just like, and now every time I hear somebody start bitching and moaning, I'm like, you don't know what that person's going through, so just leave it alone.
Right. Yeah. You know? Yeah. You just don't know. You really don't. And the problem is I don't look handicapped, you know, I look good, and it makes it really hard to talk to people about it because they look at you and I have this attitude. I could be clinically depressed and wanting to kill myself, and I would still talk exactly like this. My face would still be smiling. You know what I'm saying? So people tend to kind of dismiss what it is. And I don't blame them. It's hard to get it. Real quick here though, I'm gonna answer David's question. Is there neurodivergence presence? And then that'll lead me into Chris's earlier question because I take forever to answer things.
Yeah, please.
I don't know if neurodivergence is a part of having the MS or not, but I'm in the tech field where 80% of people in it have some kind of neurodivergence. We're all on the scale at some point. My son has autism. I have severe ADHD. I've weaponized it, and it's got me very far in my career because of it. But when I was a kid, my mom worked for NIH, and we had a library in our house filled with medical books. She worked for a research doctor and all this stuff. She was a nurse in the Korean War, all this good stuff. I, as an obsessive child, I've got severe issues. I read almost all those books. One of the things that scared me to get into Chris's thing was reading things about people developing drop toe later in life, getting Bell's palsy, where the right side of your body goes just blah, you got nothing, you know. It happens in your 50s, you know. Reading about people losing a limb out of nowhere and having to learn to live their life without a leg or an arm, or losing their eyesight and having to become blind, or it's slowly becoming deaf over time, used to scare me as a kid. And so I would blind myself for, 4 or 5 days at a time. I'd wear a blindfold. I wouldn't cheat. I would hold it serious. My mom was freaked out by it, but she got used to it after a while. I'd tie a leg up. So I had to live my life without a leg for a long weekend. With drop toe, I realized there's nothing you could really do other than learning to walk differently. So I actually, since I was a child, have pulled up with the top of my shin where the knee is. I pull on that muscle. And so I unconsciously am pulling up. Now, if I walk for more than half an hour, it makes my knee hurt. The muscle around it hurt. It's a very weird feeling. But I do have drop toe, and sometimes out of nowhere, you'll just see me, fall straight over comically. And that's because takes concentration to do it. And if I drop it for a second.
Yeah, I don't want to laugh, but there were some times where like you really did Abbott and Costello it up. You'd be walking and like you'd feel it, and you'd be like, and then just fall over, and it's like I don't know whether to laugh or not. Like I'm not quite sure where to go with this.
You got to make sure I didn't break anything first, and then you can laugh hysterically at it.
Exactly. As long as everything's safe.
Yeah, as long as I'm alive, it's okay.
We would never kick Casey out. Of course, this is a 16-hour event, and we're on for most of it, so we got to go to the bathroom sometime.
Yeah, and I'll be honest, man. The morning coffee already kicked in, so things happen. Also, I have a PSA, something really important, and this is not just for me. This is for everyone out there listening. I want you to remember to please always reload your toilet paper because you never want to have to duck walk to a different room to get the toilet paper because you didn't even leave an extra roll for backup. Yeah.
Well, dude, at least you'll be here. We got plenty. Don't worry.
So remember to load up.
I do want to continue on, and I just want to say thank you to Billy. You're not leaving. I just wanted to say thank you for like this information because I know a lot of people are asking questions right now. They're genuinely interested, and that's a great thing. I mean, because people need to know more about this. Like you said, it's the pretty people's disease. I remember you saying that years ago. Like people just don't know what's going on. So like being able to kind of make everybody aware, I think is just great. And I'm glad you could come on and do that. Even though we invited you on to talk about movies, God damn it.
I'll talk about movies all day too, but everybody talks about movies. It's a rare opportunity to talk about something that people don't get to. Until I had MS, like I knew 2 people in my life that had it, but I really didn't know anything about it. And then once I got diagnosed, and since I've been diagnosed, I run into people constantly who are just like, oh yeah, my aunt has it, or my sister has it, or somebody in their life has it. And like, it's
don't feed into his ego.
I have a huge one. Please do. It's not something people talk about much, and you don't think about these things until they hit you. And you shouldn't, honestly. I mean, the reason raising awareness is so big is because if it's not in your life, what are you going to be aware of every single thing that could happen to you? No, you're not. Unless it affects your life, you can't possibly be aware of everything. So you may know somebody with MS, but it doesn't mean you know anything about it. So raising awareness, I think, is fantastic, and people should ask these questions.
Yeah.
Let me go here. I want to answer horror with Sir Sturdy. I love the name. Does MS affect more races than others? Yeah. There's a sex and a race component. Women are affected by MS almost double the rate of men. I actually think it may be more than that. I'm off on that statistic, I think. But women get affected by it much, much more than men do.
Is that due to Epstein-Barr? Does that specifically demographically affect women more, or?
And did Epstein-Barr kill himself?
No, fucking Epstein did not kill himself, and we all fucking know it.
Epstein was killed by Barr. Epstein was killed by Barr.
He very clearly was. Very clearly was. I have read the research on the discoveries about Epstein-Barr's virus, but not on how it affects sex. So I don't want to get into. Don't really know why. And I'm going to read more about it now because you asked me, and my obsessive nature is not going to let me let that go.
I want the answer. I'll ask you. You'll get to it eventually.
I'll find it.
3 days. I'll have a full rack of information.
And for context, Sir Sturdy is our black friend Sturdy. He likes when we call him that. I don't know why.
Does he? Okay,
yes.
I was like,
he introduces himself as his black friend.
He wants everybody to know that he is our black friend Sturdy.
Hey, it's like raising awareness.
We just want to call him our friend.
That's what we want to say.
Yeah. George G. Bell's palsy attacked age 35 and couldn't open left eye. All of a sudden, it was scary. So I got hit with Bell's palsy as one of the reasons I went in for my MS diagnosis. So I leaned into my car and I got something that's called Lorette sign. It's very common among people with spine injuries and degenerative disease of the spine. My MS is about 80% of my spine, 20% of my brain. Damn right, your black friend's dirty. And so I leaned in to get into my car at the time to get something out of the back seat, and I got this like electrical shooting through my body down my legs. It didn't hurt. It was a very interesting feeling, and after that, every time I looked down, it would happen again. And then shortly after that, the right side of my face just started drooping. And if we took a moment and I got close to the camera, you would see my right eye is slightly closed more. I smile the way I do because my right side doesn't. I'm actually doing a smirk, but it comes out as an even smile, right? Because my right side is weaker. I'm probably like 8 years away from it coming back, because Epstein-Barr tends to hit you young, go away, and then come back permanently when you get older.
Fun.
Yeah. So the other thing here is saying about Epstein-Barr is so common, almost everyone has. That's true. That's what makes this scary, and it's also why the prevalence of autoimmune diseases and their diversity is so scary, as we now know that Epstein-Barr is basically the trigger for it, but we don't entirely know why it's the trigger for it, right? So in the 80s, people that were being treated for HIV and AIDS would be given these immune suppressing drugs. And most of the deaths that were happening in the 80s were from people dying from these drugs. There was a spat of it, and it took a long time for them to figure out that we all have a virus in our brains. Every single one of us has a virus in our brains called the JC virus. The JC virus right? It lies dormant in your brain your whole life, and it takes something severely disrupting your immune system for it to wake up, and getting MS ain't severe enough for it, right? You have to disrupt the immune system, not change it. So when you take immunosuppressants, it makes your immune system stop producing certain things. Back in the day, it was blanket. It just made the whole immune system shut down, right? And what that would do is trigger JC virus. If you kept antagonizing JC virus would then turn into something called PML. I wish I could give you the full scientific name for it, but it's really long and I can never remember it properly. It's like, never mind. I'm not even going to try. But PML eats your brain, causes it to melt more or less. A very scientific thing that goes into it, but it has an extremely high death rate.
If I may, PML is progressive multifocal leukoencephalopathy.
There you go. PML is what killed most people being treated with immunosuppressants in the 80s and 90s with HIV. That was a huge driver of the crisis, and people didn't know it was happening. It took a long time for them to figure it out. I took a drug for a long time called Tisabri, one of the better drugs you can take for MS, and for the time I was taking it, the best. I found out later that it triggered JC virus. So JC virus positive, which means I can never touch a drug that has PML risk. I can, it just raises the risk, but I'm not going to fuck around with that, right? There's drugs that don't do it. Let's not risk it.
Yeah.
But this is the thing, is like, everybody on earth has this virus. It's completely harmless 99.9999% of the time, right?
Like shingles.
There you go. I mean, a little more severe, but like shingles.
I've had that.
Shingles is the annoying version. That's all it is. Shingles is just
so
annoying.
Shingles is a form of that?
No, so but shingles is a virus that sits in your body that we pretty much all have, and you're fine unless you get chickenpox, and then chickenpox can aggravate it when you get older. The shingles virus pops its head up and goes, "Hey, remember that was chickenpox? Fuck you!" And
it just lives in a vertebrae in your spine. It's just sitting there.
Well, Casey remembers when I had it like all down my face. The shingles, it was rough.
And
I'm getting a fucking handicap placard. And I don't care what anybody says. I'm just gonna be like, roll in and be like, "Look at me, dude. I look like Brendan Fraser from his most epic movie this year,
The Whale."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, I did a TikTok live where I was talking, we're doing movie stuff, and somebody goes, "Oh shit, it's Brendan Fraser from The Whale," and I was like, "Did you really need to add The Whale? I knew what you were talking about. It's not like it's not like you were gonna say, 'Oh shit, it's Brendan Fraser,' and I was like, 'Oh yeah, from The Mummy,
from
right?
Monkey Bone,
George of the Jungle here, everybody."
Man.
I mean, I would have taken Doom Patrol, but fine, I know what you meant.
Yeah, a robot would have been way better.
There's a few comments I just want to get to real quick. Fred's here. What's up, Fred? How you doing, bud?
What's up, Fred?
Hi, Fred.
And I do want to check the numbers. I do want to go back to it real
Fred,
quick.
my fellow Connecticut.
Hey, you got a link for that donation thing, by the way? Because where I'm at, I can't see it, and I'm going to throw some at it.
Oh, I appreciate that, man. And it will all go right back to you.
All right, in a roundabout way.
When
Eventually,
the cure comes about, and they're like, the Scene Snobs cured MS.
Congratulations, Billy.
We're just gonna take credit. No matter what, who does, anytime there's an advancement from this point forward, we're gonna have to put something up like every Friday, the MS Watch.
Look what we did.
When Christina Applegate and Selma Blair come out and officially declare MS completely cured, you better believe the Scene Snobs are accepting that award.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, I'm just gonna go to Emma Caulfield's house and leave her a nice fruit basket.
There you go. There you go.
Xander.
With a "You're welcome."
Billy,
congratulations, we did what we could.
If you look off to the side in the private chat, I put the link.
Awesome. Thank you, man.
Yeah, no problem, man. Thank you. Let's actually, before we get into any more comments, let's check and see where we're at. Because remember, everybody, the goal was 500. We have reached our goal, but we are going for more. We want to cure this thing. Give us $10,000.
That's all we're looking for. I think it's a solid starting line.
That's, in fact, every doctor says that if $10,000 is all you need to cure MS.
Boom.
We're at 615.
Woohoo!
Thank you,
All
James.
right.
Thank you, Dale, for your donations. Truly appreciate you.
Thank you, everyone who's been donating, who's been sharing it out, who's been hanging out with us. We appreciate it. We got a long day ahead of us. 30 minutes left in this round, and super excited to be hanging out with this Mystery Elephant reunion.
I
This
know,
has been radical
man.
having you here, bro. I love this, man. This is awesome.
Let's bring it up a little bit. Let's talk about that, because that was a hell of a show for us. And Mystery Elephant, of course, was the name of the show that we hosted back in the day. Billy, of course, producer and host. Casey was the moderator. I was the guy that fucked up segues like it was nobody's business and beat a dead
horses uncontrollably.
Relentlessly. Holy shit. Holy shit.
Listen, I'm self-aware enough to know what I did.
Casey was a slave to the bit, drove me out of my mind. Couldn't say
hey, bits have served us well on this.
Look, they worked. They still enraged me. I mean, I didn't stop him. I just got irritated by it. That's all. I could have stopped it, and I was like, nah.
I mean, building the rage was always one of my favorite things. I love building the rage with both of you.
It's very easy to do with me, sadly.
When you would rant, Billy, and you would just get so mad at whatever the thing we were talking about at the moment. And you would, I can't even get it out. You would epically scream about this thing into the mic, get mad, push the mic away, get on your phone and be like, I'm done with the show. You guys talk.
So angry.
Like 15 minutes into an episode at one point, and I was like, is this the rest of the show? And then Casey and I would have to talk about different things until we found something.
Until it pulled me out. Yeah.
Yep.
It doesn't take much. You just got to find a topic that I can't resist, and then it's right back in. I've only actually walked from the one show with Dan. That was the only one where he high-roaded me, and he baited me into an argument, which I love. I love ranting. I love getting in arguments. I love disagreeing with people. It's the best thing ever, and I won't hold it against people. It's fun. But he baited me into an argument. We got into it. It was something I was passionate about. I even gave him the chance not to get in the argument 2 times. Even midway through the argument, I was like, do you want to bail now? Fucking do it. And he didn't. And then we get into it, and I throw down fact at him, and he goes, well, I mean, if that's the way you think, I guess that's just the way you think. And I got fucking angry. I'm like, no. You started this, bitch. You don't get the fucking high road. You stand up for your fucking point. And he just stared at me and wouldn't respond. And I threw my fucking mic and Storno was like, fuck this show.
Man, that was OTRN. That was back when we were doing it out of the tattoo shop.
Yeah.
That was so funny.
That is how Mystery Elephant started. Billy got mad and went out and bought all his own equipment and said, I'm starting my own show.
Yeah.
And it was like 3 months later, he started his own show.
I want to do another one. I wish we hadn't stopped, but I had too much going on to keep producing. Things have got so much easier for it now. But back then, it was such a pain in my ass.
Remember, it all was like podcasting was not what it is now. 2020. I mean, there's a lot of more bad to it because there's a lot of bad shows that are still, for some reason, think they're good. But when we were there, there was only like 150,000 podcasts when we started podcasting.
Yep.
And now there's actively around 400,000. But there's like 3.5 million on the books. Ugh.
Yeah. I mean, it was wild too, because I mean, we started with OTRN, we were doing that live radio.
Yep.
And that was a totally different thing. It was similar to what we're doing here, but this can be cut up and then saved and turned into a podcast. And that was kind of the funny thing, was the pushback against that back in the day was like, well, but we're already doing it. Like, we're already here.
Yeah.
It's like already recording it, just to put a goddamn intro in it and put it up on a website. He wouldn't do it. So that was, I got in that argument. I was like, fuck it. I went and bought my own shit, started our own podcast, had our own website, had our own hosting, did everything, started seeding it out. We built a hell of an audience for a while. There's keep an eye on the numbers. And we got to a point where we had one hell of an audience, and then I got promoted. And it was just, you know me, I'm obsessive on everything. So I had to turn my focus towards it. And the editing took hours, the adding in, you know, intros and breaks and commercials, and then publishing it to the website, and then getting it out to all the different, you know, podcasts.
And having wildly inconsistent talent who was busy trying to date and would wind up, you know, in a relationship every couple months. So I'd be like, oh,
like every other week.
Yeah, exactly.
I know one of us that was consistently showing up every Tuesday. Even when you guys weren't there.
Oh, that is 100% true. We wouldn't even tell you that there wasn't a show, because we did already
mad that we weren't going to record. I was mad that neither of you told me that we weren't recording. You just let me come.
But 9 times out of 10, it was literally 10 minutes before. Oh yeah, I'm doing this. Can't come. What?
Yep.
What?
There's the point. We worked. All three of us worked in the same place all day long. I would work for 12 hours with these guys, and then I would go to record the episode, and they're like, "Oh no, we had to cancel." And I'm like, nobody could say anything at all to me. Like, we're just here. We're just
in
like,
my defense. I thought Casey would tell you. So
in my defense, I just wouldn't.
You wouldn't. Well, Casey wouldn't tell me, because I know in Casey's mind, he's like, once he gets to Billy's, he'll be fine. And I've kind of figured Billy wouldn't tell me, because when we got there, he's like, well, you just want to hang out? And so we would just hang out. And I was like, well, maybe he just wants to hang out with me. So that's what I built up in my head. That Billy's not telling me, but Casey's busy.
Shit, I love having people over. You kidding me? I'd be fine just hanging out. So yeah, I could lie.
But we did put out a lot of really good episodes. We
did. I still have all of them.
You son of a bitch! I want some.
All right, I got to go through all my archive stuff, but I
was going to say, I thought one of them was I always thought that one of the drives was destroyed. That's what
one
I thought.
Of them was.
Okay.
One of them was. Right. I did lose some stuff. Most of it, I think, was the OTRN stuff, though, because I still have a shit ton of that as well. Because when I was trying to get Tom to do the website, he wouldn't do it. I just took a bunch of the episodes. It was like, fuck you, I'll put them up, and then we ended up doing our own thing. But I still had a bunch of those. I think I still have some, but I did lose one drive that had some stuff. But yeah. Let me locate it. We can post it up here if you want. I don't give a shit. I mean, it's still
no. We need to re-listen to some of those episodes before we start posting those things.
Oh my god,
we're different people, and it's a different world now.
That's true. But here's the thing: I want to call this out, because I'm not going to sell the whole thing, and neither are you guys. Because this episode will never see the light of day again. We did a confessions episode. Our episode got blown. We didn't have the person that was supposed to be on didn't show. We almost didn't have a show, and instead we just decided fuck because I kept wanting to not do a stringent, like, you know me, I want to do a talk show. I don't want to do a movie show. I want to do a talk show. So I was like, fuck it, we're getting rid of the format. Let's just sit and talk. And we started chatting for a bit. And then Casey was like, well, what are we talking about? I was like, confessions. Tell us your darkest secrets. Casey gives a milquetoast confession. We laugh. We're all having fun. Now, my life ethos is, man, we're all fucked up. We like to hide it, but we all have the same fucked up thoughts. We all do this. And when you say the shit, 9 times out of 10, the people around you go, oh yeah, me too. I kind of have, you know what I'm saying? So fuck it, say it. I mean, we're not that different. So we go to tell this confession, and I tell one from when I'm 12 years old. That was, I mean, highly embarrassing.
Oh, yes, I remember this.
You're not allowed to say what it is. You're not allowed to say what it is.
Fine.
because it's long gone and buried, and I don't want to come back up. But the point is, I told a very vulnerable, very dark point of my life story, going like, here you go, guys. I'm going to bear it all out. I'll put out the darkest thing. You
definitely did bear it all. 100%. And I'm going to say this, Billy, before you continue, and I'm not going to say anything. You told me not to, and I won't. But I will say this. Give me a second.
You're playing.
Got to figure it out.
Here, I know you are.
That memory of that confession still comes up sometimes to bring joy into my life. When you said that and you looked at us with that straight face, like, we all know what I'm talking about, and it was like, none of us know what you're talking about.
When I gave that confession, I even said, now I know this one's not shared, because we were sharing ones that everybody had. It was like, well, that's not really a confession. We're all that. We got to find one that we don't. So when I gave it, I was like, I know this is not a shared experience. It's why I'm giving this up, right? So I do, and it was hilarious, and we had like a good 45 minutes of very funny content off it, where I got trashed hard, righteously so.
I mean, it was hilarious.
And then I went, all right, Casey, your turn. And Casey just literally 30 seconds of dead air, looks over, goes, yeah, I don't have anything.
I got nothing.
And it just ends there.
You know,
and I'm just staring at it like, are you fucking kidding me? I just gave the world a part of who I am.
Yes,
the
you
darkest
did.
recesses, the pits deep inside, and you gave me. I got nothing, man.
Literally, after that, I got nothing.
That's my best friend, guys.
Let me tell you, that was one of the most amazing experiences of my life, sitting at the end of that table. And like me, I used to say whatever on that show. I didn't care.
Oh yeah.
Still sort of to this day. And like, Casey, I will say, on that show, you drove me crazy by never really opening up to too much. But on this show, I will tell you, the entire time you've been on, it has been a very stark difference.
Oh, well, I mean, open book. I mean, my whole life policy is that, the more people know about me, there's a chance of A, comfort, and B, being okay with themselves and finding something similar and going, oh, so this is a normal thing. We're okay. Don't hammer on yourself too much. And the more we're open and the more honest we are, life should be honesty, pure and simple. Just be fucking honest. Doesn't matter.
Yeah. And you and I'll give you that. You adopted that heavy on this show because you were like, you know what? It's comedy. Because once we hit that stride, because we started out like, let's talk about movies. Mm-hmm. And that once we became like, we realized like people watch us more for the comedy. We were like, let's just roll with that. That's the best thing. With that being said, Billy, you need to tell the story. You can't leave these poor people lingering.
There's no fucking way.
Okay. Is there a quantifiable number that they could donate that you will tell this story?
Hit $1,000. I'll tell the story. But other than that,
I'm telling you right now.
And I just gave 100 to help get us up. So I think we're at like the 700s right now.
Oh,
so wow. I mean, make it easier. But no, I don't want to tell the story. It's just too embarrassing now because I'll tell it and then I have to get off and go to an appointment.
Run away.
and then you guys are going to see her for the next 2 hours. I'll tell it another time. How about that?
We're going to be here for like 13 or more hours.
I like that. We'll make this another Friday. We'll make this another Friday. We can have this a little Emmy on Fridays.
I like it.
But okay, real quick, because I do actually have to leave in probably about 20 minutes, 30 minutes maximum. I wanted to hit back on the MS stuff because Chris asked what course of treatment I'm on, and I wanted to talk about this big time because I like to live my life well, but I'm also a bad example for a lot of things. This is one of them.
That's a good segue, and this conversation, that other conversation was unbearable, so I get it.
What? Go fuck yourself, Casey. That's all I'm saying. Just
all right. Bear with me.
You sons of bitches. You keep dropping it. That's fine.
No,
I don't mind
what are you
inside
talking
jokes.
about? What's the number one movie in the what was the number one movie in February pretty much throughout?
Cocaine Bear?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Anyway, so in 2020, I was taking Ocrevus. I've been on Ocrevus for about 2 years at that point. As soon as it became legal over here, I started taking it. It's what's it called? Rovicen or Rodicen, something like that over in the UK. It's been used for 20, 30 years over there. It costs like $5. Then they bring it over to the US. They change the name and they charge $65,000 a year for it. And now it's working as intended. Anyway, I started taking that. I don't get many side effects from drugs, but one of the ones I do get, especially from immune suppressant stuff, is I get infections at the drop of a hat. We went on like probably my only vacation in 15 years. We went on a cruise with my wife's family, and I ended up getting a blood infection because I scraped the shit out of my ankle on a jet ski in a tourist ocean. So it wasn't great. I had all kinds of bizarre things happening from little cuts and things, which I cut myself all the time. So I was considering going off it for that.
How do you catch your bearings in something like that?
What do you mean?
Like when something like that happens to you, it has to be unbearable.
Oh, go fuck yourself. I'm going to move past that because you're an asshole. So when COVID,
I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but he does have to leave soon, and
you're just the worst. And if the story comes out, everybody will get it, and it just makes this worse.
Yeah.
Anyway,
the story doesn't come out. We have a rule.
Yes,
right.
Yes. So.
Oh no, I'm enjoying it not coming out, mind you.
Mm-hmm.
So when COVID hit, I was very closely following what was happening with people with on autoimmune suppressants, because COVID is more of a circulatory issue than a respiratory issue, and immunosuppressants can affect circulatory stuff way worse than respiratory. So I was following it very closely, and there was a point in time in which people that were using Ocrevus or its corollary in Europe were having extremely bad outcomes with it. It was basically reverse the population. Populations having like 2% bad outcomes. People in Ocrevus were having like 80% bad outcomes. So it was rare, still rare, because you're looking at a small percentage population, take a small percentage of this drug, taking a small percentage getting hit. So it's not like it was widespread, but considering I kept getting hit with that stuff, I was like, you know what? I'm just not going to take the risk. So I went off Ocrevus, and I asked my neurologist what my options were. I asked him about Chemtrada, a couple others. And it was at that point I discovered I had a bad neurologist. So,
Wait, so that was and this isn't a joke. Because remember you said you went to
different neurologist.
Oh, it's a different one. It wasn't
different one. Okay. I found out I had a bad one a year in, and I found a different one who was much better. The neurologist I got after that was extremely good for a very long period of time. And then he hit his 70s and he started having some cognitive issues. And it took me a bit to realize he wasn't doing what I needed him to do. And it's kind of my fault. You have to be very active in your own healthcare. Anybody with health problems knows that. You have to be your own advocate. You have to fight, because just like any job, people are just doing their job, just want to get through the day. So if you don't fight for it, they're not going to. It was at that time I realized his age was getting to him and he wasn't being helpful to me. So I'm in the process of trying to get into either Johns Hopkins or George Washington up in DC. Both of those have extremely good MS programs, and they're also all encompassing. So if you get in one of those programs, they take care of your entire health, not just the MS, which I've had problems with neurologists who don't really give a shit about the rest of your stuff, only if it's MS. The problem is MS covers shit. So it's all MS. Like none of it is separated when you have it. Like if you have lupus, fucking everything that's happening to you is lupus, But if you get a doctor who's like, "Oh, I only handle this shit," they just ignore the pain that comes from it because, oh, that's something different. It leads to people getting hooked on opioids and shit like that. I'm very careful about it. At the moment, I'm not on a treatment. I have been off treatments for 2.5 years now, and I am paying the price for it. If you have MS, stay on treatments. Don't do what I'm doing. I just had a flare up about 6 months ago, and it was easily the second worst I've ever had. First worst was rebound off of coming off Tysabri. Some of these drugs, if you quit them, it's like it saves up all the damage. When you come off it, it goes, oh, remember this? Boom. Tysabri hit me very hard with that. Gave me my worst, gave me the most symptoms. I'm moving into secondary progressive. So I had remitting recessive MS for the entirety of it, where it's like you're here, then you get hit with a flare up and your disability levels up here. Then it goes away. You're back down, but you're not where you were, and it keeps doing that. Eventually it turns into secondary progressive, where those dips start getting way less, so the damage stays more. There's a third version of yes, you're right, Chris. I do. I'm an idiot. There's a third version called primary progressive, and it is the worst. There's only one drug, Ocrevus, is the only one that does anything. There are two more in clinical trials that show a lot of promise right now, but primary progressive is horrifying. And every time I feel bad for myself, I know a guy who has primary progressive, and I think of him and I go, no, I'm good, because he's got so few options and it's hitting him way harder, but you got to stay on top of your nutritional input. You got to take care of your health, your exercise, stay on those meds. Any of them. I started the crabs. So they give the initial ones. They're all like beta sera and stuff like that. They're like blanket hitters. They hit your whole immune system, and they're not very effective. They're what they had in the 80s. I've gone through all of those. I've gone through all the new modern ones. Gelania, which is a pill you can take, stuff like that. Chris, hopefully RRMS feels like secondary sometimes. Sorry, he just put in there. There we go. Thank you. It can feel like that a lot of times. Sometimes those dips don't go back down where you expect it to. And sometimes, like my ants under the skin thing was a random hit from a flare up. I didn't have it before. It hit, boom, it never went away. And I was like, well, I have secondary progressive. I did not. I just was really sure. They did two series of 6-hour-long MRIs to determine. Usually
those sound fun.
I actually love getting MRIs. I fall asleep in the machines now.
Nice.
And like they usually split them up. Well, you want to do like 45 minutes here, and then we'll do another appointment. I do them the whole thing. And since I both, like they have to go all the way down thoracic spine, all the way up, and then they do it with and without contrast. So we're talking 3 hours each set.
Wow.
And I'll be like, nah, let's do it all at once. Let's just pass out in the MRI machine, put some earplugs in, go to sleep.
Nice.
I think the important thing to add to this with Billy talking about MS and really shining a light while we're doing this, and thank you so much for that, because people coming into this, I can tell just by the comments are learning a lot. And I think a big thing for friends or family of people who have MS and people who are suffering through MS, take it seriously. Even if you don't understand it, you cannot go about this by doing the bare minimum. You have to actually hit it head on. It's very scary. And yeah, it's just
and to understand being supportive in times where you don't really, maybe your friend doesn't look hurt, maybe that family member looks like they're fine, but they're struggling, and it's learning to understand that and how to help work together during those attack times, really.
And that's why, and Casey, I'm so glad you said that too. And this is serious. I'm not gonna do a bear thing again, but it didn't land, and I was beating a dead horse, so I don't want to go back to that.
You love doing it.
No.
I'm good now. I'm good. Casey, you've been doing this show for how many years? Have I been beating dead horses?
Not nearly the way you used to, brother. There's no longer heads in beds.
Not nearly at all. I saw Billy's face and I'm like, oh, bear puns. I'm doing it.
I'm doing it.
So no, but I'm laughing at this as I try to say a serious thing, but no, guys, seriously though, we saw Billy go through a lot, and like I know that built an awareness in me when I hear people talk about having MS. Chris, you especially, because we're friends on Facebook, and seeing a lot of your struggle. I'm so glad you put it out there for everybody to see. He shares everything, his struggle going through, and knowing what you went through. I think it's so important to do that with a disease like this, like lupus, like all the autoimmune diseases you were talking about. It just really is. And I want to thank everybody for their donations so far. We are still going again till 11 p.m. tonight. Billy, I know you have to go soon, but we'll send you the link for the afternoon. If you feel like jumping back in, we're going to be talking our Star Trek. We're going to be talking a lot of stuff. If you feel like jumping back in, we're doing a movie trivia battle royale tonight.
Yeah, which is
going to
be
welcome.
fun.
Jump back in. I got a couple things to do this afternoon, but I could definitely pop on again.
Yeah, just see where we're at, and like you see us on there, just jump in, because we do have other shows popping in and out. But if you see us, let us know, and you can jump in.
I do want to answer a couple more questions on here if I can.
Yeah. Please go ahead.
So I want to go with real quick David's question.
David is sorry. Got to wait.
Does Adderall, cannabis help, shrooms, or ketamine? much longer story. I'm an ex-junkie, ex-con. Been clean for a while for the most part. I smoke a lot of weed. I grow my
It's
own.
legal.
Even if when it wasn't, I still smoked a shit ton and grew my own. So weed is a double-edged sword. Anybody who tells you it doesn't have negatives is a liar. I smoke probably 5-6 times a day, and I will tell you there are absolute negatives to it. We could go on for hours. But I have managed to stay off opioids except for maybe once a month, once every 2 months. I'll have to use one because it's such a bad day. But I rarely use most heavy painkillers other than gabapentin. Because I smoke so much weed. It's a quality of life changer for MS. It really, really is. And I resisted smoking for a long time because I'm an ex-junkie and drug's a drug. But I've been very good with cannabis. I'm fine with it. Now, I have done other drugs. I won't say where I get shrooms from, but I have a very good supply of shrooms. And as far as depression goes, shrooms, ketamine used correctly, used with guidance, used with somebody you trust or with therapist, or just in a controlled setting, can be life-changing. 5 years ago, I was in a very dark place with depression. Casey can attest to this. It was really bad. And I don't show it much, but at that point I was showing it. And yeah, it was horrifying. Mushrooms helped me. Microdosing helped me get through that. Doing a couple megadoses that were controlled helped me quite a bit. When I was a junkie, acid was my drug of choice, so I know what I'm doing with hallucinogens, and I was very careful with it.
Now, mind you, he was careful with it. I was not. I was running out into the rain screaming, "I'm a Viking."
Yes.
So it was a very different experience, but all happening at the same time.
You did that shit when you weren't on shrooms.
Well, valid.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's a fair point.
Yeah.
We used to have sword fights in Billy's front yard.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Not cockfights, actual like
actual sword fights.
Swords,
no, they were not real swords. They were the foam swords. And Casey would wipe the floor with us because somehow he was just good at it. How are you just good at sword fighting? That's not a talent.
I watched a lot of Highlander.
It does. I watched a lot of Highlander. I can't do that.
What you heard is I watched many episodes of Highlander. What you don't understand is I watched a lot of Highlander. All right, like way more than I should have. I thought Mythos had a lot of purpose and poignancy and probably was the best character in the whole thing. And fuck Joe. All right.
We picked up these foam swords. We're like, all right, let's go. And Billy and I would just be having fun, like basically kurganing each other, hitting each other with these swords.
Just haymaker.
Would walk in like Wesley from Princess Bride and just knock him out of our hands and say, "Do you yield?" And I'm like, "What?"
He did force me to get better. Now when we do stuff like that, it's gotten much more like it takes a while. We got to a point with the swords where it would be like a long battle before he would finally get the hit. But it would take a while. Now we've gotten to the point where most of the time, because we karate fight constantly, and most of the time I don't fight back, so he'll get a kill shot on because I'm just standing and not doing anything. But occasionally when we do get into it and go into the fight, it keeps going. Going.
Yeah. We had one rat last like an entire elevator ride and forgot.
Yeah. It's pretty rad.
Button, so we get open at like the 6th floor, still in the midst of this thing.
I got so tired of those goddamn martial arts fights that you guys used to make us do because I was not fast enough. And like now when Casey does it to me, I do one of two things. I'm like, I'm not in the mood, or I try to fall on him.
Yep.
If I can fall on him, if I can just put my hand on his shoulder and fall, he's trapped. You're done.
It's the win.
Like. I hate to bring it back to Cocaine Bear or bears in general, but when that Cocaine Bear falls on top of Han Solo, that's kind of what happens with Casey and my wife.
Two different contexts, though.
Two different contexts. Both of them
way over here.
Poor Casey, poor my wife. David says, "Thanks for so eloquently and honestly sharing, except for the bear story, you son of a."
Go fuck yourself.
Nice second David's comment. Thank you so much for having your story. Yeah, man, we really appreciate it, brother.
One of the other things he asked about is Adderall. So the primary, and this is everybody with MS, this is one of the few symptoms we all share, is fatigue. It's a big one. It's the damage to the gray matter in the brain and the damage to the nerves. It just wears you out. It takes more effort, electrical signals to make it across. And it causes you to expend more effort to do normal things. Fun thing I have is it triggers muscles to tighten and then never sends the signal to release. So I will have muscles tighten that are random that I don't know about. A lot of them will hurt. You get the MS hug, which is a band around your rib cage where it pulls. And anyone who's seen it happen to me, that's fucking bad. I'm good at hiding pain. Those will get me, where you can see it happen. It's really bad. But I have some that happen in my back where I don't feel the tightening until it's been tight for 8 hours. And at that point it becomes, awful pain. So there's weird things like that are fairly common with people with MS, even though it is very different for every person. Fatigue's the number one. I don't like Adderall. It's too speedy for me, and I don't really care for the jitteriness. I fought really hard, really long time with my doctor to get a drug called modafinil. You should look it up. It's called the limitless drug. It really, really helps a lot with energy and fatigue and making you think better. It's a very clarifying. It's harder to get than Adderall, but it's basically Adderall that doesn't have the bad side effects. Although I know people who like the side effects of Adderall who do not care for modafinil because it doesn't give you the speedy, Yeah, MS hug is the absolute worst thing that happens. I take so many muscle relaxers, it's obscene, and I don't feel them at all.
And you've still never seen him relaxed?
Nope.
I have seen him relax, but
teeth in half. Yeah,
you got to give him his tablet and a TV show, and then he'll relax. That's when
if he has the time.
Spell it for you.
Can I type into the? I don't see a type thing in there. It's MODAF. Sorry.
Tap into the private chat, and then we can just post it from there.
And there we go. Yeah, let me do that. Yep. Let me do that. There you go.
All right, I'll put that in, and then
I've been on it about a year. It's an absolute game changer. It takes me a good 40 minutes to get out of bed, and it's to Mike making fun of me at the beginning of this. It's a goddamn act of will to do it. It takes a while just to get moving. It's very disheartening. You know what I'm saying? Ever since I started taking modafinil, I have an easier time summoning the will to get out of bed because I know once I take it, it's 40 minutes, I'm going to be golden. So it makes it a lot easier to push, the mornings to get through. So, yep. Oh, man, Chris, put that comment up. MS Hug led me to doing all the heart tests thinking I was having a heart attack. I have to leave here in a few to go see a cardiologist because it turns out I do have a heart problem, which I went to a cardiologist. Right, I do. I'm just too gentle. So in 2016, I thought I had a major heart problem because I kept getting chest pains right there. It was hard to breathe. I would start sweating hard. Like it was really bad. Turns out it was a combination of the MS hug that I have a nerve that runs in this weird, horizontal pattern. And every time it triggers, it legitimately feels like I'm having a heart attack. And then panic attack kicks in because I feel like I'm having a heart attack, right? Which then makes you feel like you're having a fucking heart attack.
Mm-hmm. And then you can give yourself a heart attack.
You can. So I've actually caused stress-induced health problems because of this. And you got to get that under control. Talk to a therapist, get some medication. I have a therapist to talk to weekly. I'm on antidepressants. You got to take care of that shit because it builds,
Don't bottle it up and bury it like, being a man in the 1960s. It's not cool.
60s? A man 20 years ago.
Yeah.
A man 10 years ago. We are much more open than we were even 10 years ago.
Oh, massively.
True.
Massively.
Yeah.
One thing I do want to ask Billy, for when you're doing this, are there exercises like maybe yoga or something like that can help with a lot of this?
So this is one of those do's I say not as I do things because I'm not good at keeping a routine. But every time I manage to go a couple weeks or months doing yoga, first of all, yoga's fucking hard. Anybody who mocks anyone doing yoga should be slapped directly in the face. Yoga sucks, right? But yoga's huge. Yoga teaches you balance, stretches out the joints. There comes a point with MS where the nerves start getting damaged. But if you keep stretching the muscles, it'll become muscle memory and you don't need the nerves to send the signals. The muscles will just do their thing on their own. So yoga is super, super important. God should all do yoga. Whether you have it or not, you should all be doing yoga, especially as you get older. The pain in your joints is a lack of circulation. Yoga takes care of that, right? Yeah, so big ones. Eating healthy is humongous. Smoking is the worst thing you could do. I've been trying desperately to quit for 10 fucking years. I'm getting this fucking close. You're
right there. You can do it.
Smoke.
You guys, come on, do it. I quit 4 years ago. No,
it's the best thing you can do.
5 years ago, because we were still working together.
We were still working when you did it. I was jealous of you doing it, man, because I was trying and it was so I couldn't do it.
I will tell you, once I had my last one, I said I'm not buying anymore. I'm not bumming anymore, and kind of stayed away from it for 2 weeks. After that 2 weeks, you still kind of want one, but you're good with not having one. I think that's the biggest thing. If you can be good with not having a cigarette, it's a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. That's
one day I'll hope to see that.
I hope so. I hope you guys quit smoking, because I gained a lot of weight. 2020, 2021, I think affected all of us and weight gain.
Mm-hmm.
And I've lost some now, thankfully, doing the Noom and doing just working more. Casey's been a big proponent for that, because we're always up and down the stairs. So, and he's just always wiry. He's everywhere. And he's
right?
I don't like to sit anymore. I sit enough at work just because I
dude.
have to send emails. I hate it. It is the worst having to sit for meetings, for all that stuff, because I'm like, can I just get up and go do? Let me just go do.
I will tell you, my mental health, starting to work more, like my wife wants to yoga, and we're not doing any class or anything, but like our buddy Tim, Dan's brother, he's really into yoga. He's been trying to get me into it more and more. And so my wife got me into it, just doing videos, and it definitely helps with the stretching and helps with a lot of the muscles.
Huge, man.
It's such a big deal, and you lose weight doing it. So I don't know why people don't.
It's ridiculous, man. It's ridiculous how good it is for you. I'm ashamed of myself for being so wildly inconsistent with it. Eat a hot tamale. That's actually you talking like an actual tamale, or are we talking like candy? Yeah.
Because if it's an actual tamale, I'm down.
That's a little bit of effort.
The candy, I just learned that the candy is like super toxic. So I have no desire to eat that anymore, knowing that all of these things that I loved in my childhood are now setting up against me to kill me. So awesome.
It's so weird once you cut out all that crap, the candies and we stopped really eating out. I use my eat outs for 2 nights a week, because I'll go and watch a movie at the Alamo, for reviews and such. And then Fridays are pizza night. We do pizza in the movies here. So not tonight. Well, we probably will, because we're doing this, but
absolutely. Are you telling me I'm coming over without food for 16 hours? Are you out of your mind? You know how grumpy I'll get? You know me.
But I mean, starting to eat in and cooking more. And Bill, you're always good for that. You always loved cooking. So like,
I love cooking. Yeah,
that was a big way. So.
Cathartic, man. Mental health, I'll put that out there. Mental health is enormous. Dave was saying meditation. I'd say meditation and therapy, man. I am amateur hypnotist, right? And
oh my God, tell these stories. Oh no, I know you got to go. So
I do need to go, but
I have to bring you back on, because those are good.
I do a lot of self hypnosis, and it's helped out quite a bit. Associating, you can associate a part of your body, like pinch your skin here, associate it to a feeling, so that when you start to have a panic attack, you can pinch, and it anchors you back to a point. All hypnosis is just deep ass meditation that's guided. That's all it is. There's no difference. If you go to YouTube and watch a guided meditation for sleep thing, they're doing hypnotism. That's what they're doing, right? So it's just guided meditation. But I'd say therapy, guided meditation are the most important things. Here's the thing with having a degenerative disease. I don't give a shit how healthy an attitude you have towards it, how healthy an attitude you have towards life. I am about the least suicidal human being you'll meet on the planet. You will realize that it's only going to get worse, and it will fuck you up really badly. But having a therapist tell me that's true, but like looking back at 5 years ago, what do you wish you had done then? Because that was the best you were going to be. And I was like, oh man, I wish I'd gone kayaking more. I wish I'd done this. And she's like, right, but right now you're the best you're going to be. She's like, so what are you going to do? And having a third party give you that kind of advice is life-changing. Not just for if you've got a degenerative disease or anything, fuck it, go get therapy. It's good to talk to people. But with the degenerative disease, I have high mortality fears. I've got, shit, how am I going to leave my family? What's my legacy? I'm in my 40s. You know what I'm saying? Like, this disease can either kill you in your 80s or kill you in your 40s. So I don't know. It's a long-term disease. MS doesn't kill you. So as long as you take care of yourself, you can make it pretty long, but it masks other disorders, and I have a lot of other shit. But mental health is, in my opinion, the single most important. I, for the last several years, have allowed stress and personal issues and work stress and all this stuff to just eat at me. And my physical health has dramatically taken a hit from it. And as soon as I started cutting that stress out of my life, which took a lot of work, my health started getting better. Guys, take care of yourself.
Yeah, I'm a big proponent. Casey knows
matters.
this. I've been seeing my therapist since 2019, and just like, even through the bad times, you know, it's still so soothing to be able to talk to somebody, even if you're not getting the best advice. I'm fortunate with my my therapist, but I know others who may not have been feeling it, but they feel good because they get to at least expel some of this week after week, and it helps. It really does.
I've told my therapist, please don't give me advice. Not what I'm looking for. Listen to me and understand me, and maybe if I'm doing something idiotic, point it out. That's it. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it took me a long time, especially with my therapist. Like, I was with you. Like, don't give me the advice. I just need you to hear me.
Yeah.
And as we grew together and I started trusting him more, then it was like, yeah, all right, I want to hear what you have to say. You know, I would love to hear that. And then it definitely helped after a while, because it felt like a bond that we're not friends. Because at one point he did ask me a Star Trek question, and I was like, listen, I have a lot of people I can talk to Star Trek about, and I will give you my opinion on it, but that's not what this is.
Yeah, you know? That's important, man. No, you're there for a reason. Use it. Okay, so I gotta get going here. I will come back in the afternoon if you guys want, because I just love to talk, and I love to hear
absolutely.
Yeah, we're gonna actually gear up, because we're gonna be in and out. We're hosting the whole thing, so and we'd love to have you back. We're gonna be talking our favorite starships from sci-fi in the 3 o'clock hour. We're gonna be talking our show Quarter Impulse, where we talk about Star Trek. So we'd love to have you, man.
You know I'm in.
Come back.
Before I leave, though, to Chris's stuff here, stress the major bitch with MS. Mental health is really important for everyone. Really important with MS. I cannot stress this enough, guys. My mom, my parents adopted me older in life. My mom had several types of cancer take her out in the end. She was one of those people that stresses over everything. You know, the newspaper showed up late. It was the end of the fucking world. And when her health started to decline, the stress compounded it so fast that she just went. Right. And every time I've let stress get to me in my life, I can feel the MS getting worse. I can feel other stuff happening. I've had a vertebrae collapse, and that's happened because of the amount of pressure being put on everything by the muscle stretches. Stress is horrifying. The chemicals it puts into your system are awful. Do everything you can, man. Whether you have MS or not, do everything you can to avoid stress. All right, cool. I'm gonna get off my stress talk now.
Billy, thank you so much, man, for joining us today. We'll see you later this afternoon. Thank you for all the information. It's been amazing. The donation and more. Guys, the donations are still going. We have reached our goal, but let's make a new goal. Let's get as much as we can for this, terrible, terrible disease, and spread MS
awareness
everywhere.
And research. Yes.
No, but yeah, thank you so much, Billy.
You guys have a great one. Talk to you later,
brother. See you tonight.
Take care, man. Oh man, that was awesome. That was awesome. Like that was, dude. I don't feel like we missed a step. It's been years.
No, hop right back in. Start swinging.
Good. Yeah.
It was part of me too needed a guide, because I was like, we should have been done 10 minutes ago. So like the director, producer, like showrunner side of me is like, we have a schedule to keep, and that's also because I'm the one who has to drive. So
yes, and I'm going to let you
mad at me when I'm going to be late.
How about we check the numbers first?
Absolutely, let's do.
And then I'll let you go, and I'll start.
Because I do have to shower, at least defunkify a little bit before.
That's
I go
fair.
over,
I get it. I mean, you got 2 hours. Like you got till 1 before 1 to get here. So, all right, guys. So let's check the numbers, shall we? And then we're going to let
what we got.
go. And then I am going to go to the bathroom, but I will do a sign off first, of course. Let me get it up. Let me get it up for you, Case.
There we go. Got to get it up, buddy.
Dude, guys, thank you so much. Billy, awesome. James, Dale, Daniel, Dan the man, I don't know why it's not scrolling down for me to see.
There we go.
Jason, I know Rosemary, James, and Anonymous. Thank you guys so much for all your donations. You've helped us reach our goal. And one thing I want to mention, $500 was our goal. We've done, this is our 4th Casters for a Cause we've done.
Boom.
And we've done it for all different charities and successfully, I think, because as of $300, we officially reached in all of our charity events $5,000.
Well, that's fantastic. And that is absolutely a testament to everyone who has listened, who has donated, who has shared, who has hung out with us doing these shows, who has helped us out in some way, raise money for a good cause, always for good causes that mean things to us, that are near and dear to our heart. And we're happy that you all share that with us. And we're happy to share it with you. And together, hopefully, do something worthwhile.
And we got a long day ahead of us. We got a lot of fun stuff coming up. We need a lot more donations. So if you have donated, we appreciate you. We are not out to gut anybody or take their money, but like, this is a great cause for MS research. Research, forgot the word. And if you guys will keep donating, but please share this out. Even if they don't want to watch, please share out the GoFundMe. Let's try and get as much as we can for the research and make this happen. Now, Casey, I'm going to let you go because I know you got a shower change and everything and drive. Love you, buddy. Love doing it with you. You beautiful bastard. I will talk to you when you get here. I'm going to sign off and then put on
absolutely. Happy morning, all you beautiful people. Thanks a lot. Be kind to yourselves. Be kind to each other. We'll see you later. Woo!
Woo! All right, guys. So I'm not going to be on much longer because I have had to go to the bathroom since 6:30 a.m. And I need to, if you guys saw me earlier, I was kind of like picking at something to eat, but I'm going to eat my sandwich. We are waiting for Casey to get here. We have 1 o'clock. We have the Phil Better show. He's going to be coming on, and he's got a great guest to talk about, especially in the world of podcasting. So we're very excited for that. We're going to show this week's episode of the podcast. After that's over, we're going to show the Jonathan Frakes interview that we've done. So stick around, keep donating. I may pop in and out just to say hey and everything, and I'll be around. So if you have any questions, please go. But make sure you're back for 1 o'clock for sure, so you can see the live interview with Phil Better. And then we'll be around. Then we have the Scary Snobs at 2. We have us. We're going to be here talking Star Trek and so much more. We have great shows coming up tonight. But make sure you're there for the live read of Back to the Future at 7 p.m. tonight, because I'm telling you, you're going to have a lot of fun with it. It's a different script than the movie, and so changes things up a bit, adds some stuff to it, but it's going to be exciting. I think you guys will have a lot of fun with it. And as we go on, we're going to have a movie trivia battle royale where a lot of people join in. It's going to be a good time, and then we're going to finish off the night strong. All right, guys, we're going to keep going. Thank you guys so much for joining in for this morning in the special reunion that we had. Let me play this for you, and then let's get you guys enjoying us earlier in the week when we were doing when we talked to Josh Berkey from Victims and Villains about his film festival that's going on this weekend that you can go check out. All right, here you go, everybody. Love you guys, and I'll talk to you soon.
Welcome to the Season Podcast.
Welcome to the Scene Snobs Podcast, everybody. We're your hosts. I'm Mick Manhattan, and that is the Madman, Casey Plott.
That's me. It's such a pleasure to see you, my friend.
Hey, it's a pleasure to see you too, my friend. I need to make an apology tonight.
Well, please, the floor is yours.
All right. I appreciate it. So anybody listening or watching, I just want to say these last few months have been pretty crazy for me. A lot of anxieties going on, stuff like that, especially in terms of what was going on with the Scene Snobs. And I feel like I've been pushing a little too hard with the Patreon. And although I stand by where we're at with our Patreon, I stand by the perks that we have, things like that. I feel like I've been pushing it too hard, and I appreciate the Snobs Nation too much and to not do this, but it's kind of just been, I've been pushing that. And for me, I've been suffering through this like anxiety of success with this now that we're in year 4, and I'm kind of looking at it and like, with the ads that we've been doing, things like that, like we're trying to like really bring this business into fruition and to do really well for us, and so that way we can do better for you guys. But I lost focus in that time worrying about all those things, and I forgot for a little while what this is all about, what we've been trying to build this entire time, in that it's community. It's we're trying to build this family, and we've always just wanted to entertain and make people smile, and so I lost sight of that, just kind of focusing on this business and things like that. And I just wanted to say I'm sorry to the Snob Nation. I should have been focusing on you, not growing something, like cultivating. So I realize it. I'm getting back to it. I apologize to all of you out there who are in the Snobs Nation. I love you guys, and I appreciate you guys being a part of this.
Beautifully stated, my friend.
Now let's get to the show where I can put up. We're having Casters for a Cause.
All right.
That's money. No, that was not a joke, and that was not planned. My defense mechanism in my mental health, which we are going to get into a lot tonight, by the way.
Bingo.
And I'll get to that in just a second as well. Is that like I bounce right back with a joke, like that gets me back into the positive. So that's why I did it. So,
and you are not alone. That's how I awkwardly deal with things. Yeah. I love it. Humor is how we live. So it's how we function. So hopefully we do not offend as we continue on into tonight's absurdity. Yeah. Casters for a Cause.
Casters for a Cause. So that's our charity event. 16-hour live stream. We're going to have great content for you, great shows joining us. We're going to be doing script reading Back to the Future. We're going to be doing a movie trivia battle royale. And one of the biggest things that's going to be happening is that yours truly, Casey as well, and an old friend of ours from our Mystery Elephant radio show days are getting back together for a reunion on the Snobnation Friday Live morning show. So it's on the YouTube channel. We do it every Friday morning. Hopefully you guys can join in, because you're going to get a very cool taste of some memories. Yeah, there it is. So I knew I cut you off, buddy, but I just wanted to.
No, it was beautiful. It was perfect. It's very exciting, and it's going to be pretty rad to have all of us back together on one screen.
Absolutely. And with all of you joining in all day, and all the great guests and shows that we have joining in, the reason I'm pushing this so hard is because all proceeds that are made through this go directly to the Multiple Sclerosis Association of America. Where the GoFundMe is live now. You can go, we'll put it up. I think it's up everywhere, but you can go check out our social media. And we'll link it to here, and so that way you guys can check it out. But yeah, please join us on Friday, but you can donate now.
Yeah, and it means a lot to both of us. MS is something that's affected a lot of our friends, family, people we've been very close to for most of our lives, and it's a wild disease. So anything we can do and any steps taken towards ending that disease or finding a cure, it would be fantastic. So that's our purpose, and that's our hope, and that's what we do it for. So hopefully there's some fun along the way, and we get to be goofy and silly and reunite with absurdity. And it's going to be really exciting for that script read, because we've got some big things planned.
We do.
So super excited for it.
A lot of that stuff came in, so don't worry.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So I'm excited.
Okay.
So guys, it's going to be a good time. Let me just tell you. And of course, the night ends with Casey and I and whoever else wants to join in, but we're going to have a good time. But the reason I brought that up is because this Friday and Saturday here in Winchester, Virginia, we have a very special film festival that is garnered towards mental health awareness, and suicide prevention, things like that. It's very cool. In its second year film festival, it's the Horrific Hope Film Festival. It's going to be at the Alamo Winchester. If you guys can get out there and check it out, we're going to have Josh Berkey, who's the director of the film festival, on the show in just a few minutes.
which is going to be fantastic. Super excited to discuss film festival-like things with Josh.
Well, you never want to do it with me.
Well, no, you're way too deep in it. Anytime we start a discussion about it, you start getting granular with it, and I'm not ready. I'm like, I'm not really sure what that means. Like, you start bringing up different aspects that I'm like, you went too deep. I'm not aware of what you're talking about anymore.
Right before I came on here, I think you saw me. Yeah, you saw me. I was on Sturdy's show.
Yes,
and we were
hanging out
talking
with Horror with Sir Sturdy. I was watching as well.
I felt like I was giving a film class for a second there, talking about that movie, Creature from the Black Lagoon, and like I felt like maybe I should just shut up at some point. I'm like, I feel like I'm talking too much. My apologies.
It's a great movie to talk about. Just want to say bye to Jason. Thank you for popping in. Love you, buddy.
I'm about to record Matt Talk. Bye, Jason. Can't wait to listen to it.
We
That's
got
a great
Sturdy
show.
here as well. Super excited.
Hey. I'm sorry I took
yeah,
over your show.
Had a blast chatting with him. He's got an awesome show at 8 p.m. on Thursday nights. Check it out. Please do, because he is a hoot. He currently discussed Creature from the Black Lagoon, and they have a really good take on it. And I love the way you brought it up too, Mick, the universal monsters and their beauty. And I've always seen it as part of the oral tradition. It was the first time that oral tradition was put on screen in a beautiful way, like in a big way. So a way for it to be carried on. So remakes of those I'm good with, because it's platinum, it's emblazoned, it's marble. It's part of the structure that will never leave the Acropolis until an inevitable earthquake or volcano. But that's later. So until then, it exists, and it's a wonderful thing, and they're beautiful movies to watch. Creature from the Black Lagoon, I think you and I went back and forth a few times on. I always hated it and loved it because it scared me as a kid. Like, it legit is a scary movie. It's one of the few of that era that's terrifying. Wolfman was a little boring. I was okay with it. I enjoyed it, but it was bad. Dracula gets weird because it's Dracula. So there's a few times where it's like, all right, Bella, let's just move it along. I don't need 25 minutes staring at your face. But I understand it. Yeah, I get it.
So much right now. I know what you're doing. I know you do this every time. So Casey has this weird thing in our friendship where, all right, it was more drinking back in the day when I'd be drinking. If I had too many drinks, Casey would start messing with me by going on a tangent that wouldn't end while I was drunk. And he was just making fun of all the things I liked. So now I don't drink anymore, but sometimes I will have a gummy to help me fall asleep, and he sees it, and now he's picking on me.
I have a thing, man. I'm like a weird shark. I have blood in the water symptom. I just, once it hits, I'm like, ooh. Oh,
I know.
What are you doing there, buddy?
Yeah, you leave me alone. Stop it.
Hey, buddy. Let me tell you about how crappy I think Frankenstein is. And the fact that it has no continuous meaning and actually has no purpose being on film, because at this point, all they're doing is perpetuating unnecessary stereotypes and hurting, I think, innocent villagers.
Okay. So which Gino Hatton are you this week?
I'm just saying, I think that mob mentality is the way to go. We've all missed the mark. And if we just run around with pitchforks and torches and scream and yell and everything we don't like, we attack, we got a way better shot at this.
Casey's like, over 6'5", burn them right.
Nope, they intimidate me. Make sure you light them on fire, or at least chop them down. Like, that's
we've been friends for like 12 years, and he's still trying to burn me.
Well, one day I'll stilt you real good.
Oh, God. Can't we just do the normal bit, like where we talk shit about country music and then just say their lines, like say their quotes to their songs?
I mean, we could, but I honestly have been cranking some chicks all afternoon while enjoying a nice sit on the porch. I took like 30 minutes and just sat on the porch today, and that was delightful. I watched the sunset. It was so nice.
It was nice.
I haven't done that in a bit.
I don't know why I agreeably said it was nice.
Yeah, because, well, mentally you were, and in my heart you were. It was like a Celine Dion moment, but with the chicks.
I almost gave my wife a heart attack today, I think.
Please don't. What?
I didn't mean to. She just was so shocked. So
did you move rapidly from one place to another?
No such luck.
Oh my giddy aunt. And there it is. We've
All
lost
right.
him.
Oh,
He's
no,
going.
I'm in. I'm
Oh
back.
no, please, because now I'm thinking about it, and I have different ways to express exactly what it looks like when I've seen you run. And there's squid arms. Is one way. Yes, that somehow don't raise like as a runner. I raise my fists above a certain level over my shoulders, and yet when I watch you run, you
Oh my
never
Tom
raise
Cruise,
your arm
shut up.
above your elbows. Like it's phenomenal.
I'm
Like
not Tom Cruise, Casey. Leave me alone.
no, you're like Hasselhoff. We all know it. Your Hoff is hiding, but it's there.
I didn't have a strong run. As a child.
have a strong run. My running was mating for hauling things. That's what I meant.
My best run has been Scene Snobs.
Yeah, I'd say that's about right. You've nailed it.
So but so I could tell during work she had kind of like a rough day.
Mm-hmm.
So and because I work in the other room, I was like, oh, you know what, all right. So I was like, how about when you get off, why don't we go for a walk? And we did. We went for a walk.
That's beautiful, buddy.
Yeah, and it was just really nice. And I think she was just shocked at me saying, let's go for a walk, and then actually going. I'm not doing that shit again. Fuck that.
No, you keep doing it. That's the beautiful thing, man. Hit it around like sunset every night. Just a beautiful walk. You got this, bro. It's going to be like your own version of eventually. Oh, I love it. Kathleen, hi, friend. She says best at running your mouth. Oh, he is. He's real good at it. You should see him when he beats dead horses. Oh, my Lord.
I can go back to that. We're going back to a lot of reunions this week.
I tell you, that's what's going to happen on Friday, y'all. Out of nowhere, he'll just start the same joke. And the thing is, it'll be funny. And then it'll be less funny. And then progressively unfunny. To the point where then he will say, well, you have to hit it harder and more consistent because they just didn't get the punchline. There was that one night where you legitimately ran the punchline over and over again. Just that's the only thing you would say. Was whatever it was. And it was like, please stop.
Yeah. Wait for that.
Oh, God.
Tune in on Friday if you want to
check it out Friday.
I'm just going to lose all moderator capabilities.
It's going to go. All of a sudden, I'll be moderator again. I'll be
just like,
I'll just be back in and be like, all right, folks. Well, let's move it along. Next thing. Hey, how about this?
Hey, you guys heard about that thing at McDonald's, right? We're just talking about global peace.
yeah, but global peace. But remember when that guy got punched in the face? What?
Terrible. All right, I gotta snap out of it. Let's flip this on because our guest is here. We're gonna talk to him again. It's the Horrific Hope Film Festival. It is linked down below. Go check it out. But Josh Berkey from Victims and Villains, what's up, man?
Why, hello. How are you, gentlemen?
Welcome to the show.
Doing very well.
Thanks for having me.
To see you.
Yeah.
Great to have you here.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, so no, I was gonna say, tell us a little bit about Victims and Villains, and let's get into the film festival. I want to know more.
Yeah, so Victims and Villains is a Richmond-based nonprofit. We create content similar to you guys, with the hopes of taking pop culture as a vessel for breaking down conversations about things that we're passionate about, fans that we love, but also gearing it to an open conversation for mental health.
That's awesome.
That's really
fantastic.
Cool.
Yeah. That's a great way to do it too. I mean, what better way than to get yourself comfortable with something that has been around your whole life, whether it was even a coping mechanism or something that was there for you during a dark time that you can return to. I mean, for me, I always constantly go back to Charmed. Charmed is one of those weird things that I bring up in a weird way because it was one of those, it hit every point of my life, whether I was in the throes of addiction and just praying for the sun to not come up at some weird hour and watching Charmed, a throwback to when I was a kid, getting away from a bad situation. I would turn on that show, and just finding that pop culture thing that you can relate to opens up that conversation. And it's important.
Yeah. 100%. It's, and you guys have been doing this for a while now, and it's fantastic. And please do not compare yourselves to us, because you guys are much smarter than us.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I like content creation, because I mean, we do a variety of things. Like we run a podcast network where we have an anime podcast, a horror podcast, a Nicolas Cage podcast, a general pop culture podcast, and we're toying around with like ideas of like limited series and mini series. But we also do like film reviews. So content as we create content the same way that Scene Snobs does as well.
Yeah, well, you guys do great
awesome.
work over there, and you guys have been doing it for a long time now. And you know, I appreciate you reaching out to us, so we could promote this, because it's a great thing you got going on this weekend. And this is the second year. I know we talked about it a little bit, but so what, going past this one, like when you're preparing for it and things like that, where do you plan to go next with this? Like, do you want to kind of like span this out more, or sort of thing?
So our ultimate goal with this one, so right now we do it at the Alamo in Winchester. It'll be April 14th and 15th. We got a great lineup for this year. But my goal as the festival director and the president of our organization is to eventually have this to be where we have a north location where this would be the Alamo, kind of like more centric, but eventually evolving into doing something either south or even like a west coast, east coast kind of thing, to where you would have like that. And we're right now in the talks of like trying to like find a way to like kind of take the anthem of like support indie film past just the podcast and the film festival and what that looks like. And so we're in the early talks right now of things that I can't really divulge.
Oh yeah.
But we have some great things that we want to plan for in terms of the future. And I think some of the ideas that we have in even next year are going to surprise people in terms of projects that relate to mental health. But for this year in particular, we want the Alamo will always be our home. So we've had a great relationship with them. They're really fantastic and really accommodating, and we're looking for theaters that believe in our mission as much as wanting to do something experimental like Horrific Hope.
Yeah, absolutely. You were talking a little bit about the lineup before. Can you expound on it some more and give us a look?
I can. So today that we're airing this with you guys is the 20-year anniversary of Rob Zombie's House of a Thousand Corpses.
Nice.
And so we're gonna. So this year we're introducing the concept of a legacy picture, or legacy screening. Basically, it's a way to kind of celebrate pop culture, celebrate the medium of film. And we're going to end up our showing a screening of House of a Thousand Corpses this year.
Nice.
But yeah, the lineup this year is great. As far as features go, we wanted something that was diverse from multiple different countries. So we kick off this Friday, the 14th, with a U.S. premiere of Searching for Vesmoy, which is a horror mockumentary comedy in the vein of like the Blair Witch would be. It's like I kind of would compare it to like the scary movie version of like Blair Witch.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's coming from us. It's coming to us from Norway, and the directors will be live and in person.
That's awesome.
For that one. So yeah, it's a small world. They were really passionate about the film festival and wanted to be here in person. For it, we have a documentary that is going to be exploring the relationship between the Nightmare on Elm Street fandom and mental health. In Fred Heads, the documentary, we have shorts from the US, Canada, I'm blanking on like all the names, France, Spain, the UK, we have a lot of really great ones, and this year we kind of like threw away kind of like expectations in terms of like how long a short had to be or like how short a feature could be, and really wanted to jump in and let the artists kind of speak to themselves. But I think whether you're fans of supernatural horror or slashers or documentaries, this is going to be the perfect film festival for you.
Nice, man. Well, that's awesome. And it's very cool that you're doing this again. So with when you're planning your festivals, now this being, going into year 2, did you pick a theme? Like what was sort of your idea going in, changing it from the first year?
Yeah, so the first year I had worked with a lot of I've done press events, and I've covered I've had the pleasure of covering festivals like Fantasia Fest, Salem Horror Fest, Sundance, Genre Blast, Lost Weekends, and I really wanted to kind of just implement the things that I knew and had seen done in those kind of structures. Except for this year, the thing that so we didn't have like a set theme for last year. It was just kind of like whatever films we could get that we thought were good, we put on. And deciding a final lineup is a lot harder than anyone tells you, as I'm sure you'll find out, Mick. Being the co-director of Skyline now. Congratulations on that, by the way.
Oh, thank you, man. Yeah, no, it's been pretty wild. So, any advice you can give me, please?
Yeah, I mean, the best advice that like I've known and would be to like know the audience you're making the festival for. Yeah. I think that's going to dictate a lot. It's going to take a lot of biases out, and it's all going to allow you to really create a bonding moment between you as the director and the audience experiencing the films.
I love that. I love that a lot. Thanks a lot, man. That's awesome.
That's a beautiful thing, and that's definitely what you should be shooting for. I think is to always want to create that bond, and that's especially with what you're putting on with your festival. How have you seen that grow since? I mean, you've got these Norwegian directors that want to come in. Like has there been an awesome kind of like response to this? Are you seeing a lot of positivity?
Yeah, it was really interesting because the first year I honestly didn't know what to expect. I was really kind of terrified. Like I really took a leap of faith, and I was like, all right, like whatever happens kind of thing. And so with the first year, this new year, to answer your question, Mick, because I think I circled around it. This year's kind of like common theme is overcoming trauma. A lot of our films, for some reason this year, had to deal with overcoming trauma or like what trauma responses look like. And it was just kind of a coincidence. It wasn't something I set out doing. But I'm glad it ended up being that way. But to answer your question, one of the things that I think it was word of mouth from last year, but I think also this year it was just about like making connections and going to like meet filmmakers at Ground Zero on Twitter and Facebook, and really doing research and saying, hey, like I found your film on Twitter, or I was searching through Indiegogo or Kickstarter, and I came across your film. I think we would be a perfect candidate for you. I'd like for you to submit your film here. And that's actually how Bloody Disgusting ran an article on our 2 of our films that are going to kick off our Saturday block. And I reached out to the filmmakers over Twitter and was like, hey, we're an organization that puts on this. We would love to have your film here if this is something that would interest you. Here's a little bit more information. And I fell in love with both films, Fred Heads and Wait For It. So really this year like it blows my mind, like thinking about how good our films are.
That's great.
Exciting. That's so rad. Like, I mean, and that's cool because I'll be able to make it Saturday. So
Yes.
Yeah, I really want to see the Fredhead doc.
Mm-hmm.
I've been waiting for that, waiting to see that one for a long time. Like that's been a lot of talk about it, so that's going to be cool.
The Fredheads, at least the co-director, I think there are talks of like other cast and crew coming, but the Fredheads, at least some of the people will be making an appearance in person that day. So
Nice. Damn, that's
So
that's so
radical.
cool, man. I'm so happy for you, man.
yeah, thanks, man.
It's great to see that growth, man. That's what you want, especially like you said, gearing towards that community. You're going to build towards that community, and what better way than something we've all dealt with? And what better avenue? I mean, think about the whole point of Final Girls, or everyone who overcomes the victory in a horror movie. You're facing your fear. You're facing something that you have to rise to the level of, and what a beautiful way to do that, and to open a film festival to connect everyone that way is brilliant.
And like
Yeah.
that, Jamie Lee got to do it twice more.
Yeah, we were I was really lucky to kind of get to know some of the groups that the people that put on the groups, rather, and then the groups subsequently, but like Psycho Cinema and Film Club that Andy and Faye run there, and Steve as well. Like just getting to know them as like individuals and getting to collaborate with them. When we kicked off our podcast network, one of the first spinoffs we did was a horror podcast that I co-host called Abyss Gazing, and Faye actually ended up being our very first guest.
Nice.
Because the Alamo, for if it wasn't for Psycho Cinema, I never would have met my co-host on that show. So it's like the Alamo, like getting to know the Psycho Cinema and Film Club and a lot of the people that attend there regularly. I think I did it first where I got to know the audience before we started this. So I feel like kind of just was a natural extension.
Nice. That's very cool, man.
Fantastic.
Yeah, so get down there, grab your tickets from on Almo's app and stuff, but for sure. So man, tell us a little bit about what you got going on with the shows recently. Anything you're looking forward to reviewing or anything like that? Yeah,
I have a laundry list of movie reviews that I'm actually working on right now, of screeners. Yeah, and I just actually we're gonna be following up once this is all over with some coverage of Salem Horror Fest, which is a great, truly terrific festival. But yeah, in terms of that stuff right now on the podcast front, we are kind of rebooting the flagship Victims and Villains that kind of started everything. We're in the process of kind of deciding what that looks like now. Now that we've kind of splintered off into all of these other podcasts, and it's kind of like, is there really a need for this? And if we do bring it back, the idea is kind of to be like telling more heartfelt stories about like people kind of talking about overcoming addiction or trauma, or why they were suicidal but aren't anymore. Kind of telling these like more intimate stories. But right now, our anime podcast is on hiatus because we practice what we preach, and the hosts of that show are currently focusing on their own mental health. The gentleman that started the Abyss Gazing, our horror podcast, recently stepped down to focus on his mental health. So I have a great Phil and co-host, and we're currently going through the Evil Dead movies in anticipation for Evil Dead Rise.
Yes.
So if you guys are fans of that, it's Abyss Gazing, a horror podcast, and our Nicolas Cage podcast is going to be returning within the next week or two to talk about Renfield. And then we also do now a bi-weekly pop culture show called Brilliant But Lazy that just put out our Dungeons and Dragons review. That is the only show right now that is not currently hosted by myself. So Josh and Alan do a great job on that one, and then we all kind of rotate when it comes to the Patreon content. So yeah,
smart way to do it. Yeah,
cool.
Yeah.
Share the load.
I mean, I appreciate you coming by today and talking about the film festival and stuff. And so when does it officially kick off on Friday?
Yeah, so I guess I will clarify this for any interested parties. The Alamo app, if you go on there and it will say that it is only Saturday. It will kick off. It does kick off Friday. It kicks off Friday night at 9 p.m. And if you guys follow Horrific Hope on Facebook, we may or may not have a surprise for people that are badge holders. We're kind of working out the final details right now with the Alamo about if we can announce that or if it's even going to happen. So go follow us just in case it does happen. Yeah, so then we start at 10 a.m. on Saturday, and we will be going all the way until midnight on Sunday.
All right, man.
Good deal.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I wish you all the best, man, with it, and you're doing great stuff, and
thank you.
Mental health awareness is so important, and I love the fact that you guys put so much emphasis and care into it.
Yeah, I think that everyone deserves to be reminded of their value, because I think in a growing world that just seems too toxic, that wants to strip down that value, we want to be reminiscent, and we want to be the reminders, a light in the dark, where people understand that they have value and worth despite what the general consensus might say otherwise.
Yeah,
that's beautiful, man. Absolutely agree with that sentiment. So
you.
Excited to see you Saturday.
Yeah. Josh, thank you again so much, man. Guys, go check out everything. The link is down below. You can go donate. You can, check it out if you're in town and stuff, get tickets and over at Alamo. It's just going to be a lot of fun, man.
Yeah, and I would hurry up on tickets, because talking to the Alamo today, I think there are 10 tickets left until we sell out. So
good to know. Gonna work on that now.
All right, brother.
So
Josh,
join us.
Thank you again.
Yeah,
Josh, appreciate you, buddy.
Yep, you guys have a great night. Thank you.
You as well.
Bye.
That was awesome.
Yeah, I think time slowed down a little bit on that.
Oh, you all right, buddy? You get sucked into a warp?
I was just like, how long have we been here?
Well, I started thinking about like all the different movies that all of a sudden with the mental health bit, and I'm like, wait a minute. And my brain went off on this tangent about, of course, horror movies are perfect for that, because you deal with your trauma, you have to face your trauma, and then you have to beat your trauma.
Or
so wonder why we love those so much, and why do I love Maximum Overdrive so much? Obviously, it's my traumatic childhood with Emilio Estevez.
What?
What a whole other story. We'll get into that later.
How did that story never come up?
Work really messed up. All right, it messed me up. I wasn't sure if I should be a garbage man. It caused many thoughts. And
where are you gonna go, dude? It's 9:30. We're done. We have like one more bit after this, and we still have a half hour to fill. Tell the stories, god damn it.
I mean, they're all made up, so I'm sure I could just keep going.
I don't care where you go with it then. You could tell the entire story of the movie Elizabethtown and just put yourself in Orlando Bloom's place, and I bet you people would buy it.
All right, so the real reason I can't deal with Maximum Overdrive is after I won the chair dancing championship in 1981, I wound up in a roadside diner because there was no other place to go. The place was called Mel's, all right? And it was somewhere, I believe, in Nuggetsville, Pennsylvania. So I'm out here in Nuggetsville, and it's a one-stop shop. There's the diner and a gas station combined. All right, which is a weird thing. I'm not used to this. Apparently, they're called truck stops. I've never been to a truck stop, nor do I ever want to go to one again. The reason being, I went to this truck stop when I had myself a chicken sandwich, a fried chicken sandwich. I figured a fried chicken sandwich probably was a safe thing to have at a truck stop. Until you realize they hadn't changed the grease since about 17 years prior when they first installed the system. And my friend, I've never vomited harder. or in any other direction, in every other direction. I was actually trying to hit on a young lady, the waitress at the time, and I managed to puke all over her. And then I vomited on the young man in front of me. It was not a young man, it was a child. In fact, it was a 4-year-old, and they cried, they screamed. It was terrible. I was racing out to leave, and then they started chasing me down because I had received my food but not paid yet. So as I continued to race down the street, hurling at a vomitous rate, that just was painful, by the way. I mean, this is causing damage to my insides. And especially back in this day, we didn't have your antacids the way you do nowadays. You kids have it lucky. So I'm out there just hurling away, right? And I'm trying to flag someone down to please save me. And
I know you want me to stop this so bad.
But a massive Mack truck, all right? It's got a Mack logo, the M-A-C-K. You can't miss the bulldog. It's coming right at you. Tell you what, when the bulldog stares at you at 42 miles an hour as you're hurling your guts out from some chicken sandwich named Mel's, guess what? The last thing you want to see is a movie based on exactly that. Hence why Maximum Overdrive is horrifying.
I love when you do that. I don't even care. I like everybody who's listening to this later on, or everybody who's watching later on. You can say like, why does he let him go so long? Because you just don't get it. That's fourth dimensional comedy right there.
I love all you guys. Plus, we got folk here, man. David's here. It's nice to see David. What's up, buddy? Hi, buddy. Yes,
Kathleen, I meant to acknowledge. She probably thinks I'm such a dick. I meant to acknowledge this before. I know you weren't, and not my superior. I'm not superior, but
and George G3, love that. Good to see you. Chicken. What's up, buddy? The double G3.
Loving it. You let him go. You just gotta let him go. You gotta let Casey roll when he's on that, because we all have our rants.
Yeah.
Mine are usually angry and incoherent.
Yes.
And he lets me go.
Absolutely.
So when Casey completely like avoids like the actual
reality
issue,
like any actual anything you bring up to me, I will find a way to circumnavigate the globe. I will Magellan the crap out of this. All right, I will find a way around.
Dude, every time I think about you on those rants, it reminds me of the time I trolled that girl into believing that Jurassic Park was real.
Oh my god, that was so bad. That was like
it was the most epic troll of all time, and it took so many people that were so willing to do it. Oh my god. Oh my god, Casey.
Well,
Casey.
Okay. It was a good troll.
It was
all right, look,
3 days long, over 450 comments, and everyone played along. Every single person played along.
How could we not? It was too good. She was so mad about Steven Spielberg killing Triceratops. It was the most like at first I was reading like, this can't be real. This is not an actual thing. Like someone has to put a newspaper in front of this girl's face. Say even a book. Like, yeah, how about just an internet page? She is on the internet scrolling and being serious about this, and at no point did she ever even bother looking up Jurassic Park, Steven Spielberg, dude with dinosaurs.
No,
I don't know.
She
plaid
knew about
shirt guy with dinosaurs.
She knew about it because we actually at one point were just going to give up, but we were messing with her. And one guy goes, I feel like I've seen this in a movie somewhere. And she goes, you have Jurassic Park. And then other guys were chiming in and saying, well, if you've seen Jurassic Park, how come you don't understand why we have to hunt the dinosaurs? And she went right back,
right back into it. She was fighting hard. At some point, I thought it was no longer a troll, that the troll had in fact reversed and we were being trolled. But then her very next comment made it very clear that in fact, no, we were still maintaining.
And that happened so many. So here's how I imagine. Now, Casey gave you the good rendition of how this all worked. Now you're going to get the dream fantasy scape here. Here's how it goes. So I put this thing up. This girl goes, we got into the whole thing. We talked about it, but here's where it gets interesting.
Now, let's just give context. This was based around the time of Harambe. This is when we're dealing with poachers. The poacher thing was like really getting hot, and it was all over social media, and everyone was always just biting on anything. They were attacking everything, and it became a bit absurd, as most things do on the socials.
So absurd. You're absolutely right, and that's why I enjoyed it so much.
It was so much. It was so much.
Casey, I went to bed 2 nights in a row and woke up the next day on after each of those nights and found that it was still going on
with a huge erection.
That morning wood was so delightful.
It was dense. It was like a redwood. It was aged and experienced and never ending.
Yes, it was. No, okay, so but the fact that it kept going on, and at the end, after it's like, I'm telling you, it's over 450 comments, and 3 days later, and now I'm not talking like heavy into the day. The last day was like,
no, this is well into, like, we were approaching 80 hours. Like, it was getting there.
We were all at this point like, just stop.
Oh no, it became unfun. Like, I remember bowing out in day 2. Like, well, now isn't it just punching a kid? Isn't it essentially being violent to someone who cannot handle or accept violence? Like, you did. Yeah.
I didn't keep it going. I let it go. Okay, I kept it going for a little while, but I didn't keep it going. I was like, this is too sad.
When we reached that point, we all just went, enough. It was, yeah.
But there were some who did not, and they kept it going. And it went through that last day, and it was just like, oh my God. And I was finally like, I need to just tell her. And then she commented, and she goes, you guys are assholes, blah, blah, blah. And like, scathing comment. Or like, we probably deserve that.
Oh no, she was brutal to us, and rightfully so. I mean, you can't. It's a picture of Steven Spielberg with a Triceratops. Like, I just like the whole time. I'm like, how are you in Jurassic Park?
The only Triceratops you see in Jurassic Park is that one. It's on its side. That's the way you see it. That is how you see it in that movie. So when you come at me, you know what? I don't feel bad. No, I don't feel bad at all that she got trolled for 3 days straight. Because you know what? It's true. If you see it and you quoted that movie, you said that movie. You said it in the comments. So I'm even less upset about it. I don't care. I hope you just got trolled on some other weird shit too. Somebody showed you Land of the Lost, and now all of a sudden you think you're Captain Kirk with Gorn.
She freaks out over phoenixes. She's like, you just let him burn. You just let the bird burn and become ash.
I'm so mad about that. It's the same. Even if you don't know who Steven Spielberg is, you know you've seen Jurassic Park. You've seen that fucking Triceratops.
You don't even see his face. You know, like, well, how about dinosaurs don't exist? Like, they did it one time.
All right. I was like,
how about you guys are so, like, you're so 1992. I'm going back to like 1.6 million years ago. Around that time, 1.6 BCE, let's say. No dinos. So we're good. So the dinosaurs are gone. So they don't, like, exist. Like, there was a time when they roamed the earth, and this was their domain. And then asteroids, and guess what? They died because
I know that. I know that. You don't have to explain it to me. I may not have known that when I started talking, but I did realize it real fast.
You're still defending the point like it's a white rhino. Like, there's only one left. It's like, nope, we're a bit off that. That was an entire period of about 36 million years ago. So,
oh my God, there was that one.
I
knew those comments were too much when we started photoshopping pictures. Like, we made a map of the preserve, but it was actually Jurassic Park.
You put the straight up Island Nublar in there, man. It was ridiculous.
Some posted pictures of protests.
Yep. It legitimately put up, please stop hurting Triceratops. It was like people with picket signs. It was deep. Yep. Like naturally, we have Stegosaurus just cruising around DC. In fact, National Mall had an ankylosaur the other day. No, they didn't. That's not real, folks. Please don't think that's real.
Oh my god!
I wish it were real. I wish we were Dino Riders. I would totally have a Stegosaurus if we were Dino Riders.
Well, on the other, remember, and the other end of this, I don't know why it always comes down to dinosaurs. Remember when I left that date because she said she didn't believe in dinosaurs?
Oh my god, I do. Oh my god, yes.
I just
Dude,
left.
You left. That was the greatest story ever. Was that a garage night? I think that was a garage night. I feel like you came back to the garage.
I don't
and you were
remember.
like,
Oh, it was a garage night.
yeah.
Yeah. So
Yep.
we go on this date. I walk in with her. Like we had like we spent like the day together.
Beautiful girl, by the way.
Beautiful
Really
girl.
nice, just fun, sweet girl. Sweetheart.
But there's only so many things I can handle in the human condition, and that is stupidity is not one of them. So I we go and we sit down for dinner. We're talking. I don't even know how dinosaurs came up, but because she was something about digging or something like that.
You were making like a joke about how deep your bone would go.
No,
and you hit her fossil or something like that. No, I get it. What? Oh, right, first stage.
One night stands don't count as first dates.
It was issue 0 on Free Comic Book Day. They weren't actual first dates.
Oh my god! So that's what we need to call it. That's what we need to coin.
That's what it is
now. Is issue 0. If you go on a date with somebody and sleep with them and then never talk to them again, issue 0.
Free Comic Book Day.
I love that. I'm getting those shirts made up now.
Thanks, buddy.
Issue 0 love connection.
Issue 0 love connection. Oh, and Chuck Woolery at 2 and 2.
I'm gonna have a nightstand next to like one nightstand, one neck. I don't know, whatever.
No.
It's a work in progress.
It's a joke. We'll get there. The joke is there. We can matriculate perfectly.
Issue 0. I want this hashtagged.
Hashtag issue 0.
But not the number 0. You got to spell it out.
Yeah, ZERO, because it's way cooler. And we have it, and the UK doesn't, because they have Z, and that's dumb.
I'm gonna add to it. That was good. That was really funny. But I my brain is like fluttering now because now I'm thinking about all the things.
And dinosaurs.
If we're gonna call it issue 0, that type of date, then there should be a key word where maybe at some point in the date, you know how like sometimes you go out with somebody and it's like you're not clicking. This sucks, but you really want to bang, sort of thing.
Yeah.
That we'll call it a Free Comic Book Day. That's when like they look at each other and they're like Free Comic Book Day, and they know one night stand. Yeah. Oh my god, we're gonna regulate sexuality and make it normal again.
I don't really want to regulate anything. I want everyone to embrace their sexuality, be happy, and be comfortable.
We're gonna make it regular, like normal.
Yeah, of course it's normal. We're all humans. We have needs and pheromones and things. It's science.
It's our hit daddy phases that are gonna make the phrases.
Of course. Yes, because all of the kids will be zipping around going, hey, want a free comic book day with me, babe? Like, that's a thing.
Dude, if it becomes a thing, come on. Come on.
Look, straight up, like, nah, like, it just have kids rolling around like, you know, it wasn't serious. They were just an issue 0.
CTA aside, I've popularized a lot of things.
Fair?
In culture.
Naturally. Yes.
The pop kind.
Like we fixed it like pop-up video fixed the ability to learn things during, you know, music videos, or not masturbate to a Spice Girls video. It still didn't happen.
I used to get so mad at pop-up video because I was like, I'm not at a library. Go away.
Don't tell me things. I don't want to be taught right now. I wish for entertainment.
No.
I want to Nero the hell out of this.
Listen, I can't be 100% sure on this, but I'm 99.99999% sure
Swing for the fences, my friend.
that I popularized.
Yes, you popularized. I'm
That's
down
what
for
it
that. Yep,
I
you
I
popularized.
can't say no. Now you messing me up.
No, because that's the way you're supposed to say it. You're supposed to say you popularized. I don't see why this is hard.
God, I can't.
You popularized it. Just try it. Believe in yourself.
I give up. I don't care. I'm not telling the story.
No, quit. You popularized it.
You should shut up, you jerk. Why you getting so mad at me? Leave me alone.
You know what, Mick? I got a lot of things in my life.
Yeah.
One of the best ones is you. Secondly, I want you to fix a movie for me.
Oh, what do you got?
I have a movie that somehow has worked its way into the weirdness of my brain hole. Before I do this, I do want to say, Kathleen, I love you. I see you, girl. The crocheted ankylosaurus, I want to see it. John,
Yeah.
stupidity is incredibly difficult to deal with because there are so many of them out there. David, Glenn Close pretty much wins most things.
She doesn't want a free comic book day.
She does. She's not down with free comic book day, but at least you can find that out early. Oh, there, Deadpool, Dad.
I could get dating advice. I think Casey can attest. I'm pretty good.
Oh yeah, no, he'll give you dating advice and like hookup advice that's phenomenal. And I'm the person who will give you breakup advice. So
no self-deprecating.
I'm not. Talk Hawaiian. That's rude. I don't
know I'm doing that. John asked me if I remember pop-up video. My blank stare just made him feel really old. Yeah, it made me feel really old too.
Yeah, great. No, that's three of us.
I'm intrigued with brain holes.
Okay. Like brain holes, as in like a whole brain or brain? Because that definitely says you're intrigued by whole brains.
Yeah, wait. I didn't read that right.
Double G3 is intrigued by brain holes.
Brain holes, like a whole brain, or
like a whole brain. No, he's down with like the entire brain.
It doesn't say whole. It's pluralized. I imagine for a reason.
So he like lots of brains. See, which is great because some people keep them in jars, and that's totally cool. Please never take mine. I am a fan of brain holes, like the things that are inside your brain that creates the pockets that then all of a sudden things link together for no darn reason and they make no sense, but logically make jokes, right? Yeah, David gets it like Swiss cheese. Ecstasy calls is that. Don't do ecstasy, kids. So with all of that out of the way, Mick, I've got a movie for you.
What's the matter with you?
I'm the madman and I'm on a roll. So
touche.
The movie I would love for you to fix for me is a Nicolas Cage classic. It's one that I have loved, and I went and saw live in Le Theatre, which was pretty dope back in the day. You remember at the Manassas Cinemas?
Oh,
yeah, great place. So back in 2007, there was this fantastic little flick which ties in to our delightful discussion from earlier, in fact, because Josh brought up they have a Nick Cage podcast, and Renfield is coming out soon, which I'm super excited to see Renfield. If nothing else, for Nicholas Hoult actually playing the titular character Renfield. So that'll be pretty fantastic. And we get Nick Cage as Dracul, the Lord of the Night, the most evil, blood-sucking monster we've ever known in our lives. The OG big guy that Gary Oldman originally crushed the role of. We get the follow-up in Nick Cage. So, my friend, to me, there's a movie that requires fixing. There's a movie I need to hear you tear apart and be fantastic with this flick. Can you please fix Nick Cage's 2007, A Ghost Rider?
I knew you were going to say that.
Yeah, buddy, because this is a movie I wanted to love, and I still want to love it, and I can't.
Yes, I think I can. I've been giving this movie a lot of thought for many years because, okay, a little bit of backstory because we were getting into the Nick Cage. Nick Cage is my favorite actor, and people who look at me funny when I say that, I don't understand why, because you can give me any other actor today who is acting, and I can tell you why Nick Cage is better than them. Casey, throw out an actor for me.
At this very moment, let's go Alden Ehrenreich.
Give me another actor I know. Come on.
Ewan McGregor.
Oh, fuck, I love Ewan McGregor. All right, but true. God, that was such a hard one. This is a close one, but okay, that's a good point. It's a good point. Still, every time I watch Ewan McGregor on screen, amazing. He gets lost in the character. It's wonderful. It's fantastic. It's one of my favorite actors as well. But Nick Cage encompasses every role. You cannot watch a single Nick Cage movie and find a similar role in any of them.
What about him versus Sean Connery?
Yeah, I mean, Stanley Goodspeed wasn't anything else.
Right? You only got one Stanley Goodspeed. You have a million Sean Connerys playing said character.
Yep.
Boom.
So boom, right there. That's what got me into the fact that this movie, with Nicolas Cage, in my opinion, being probably the best working actor today, because he gets lost. True actor, not movie star actor.
Mm-hmm. No, agreed.
Just in case anybody's listening and like you're an idiot. I may still be, but I have points. And this point is Ghost Rider. Even the sequel, I can defend. Ghost Rider is the only Nick Cage movie I can defend. And I've seen Vampires Kiss, man.
Which is true. And that was a tough one.
Yeah.
Although I did like that. Wasn't it Vampires Embrace? Nope, that's the Alyssa Milano one. Oh, bringing it back. What's up, Kathleen? I see you, girl.
What'd you say?
Way back when she had mentioned the Alyssa Milano was the only reason I watched Charmed.
Oh, you were
and then I bring it back to Vampires Embrace.
God damn it, I ruined everything.
It's okay, but in the most beautiful way. And you don't ruin anything, you enhance it.
I'm like that. I ruin things in the way that's like, oh man, we're in the woods. We gotta build a fire. Let's collect sticks. And I knock down a tree and break everything.
Let's burn this. No, totally valid. Hey guys, we have to be quiet. Crunch, boom, boom, smash, boom, all right, guys. I found a path. Oh no. Like there are places that I want you in horror movies, Mick. If we're going down like an old, like a wrong turn or some sort of hills in the Appalachia, that's not a place. That's not one of them. There's a lot of places. That's not one of them. Although, if we're in Washington State, I'm down because you could be Sasquatch. So let's do this.
All right. See, Casey's getting on that jazz again, where he's making fun of anybody over 6'5".
I'm not making fun of you. I'm stating that you all have had pictures taken of yourselves and treated as weirdos. So I'm going with the natural flow of 1915. All right. I'm just
little known fact though, the only recorded foot mold of Bigfoot that they ever had is only 13 inches, and I'm 18 inches. So
I'm a 13. Oh man, those people were tiny.
Well, look at you, Littlefoot.
Right? Oh, we folk over here. You know what's really weird is walking through medieval castles and being like, oh, this is around the 1300s. Everyone duck. Like they're all very tiny.
And FYI, everybody who's listening, and if you're watching this segment on the Did I Fix short that we put out on our YouTube page, just understand I'm leaving all this stuff in between Nick Cage talk. I'm not editing any of it. So you have to listen to all of it until I get to me fixing Ghost Rider, which is coming up in a few seconds.
Which is great, but I'm glad you're doing that. And also, let us not forget that will be no removal. I will insist upon one point. This is the only point one of the few times I will do this during your Fix It. You must keep Karen Carpenter in there.
Oh,
it's one of the only highlights of the whole movie. It's one of the highlights of the whole movie is him singing the Carpenters because it's beautiful music.
Fine. I'll keep
Thank you. I appreciate that.
It's 2007. I can get away with that one. So
don't you remember you told me you love me, baby?
We should start only be like this. Did I fix? We should start it where it's like, okay, fix this movie, but only with the technology of that day.
Which is perfect because all you need is a hi-fi stereo and you're good to go.
There you go. No, but with Ghost Rider, it's actually quite a few simple fixes. One, all flashbacks have to go. One of the worst aspects of that movie is the fact that they will flash back to something that was said 3 minutes ago, right back to it to remind you. And it's like, do you think we're the dumbest human beings on the planet? Do you think we can't remember 3 minutes ago?
That's so true. I hate flashbacks from a movie within the movie. I'm like, stop it. We saw this.
Oh my God. And then when you finally get to the end and it flashes back to the beginning, and you're like, what are you doing? Oh, well, so that I'd get rid of all those.
Okay.
Then you got to get rid of the Western Ghost Rider, which cool, but it ain't for the first one.
No, it's fair.
Stop the whole Western theme thing.
Okay.
I would have made it more in the line with of Constantine. Almost like if you thought about it as a story, this would be Johnny Blaze's journey, his beginning journey, and then we might see him as like a Constantine-like character in that setting. You know what I mean? So
maybe we get through absolutely. So we get through Johnny Blaze actually being the spirit of vengeance for a little bit, and then realizing, I don't want to be the spirit of vengeance, and then fighting back and becoming the Ghost Rider. Okay, yeah. I love that already. Yeah. So, what else you got?
And I'm perfectly fine. Wes Bentley, I didn't think did a bad job. It was just the whole boy band's, demon thing that had going on that was just ridiculous. And it was a little too clean, visual effects of the time. It was just a little odd, but you got to let it go, especially if it goes with the times, and what they had. So with all of that, the story's not bad at its core. You open up at the beginning with his father and everything and how he got turned into it. I'd make it a little grittier, a little more like Constantine again, like that tone, and it's just his opening Daredevil like that. And then he sells his soul. So getting into all of that, I would keep the girlfriend in there. You can even keep Eva Mendes. I didn't think she was bad. I just didn't think it was a great fit. I didn't think there was a lot of chemistry there.
Okay, so that was a big point for me. And this is a huge one for me, is I love Eva Mendes as an actress. She's done a fantastic job in most of her work. In this one, it's not her, it's a them issue. You know what I'm saying? They just didn't have a them thing. They did in the beginning, which kind of was awesome. But for some reason, midway through that movie, they just, I don't know if they filmed it differently, if they're due to the how they may have grown together later in filming, but something about that second half of the movie didn't feel as worthwhile as it's supposed to. The stakes weren't high enough. So what else you got?
Well, for one, I would say, to add to that, what you're saying, you got to remember too, she was 24, 25 when that movie came out, and he was 40.
No, look, absolutely. It's an uncomfortable distance in age to make that leap.
Yeah, but also they're trying to sell it as they grew up together.
Right.
And it's that doesn't really work, man. You need I would have gotten a Maria Bello of the time, something like that, a little bit closer to the age.
Yeah.
Adds a
Monica Bellucci.
Well, no, I would not. That would be a terrible choice. I mean, she's an amazing actress, but
they already had Captain Corelli's mandolin. We don't need any more of this. All right, we're moving along already.
You kicked me in the teeth on that one.
Sorry, it just felt right. So I automatically thought of Monica Bellucci from whatever that stupid movie with Clive Owen is. The one where it's the live action Looney Tunes with guns. Oh, it's the worst.
Yeah, but you got to remember, Monica Bellucci just played Jesus's mom 2 years before that in Passion of the Christ.
Right. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
You're right.
Oh, so now you're aging up. Now you're saying they grew up together, and it's Faye Dunaway.
Yeah, they definitely grew up together. one is dealing with an alcohol problem. The other one has a hip issue. So obviously they're pretty similar. You know, that's right on par.
Oh my god. Yeah, so I mean, I think the best fix for this, as I talk my head off here, you get rid of all that stuff, you make it a little grittier, you keep Nick Cage, you can even keep the Karen Carpenter scene. I would recast the friend role, even though I love Donald Logue. I just didn't think he had good chemistry with him either. And I thought he was out of his element. He, New York guy playing sort of like I guess coming off like a hillbilly or redneck vibe type.
Yeah.
And he still seems younger than Nick Cage. So like it just, all of it didn't really mesh well. So like I would age up a lot of the supporting cast if you're going to keep Cage to where his level was at that point. Then I would probably, if you're going to do anything, go back to the beginning with the father, and how that kind of planned out. And then when you jump forward to where he's a daredevil, he's been the Ghost Rider for a while.
Yes.
And if you're going to do flashbacks to anything, flashbacks to his change.
Boom. I love it.
And so he's been the Ghost Rider for a while, and he's going on and on. And now he's been fighting back. Like he had collected souls for so long. Now he's kind of broken away. And that's where the turmoil comes in. That's why like it's almost like a Percy Jackson. And in my mind, it's like a Percy Jackson and the Lightning Thief sort of thing, where he's sending the worst demons after him to, almost, just because like that
call the herd in a way.
Yeah, like get the herd going and have them do it. And so like now he's on the hunt as the Ghost Rider, and it just gets into that. Yeah, so like, and again with that tone of Constantine and that look,
and that way he can play a young 35 or a strong 38 with his weird sort of like Puerto Rican Beetlejuice look.
Jesus Christ. But but if you take him and now he's a daredevil by day when he's doing his thing, and that's because he's always on the move, going from show to show, and that's what he needs to be as the Ghost Rider.
I dig that. I think that works. I think honestly, I can say the things you did, the aging up was probably the biggest get for me. You definitely nailed it on that, because I think the chemistry was an issue due to the age, and Sam Elliott somehow made more sense to be closer to Nick Cage's age than anyone else did.
Yeah.
So
and even if you add that element of like she's the reporter and like now she's like trying to figure out the Ghost Rider and who he is, you do that now, but his friend has been chasing the Ghost Rider down. She's been a serious journalist for a while, and that's how they come back together again, is that she's finally chased the Ghost Rider down in connection with him.
Yeah. I like that.
Bringing her back in that way,
Yeah. My friend, I believe you just fixed 2007's Nicolas Cage, The Ghost Rider.
Wow. Well, thank you, sir.
Absolutely, sir. Which I'm excited to see Renfield, which will have to do with the Senor de la Cage. So stoked to see his take on this movie and see how this one plays out.
Yeah, man, absolutely. So we will be checking that out, and I'll be having a review for you on Thursday, unless I can coax Casey out too. But we will figure it out. But guys, one more thing I just want to say, a couple more things if I can before Casey does the sign off, is we are going to bring, I've been thinking about this long and hard. You heard my apology in the beginning, and part of the reasons in that change that I want to make is we got to bring the Scene Snobs podcast back out. It's not going behind the Patreon. We have great shows on Patreon. We have Warp Factor Fiction. We have the Showcase coming back. We have things that are going to be on our Patreon that we truly believe are worth those perks. And, we offer other things too, movie news, updates, rumors, stuff like that. So hopefully you guys are enjoying them. But the thing was with the Scene Snobs podcast, this is for everybody. We love having everybody involved. We have a good time doing this show. I get to do it with my best friend every week, and it's just truly an amazing time. So I want to share in that every week with you guys. Hopefully you'll still join in, and again, thank you if you support the Patreon. Thank you if you want to join in or anything. But yeah, we're bringing this back out. And another thing I want to talk about is Casters for a Cause real quick again. Again, that's this Friday. We're starting at 7 a.m. We have so many great things in store for you. Please join in. Please donate to this great cause. All proceeds go to Multiple Sclerosis Association of America. And, you know, we can't wait for you guys to watch it and raise them some money and just have a really good time with it. So, Casey.
Yes, sir.
Love you, buddy.
Love you, buddy.
Take it away, my friend.
Thank you, my friend. I want to say that I appreciate it as always. And we are super excited to be coming out from behind the paywall. But it has meant so much, as always, to be able to have the conversations with you all who get to pop up in here. Kathleen, David, John, George G3. Love all y'all. Really appreciate you. Thank you. Chicken, AJ, everybody who's out there. Radar when you're out there. We love you guys. Y'all are fantastic. And hopefully we continue bringing you amazing content and bringing a little ray of sunshine and silliness and happy and hopefully a few laughs along the way. So, my friends, as always, I appreciate you. I'm grateful for this time together. My best friend, all of you beautiful people out there, thank you. And remember to please be kind to yourselves and be kind to each other.
What's up, guys? We are still here. We're still going. Hopefully you guys are having a good time. We stopped to get a few things done while that was on. I'm still waiting for Casey to get here. We have a great show coming up at 1 p.m. live. We're going to have Phil Better come on. He's going to be having a great guest talking about Podpolo and Podopolo. Sorry, I know I'm saying it wrong. My apologies. But I did want to do a quick update. Let's check the score, shall we, everyone? But before we do, I want to say thank you so much for joining in and helping us out with this great cause. If you guys got a chance to check out the earlier show where we talked to our old friend Billy, who we used to podcast with under Mystery Elephant, he gave a lot of really in-depth, great knowledge about what it is to have multiple sclerosis and how it's affected his life, things he has to do, and his journey along the way, really. And it was very enlightening. A lot of things that we didn't know because we saw so much as a friend of his from the outside, but so much we didn't know and how it affects. And one thing that he said that I really appreciated and I thought was cool to learn this is that when you help out, because MS is an autoimmune disease, it's not unlike lupus and other autoimmune diseases. And every little bit into the research to find a cure that helps also helps these other autoimmune diseases and finding cures for them as well. And you know, I had a sister-in-law in lupus. Casey had some very close family members who had lupus as well. And I know it's something that really affects us as people who love these, you know, love the people going through them. Chris, of course, is going through MS and we support him and want to be there for him. And he was one of the, you know, part of the Snobnation and one of the big proponents of why we did this. You know, we picked MS research to do this. So we do have the GoFundMe set up. I am going to put it back in the comments, but it is listed below in the description. It's all over our social media. I'm sharing it out. So please, if you can, donate what you can. It does, you know, doing what you can is great. And if you can't, or even if you can, please share it out. You know, let's get the awareness out there. Let's really get help. You know, let me pull it up so that way you can see where we're at. We have reached the goal that we set. We set a goal of $500 to step in, and we are at $790. I cannot thank everybody enough. Chris Harris, Dan Gow, you know, Sturdy, Billy, James, thank you, Dale, Jason, James, Gynep, Rosemary, thank you so much. Anonymous, thank you so much for your donations. It goes a long way, and it's all going directly, as you can see, all of it's going directly to Multiple Sclerosis Association of America, you know, which is near and dear to our heart, and we're trying to, you know, just build up some money for, like we said, to help them out and find a cure for this. One big thing, like as we go on, I just want to mention this a little bit earlier, but we've been doing this our fourth Casters for a Cause charity event. It wasn't always Casters for a Cause. We did Save Brady in the first one, Save the Milbys. Then we changed it over to Casters for a Cause when the charities became a little more targeted towards the bigger charities that are coming out. But this is our fourth one. And in that time, we have raised collectively, the whole Snobnation, up until today, $4,700. And that's so crazy. And I really, truly appreciate all of you guys for supporting us. And then, of course, today, with that extra $300, we've reached 1,000. Now we're well past 1,000. We're not doing this for any accolades. We're not doing this, but it feels so good to say that, because it's not a testament to us, it's a testament to you guys and your donations and helping all these amazing charities and these people that really need it. And I just want to thank you guys, like, from the bottom of my heart. It really means a lot that you're doing this. I will say, like, as I go into these things, I tend to get in my own head, and it like drives me crazy. Like, oh, is it going to fail? You know, not because I want to fail. I could fail. I hope not, but it's more about, we pick these things because we truly believe in them, and we don't want it to fail because we want to feel like we're actually coming through and doing this and helping people, and you guys make that happen, and we really appreciate you for it. We always appreciate the Snobnation, how great you guys are, and joining us and helping us and supporting us. We want to give back. We want to help with this. Of course, we make donations as well, but let's try and get some more. We have another 10 hours to go. We're only halfway through the 6th hour, and we have 10 hours to go. We have a lot of great content ready in store for you. Billy might be joining us again later. Casey's going to be coming over, and we're going to be doing this together in the same room. It's going to be a lot of fun. So join in for the fun. Let's have a good time. Check out all these amazing shows like Feel Better at 1 p.m., The Scary Snobs at 2. We're going to be doing a couple of our shows, my 5 Takeaways and Quarter Impulse at the 3 o'clock hour. And then we're going to have some shows coming up in the 4, 5, and 6 hour. Then at 7 o'clock, we're going to be doing a Back to the Future script read. We have a great cast. Everybody's really getting into it. We're going to have a good time doing it. And as we go on, we're building up to this thing where hopefully we can help a lot of people. And this will go a long way. The GoFundMe, of course, is linked everywhere. Go check it out. But it's on until Sunday, so you can make your donations whenever you can. And I just, again, want to say thank you guys so much. I'm going to put on our interview with Jonathan Frakes. It might be cut short a little bit because 1 o'clock is coming up, and it's just a little bit longer than time we have. But I want you to see some of it. If you do want to check out the whole thing, you can check it out on our YouTube channel. I hate to ask this at this time, but if you guys are watching and you like what you see, maybe give us a like. It really helps us go a long way and keep doing these things and the support. And if you like the channel, maybe give us a subscribe. I don't want to force anything. I don't want to, feel like that, or because this is about collecting money in donations for multiple sclerosis research. So thank you guys again. Before I start playing it, I just want to say, everybody, with everybody still here watching and supporting, you guys are great at what you do. Thank you. I appreciate that. 5 out of 5 years already. Seriously great. Thank you. Chris says Billy was amazing. Thanks for having him on. Of course. Yeah, absolutely. He's one of the ones that really made us aware of this, like, having a friend go through it early on in our lives. You should have photos at CFF and do $10 for an autograph for MS. I would if I thought that it would go anywhere. I don't think anybody's going to care to do a picture with the Scene Snobs, unfortunately. But if and when that ever comes to fruition, like people actually want to take a picture with us, yeah, I listen, I understand we all have to make money and stuff like that, but something like that, I would rather just donate, if we can. But I appreciate you guys for watching. Chris, Jason over at 3 Geeks, Dale's still here. Thank you so much. Thank you again for your donations. Thank you for helping out. This is huge, and it means so much to us. So I'm gonna hop off. I'm gonna play the Frakes interview. We're still kind of getting things together in case it gets here. We got to start building out, but I will be back on to introduce in about 23 minutes. Feel Better. That is not going to be on this link. I want you guys, anybody who's watching now, that is going to be a separate link. So make sure you're on the YouTube channel. because at 1 o'clock it's up already. You can see it. It says Casters for a Cause, whereas this said Snobnation Morning Drive Live Show. But you go over there, and that at 1 o'clock is what we're going to start watching. We might start it a little bit early so we can introduce and everything, but that's where this is going to be. So this one's going to cut off at that point, and that one will go on. But again, if you want to check out the full Jonathan Frakes interview, please feel free to go check it out on our YouTube channel, or it is in podcast format anywhere you listen. All right, guys, let me hop off, and I will talk to you guys in just a few minutes. Take care. We appreciate you so much being here. We're not just huge fans. I mean, we grew up with you. You meant so much to us, in the past, and going forward to now. It's just, we're so humbled that you would do our show like this and talk to us.
So incredibly grateful. I mean, for me personally, you were what it was to be cool.
Did Will tell you the great story on that very subject?
No.
Well, let's start with that. He grew up in the show, and by the time he was 16, I think, he was really feeling full of himself. And he had gotten his driver's license, and he went out and bought his first car. He bought the same car Patrick had. He bought a Honda Civic, I believe it was. And we were walking. We had finished work together. We're walking from the studio back to the parking lot there at Paramount, the parking structure. And he's sort of strutting down, we're walking down the streets of Paramount, and he said, Frakes, I can tell by the music that comes out of your dressing room and the clothes that you wear, you used to be cool, didn't you?
What a dig. Oh, that's brutal.
I remind him of it every time I see him.
That's great.
Oh, and it's got to be wild now, especially because he's reached that age.
And he's 50, man. He's 50. And he's the king of the nerds. He's the coolest.
He definitely
100%.
has achieved that, I think, without question.
Yeah, he when we got to talk to him, it was such a good flow with like how into the nerd culture he is and ingratiated that. Yeah, I mean, there is nobody, I think, coming out of pop culture that just really adapted to it and kind of leads the charge.
I know. And boy, when he hooked up with Todd Stashwick, who is a prince of the nerds, they were separated at birth. They became fast friends. They're between you can see the D&D gang when people start to reveal their D&D knowledge. That opens a door for people.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. That kicks the door down. Well, that's similar to, some of your knowledge when we get into sort of jazz and musically speaking.
Right.
That's definitely one of your strong points. So I know you actually have an interesting story where you were working with Fish at one point.
Oh, God. Have you heard that story? It's so stupid. I told Rosenbaum this story because we were doing it at his house, which is across the street where it took place. The band Fish was produced by a dear friend named Paul Fox, who just recently died with early onset Alzheimer's. But he did REM, and he did Jacob Dylan, and he did Bjork, and he was a big deal. And he was producing Fish, and they rehearsed in this room I had around across the street, or next door to Paulie. And it turns out they were big Trekkies. And they knew that Riker played the trombone. So they very generously asked me to play on a track on their Hoist album. And I was over the fucking moon. I had no idea. But they didn't know that I was really an amateur trombone player. So I went to the studio. It was out in the West Valley somewhere on a Saturday. And I got my trombone with me, and I'm going to play with Fish, and I'm feeling. So they put me in the booth, and they give me the headset, and they put the chart up and I mean, it was so far beyond my ability. Not only range-wise, the range was insanely high. My lip was shot. I don't play well enough. I didn't play, and I was also really fast. So I made a few failed attempts at playing this this track, and there was a lot of noise, and became clear to all of us that this was not what they had hoped it would be. So they generously, thanked me. Went on and hired a trombone player from Tower of Power, who's a real trombone player, and I had what I thought was a story about.
That's a heck of a story.
Yeah, but it gets better. 6 months later, Paul comes to me with a gold record, and they had released Hoist with this little track called Riker's Mailbox, and it was all of the outtakes from that attempted session. And Riker's Mailbox was a reference to the fact that this house, which was next door to Paul's house and across the street from Rosenbaum, where we did this podcast, I had it was like cow. You know those mailboxes? Some of them look like largemouth bass, and some of them look like cow.
Oh,
this
yeah.
was a cow that had the shit beat out of it because it was way up on Laurel Canyon, and cars hit it, and trucks hit it, and delivery guys. So it was dented and falling over, and very distinctive, very much a landmark on that part of the street. So
That's brilliant.
hence the title, Riker's Mailbox.
That is, oh my God, that's fantastic. Oh, and it's like for something like that though, and loving music so much and to be invited to do it on their album.
And
how do you? What's your mind frame going into that? Like I
didn't know I was going to choke. I didn't know it was going to be a failure. Wow. I live in the same. I live one town over from Fishman, from John Fishman. We looked at the same property in Maine, and he let my son, who was then probably about 4 or 5 or 6, play his drums.
Oh, that's awesome!
Wow,
that's really cool.
That's amazing.
It comes back around.
Yep.
I didn't from jazz. I would love. I have a question for you if that works. I would love to your choices for somebody getting into jazz, a beginner. What are maybe 3 albums they should try?
Oh boy, I guess you got to get Coltrane's Giant Steps. You got to get Miles Blue,
okay.
And Straight No Chaser, Thelonious Monk. I think that would give you a breakdown. Ella with Count Basie on Impulse. Then you got 4 good ones.
Perfect. Strong start.
Yeah,
perfect. Right. I appreciate that. Yeah, and again, thank you again for coming here. We of course are giant Star Trek fans, and we do have some questions for you. But also we are really into the filmmaking side of things, and would love to pick your brain about directing as well. Yeah. On different projects and your perspective on things. We actually wanted to show you. We started a new show. It's a Star Trek watch along series for our patrons. And it's kind of an homage to you. So when she agreed to this, we wanted to show you. So we have a new show called Warp Factor Fiction.
Oh, I like it.
And we are watching all of the series in chronological order and the movies and such all the way through. And we are going to do a series season by season, not episode by episode.
Oh my God. Of all the shows from TOS?
Yeah.
Yeah, everything.
All the way through. We're on Enterprise right now.
Time on your hands.
It's amazing for a
Very
busy
little
schedule.
amount.
It gets to sit in the background, basically. So we're quote unquote watching.
Yeah,
are you watching and having commentary, or are you just watching and sharing it with your listeners?
Watching and kind of doing a recap per season.
So we just finished
doing
up
a full
season
watch along would be way too much. Too big of an endeavor.
Oh, so you run a season at a time.
Yeah. So 2 episodes a watch a season and talk about more philosophy during timelines and stuff. Like, right now with Enterprise, the Prime Directive sort of not existing, and kind of go through that motion.
Interesting. And how far along are you?
I'm on season 3 of Enterprise.
Yeah, he's in season 3 of Enterprise. I'm on season 2. So we're chugging along. Ways to go.
Oh, so you're watching it separately. You're not sharing it online.
No.
Oh, no. Yeah, we're watching it.
I thought, God, you're going to put your audience through that.
That's far too much. Far too much.
Yeah, no, but we have been enjoying it and good time with it. It's just to rewatch everything again, especially in order of the time orders. It's been kind of.
What do you make of the questionable decision to include Riker and Troy in the last episode of Enterprise at the end of season 5?
I'm gonna let him be honest, Casey, because I'm gonna say I am fan service all the way. Like when I see you guys, I'm like, yes, 100%.
I can appreciate the aspect of fan service. I think I struggled with it. It took away a bit from the adventures that we had from Enterprise, but I also understood the need to wrap it up, and it was a good way to put a cap on it necessarily. But I still would have liked my 7 seasons of Enterprise.
Sure. But,
how did you feel about it?
That? I felt it was a mistake. It was sold to me as a quote unquote Valentine to the fans. And then as it dawned on me what we were doing, I thought if I were Scott, certainly, not only would I be insulted, my feelings would have been hurt. And he was such a mensch. I talked to him when we got there. I said, dude, this feels weird to me. It's got to feel weird to you. I'm sorry that we have been put in this position. I think it's insulting to ask 2 people from a show that happened to last 7 seasons to come in and close your show down prematurely after 5 seasons. It just felt. I get fan service, and I'm the biggest whore on all of Star Trek. So so it's it just has always resonated as a bad choice.
Okay. Oh, that's a great point. I never thought about it.
Thank you for your honesty. I really appreciate that.
No, it gives me something to think about too. So we were talking, a couple of questions that we put together, especially with the Star Trek. Carrying on the Star Trek legacy from Roddenberry to Berman and Piller, how have you seen it grow from the creator's perspective and with the new viewpoints being brought in?
It's been fascinating to watch, particularly going on to the to the next versions. The Discovery, Picard, Strange New Worlds of Star Trek, in which I believe the creators, Alex and Akiva and Terry and Shaban and Michelle and all the writers on these shows have allowed their own voices a little bit. They're all loyal and they're all canon, but they have the biggest difference I found, and specifically in this 3rd season of Picard, and I think it's been very successful, is the idea that there is conflict. Roddenberry was very adamant that in the family of the Enterprise, on the bridge of the Enterprise, there would be no conflict, and that's tough. And conflict, as we know, it's the heart of drama. So it always bumped with me, and I think it bumped with a lot of actors and directors and other writers. That makes for a more complicated way to entertain. And what Terry has done with this 3rd season, specifically with Riker and Picard being a conflict, Riker and Troy, as you'll see tonight. This probably won't be tonight, but this week, whenever you guys see the new episode with LaForge, he's not too thrilled with what he's been asked to do. There's a lot more conflict than there ever would have been on Next Gen, the show.
Yeah, and it's been great seeing that. Sorry, Mick. One of the greatest parts has been watching that in the new season of Picard, the you and Picard moment where you kind of both exchange roles for a moment.
Yeah,
where you take over that captainship and you kind of have to put him in his place as he's trying to be the
him off the fucking bridge. I said, "Get off my bridge! Get out of here!"
Yeah,
it was awesome.
Casey and I were actually talking about that after the episode because it seemed the way you were as a captain on the Titan when you took over was this father figure who's like, I need to protect everybody. You're telling me to attack, and my job is to make sure that we can get out of this alive as much as possible.
And then I listened to him, and it was a mistake.
Yeah.
Yep. Absolutely. Now that did you cherish that moment where you?
I know. All right, I'm gonna go live. Hold on. Actually, I'm on right now. Oh, what's up, guys? Okay, I hope you enjoyed that. We had a great conversation, and guess who's here?
Hi, everybody.
Yeah,
hello, I've got to get set up. So I'm going to leave you in some capable hands while I do this other thing.
Yeah, he's going to get set up. You got a lot there. We do have a great show coming up at 1 p.m. Feel better. But this stream is ending here. This video you're watching now, please head over to the YouTube channel. Switch to the next one. It's listed as Casters for a Cause, whereas this was Snobnation Morning Drive live show. But the Jonathan Frakes interview was a lot of fun. We also did one with Will Wheaton and a ton of other really fun people. So if you want to ever go check those out, they're available in podcast form. But go check them out on our YouTube channel. You can watch them as well.
Both of them are really gracious and awesome human beings. It was a wonderful opportunity to talk with them, and I know we're both so grateful we got to do that.
100%. So right now we got, like I said, we got Phil Better coming up with his show, Invest in Yourself. He has great guests coming on. We're going to talk about it over there. So I'm going to close this out, and we're going to switch on over to the next one. Make sure to go over there, and I'll do my intro there. Okay. And Casey will be back for the 1:30 time slot, where I think we're going to talk about the newest episode of Picard and some fan service that he really enjoyed. But remember, the donations are still open. Keep it coming. Let's raise. We were at 500 for a goal. We've surpassed it in a big way. We're almost at 1,000. Let's get there. Let's just do it. Let's make this money for MS research. And all right, everybody. So I will talk to you soon. Thank you again for watching. We love you guys, and take care.